recording and everything's up and running.
All right. And the first item on the agenda is introductions, and so Eric, you want to start off doing some little?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Eric Moore from Miles City, cattle representative. We had a beautiful fall in the east, great fall for wheat and calves. Had a little bit of moisture in October, but then it was sunny and consistent. And we've kind of got winter now. We're going from 45 above to 10 below, and it rains for a while, and then it sleets, and then it freezes, and then it snows. But it's December, so that's what it's time for. Had a pretty big disruption in the market, as everybody knows, but it's kind of come back about a 50% retracement so far. Will it go back to previous highs? Who knows? I guess one interesting facet that I'd share with the board this fall, at least out of the southeastern barns where I'm at, when we were really hot and heavy in the fall run in October and November in the calf run, probably 75 to 80% of those calves are going north. I talked to the vet that runs or not runs, but services the grow yard at Hobson. She said she rode health for 60,000 head going north before the 1st of October. So that's all yearlings. So that's the market. Market is what the market is, but how that affects us is, for whatever reason, a border closing on the northern border would be a big deal. It would not just be a minor inconvenience. It would be a big deal. I've been ventured to get what I've been telling people is, if we're 80% dependent on for our markets on our feeder cattle flowing north, ask a Mexican rancher right now how that's working for them. So that was kind of one interesting thing that I noticed this fall, much more so than in previous years.
Sure.
Lily Anderson, dairy and poultry representative from south of Livingston. Our weather is crazy this fall. We have no snow and it's like 50 degrees and the wind's howling, but I think we had snow one time and it didn't last very long. We passed our check rating for the dairy industry, which was very exciting. And whole milk for healthy kids passed recently, which is very exciting. So whole milk will be coming back to schools. It'll be interesting how that gets implemented, but very exciting.
William Kleinsacher, swine representative. Things are still looking very good in the hog industry. The exports are up. Especially to Mexico, they're up 15%. And overall, it's been a dry fall, but a very windy one. And last week, the mounds like the Beau Marshall, and they received like 3 to 4 inches of rain. So actually, Elk Creek is finally running after 7 months. Drove over yesterday, and it's running nicely. It's been a while, so it's also I was hauling the soy meal yesterday, and the Sun River is they must have opened that up. It's really running also. So had a lot of rains on top there. So, hopefully it'll turn into snow too.
Yeah.
Greg Wichman, the sheep representative. It's good to see you all again. It's been a couple meetings since I've been able to attend in person, but yeah, we had that snowstorm over the weekend. That was kind of an interesting one, but a couple days, little wind, it's all gone. And I told my wife, if the wind blows again today, I could probably be farming tomorrow. So we'll see if it rains or not. I might get some farming done, but pretty good in, the sheep industry. The lamb prices are coming up a little bit. Wool prices, there's some demand for the coarser wools. You're not going to get rich, but at least there's enough where you can get rid of it. There's enough there. People are starting to sell, so that's good. We've had to start feeding a little hay a little earlier than we wanted because of that storm. And once you get them girls used to coming to the feed truck, it's hard to convince them to head back. They'll have to, as long as it stays nice, but good winter so far. It's hard to believe Christmas is just around the corner.
Allen Redfield cattle representation south of Livingston. As Lily said, we've had a really open winter. I'm doing some logging, and at 7,500 feet, there's no snow. It was muddy, and the logging trucks couldn't run for a week because of the mud. And so that was a little bit all the fall work's going easy, and the calves that are due, the replacement heifers they're still out on grass, so it's been pretty nice. Started to feed a little bit because we're run out of feed on the hay meadows, but other than that, I mean, normally we're feeding them by the 1st of December, so.
Every day that goes by is good.
Money in the bank.
Yep. Gene Curry, cattle rep from Blair, and pretty much the same in our country. A little more wind maybe than some areas. It hit over 100 a couple times here in neighbors. And I see today it's supposed to hit about 75 there at home, and up to 100 on the mountain front, but it hasn't. You know, in our country, I think everything you could blow over, blow away is already pretty much done. But there's always, you have a shed that it's working on. It's a shed that was built when I was in college, so it's been around for a while.
Yeah, a couple of days.
Yeah, where's Jake when you need him, huh? But, you know, of course, living where we do, we see the trucks going north every time I go to Great Falls. When this Canadian trucks going south with their tag axle down, but you see them going north with their tag axle down, most of them, and that really tells the tale. I just, every time I see those going north and I look at the market report, I think about how Pat Goggins was so upset with the Canadians and was up there with the embargo that closing the border and raising cane. And if it wasn't for the Canadians right now, his market would look a little different. So thank goodness they are, because the freight difference is huge. So with that, I don't know, we've had an open fall. We had snow and it blow and the snow blows away. We have, yesterday morning we still had a few drifts underneath the trees and stuff, but I don't know, by last night they were pretty well gone. So, all right, I guess, Mike, you want to take over and give us
Oh, you gotta do your minutes.
oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes from the October 29th meeting.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Discussion? Only discussion I have is, so did you call in and with Donna and correct the punctuation and?
I do not correct punctuation. That's just one of the deals. I'm lucky if I can even recognize it.
Somebody, well, Eric's the one that should, because he's the one that took that seat. I think that was the seat that always corrected the punctuation.
Yeah.
No, it's like, that's one thing that I almost didn't get through college because of that.
All right, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
I
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. Thank you, Mike.
All right. Yeah, we'll run through these real quick here this morning. Some of these, there's not a whole lot really to talk about other than just what status of certain things are. So on Yellowstone National Park bison, and Dr. Szymanski's in the room, so she can step in. She's probably got more updated reports than I got, but it's pretty, not a lot of news about Yellowstone National Park bison. Obviously, you guys have all been talking about the weather around
they are
Livingston.
coming out.
And so, if we get snow and cold, here at the first of the year, as is predicted, then maybe we'll get some out migration then, but so far, no real out migration, nothing really to manage there. You know, on our side, anything on the border, tribal hunting, I don't even know have they taken anything yet, but you know, there's any reports, I don't think so. Nothing's come out where they could take it. There's still intent for the park to trap if they can get some to the trap and get some taken. I think we're in the process of redoing the annual MOU for transportation of bison to the ones that are going for the food transfer program. And so we do that on an annual basis. that's been in place ever since the Governor Schweitzer executive order of 2005, 2006, or whatever, where he banned Yellowstone from shipping their bison into Montana without the state's approval. So annually we have to re-up that. And of course the criteria on that is they're sealed and they have sealed trailers and they have to be law enforcement escort to their destination. Trying to figure out places to take them if we can get some to go for the food transfer program. Finding slaughter facilities is very difficult. Finding slots for them is very difficult. So they're trying to experiment with getting some different processors, maybe even some processors in other states. But that's all sort of an academic exercise if we can't actually get some trapped to actually ship them anywhere. The EIS, that situation, the lawsuit the state has is still a little bit in status quo from where it was the last time we met. Nothing new has occurred on that front. It's still, and Ms. Simon could probably chime in on that if there's anything to report there, but I don't think anything's changed in that since the last time we met. And that's everything going on with Yellowstone bison, unless Dr. Szymanski wants to add something. Looks like Chris.
Yes, members of the board, Tanya Szymanski, state veterinarian. There are two large groups of bison, one that are in APHIS holding facilities at Corwin Springs and under Yellowstone National Park control at Stevens Creek that are slated to graduate from the quarantine process this winter. The assurance facility up at Fort Peck is currently mostly empty. So we'll be transferring 200 animals. I think it's 205 is what is slated to go north this year. These are family groups. So these are mature females with calves outside and then a small number of bulls with them. These animals have been in quarantine, some of them for 900 plus days while they were getting bred. And then they have to calve and have a post-calving test before they can go north. So those post-calving tests will be happening over the next 2 months and we'll head north with them.
And then just as a reminder, once they get to the quality assurance facility, they're there for roughly another year and 2 more tests.
One more test.
One more test. That's 6 months that takes place, right? Or
No, 1 test of the year.
1 year. Okay, 1 test of the year. That'll take place before they can be distributed out of that facility to other tribes or wherever they go. Intertribal Buffalo Council is sort of the manager of what happens with those bison once they complete all that process. But that means there should be some space to bring some more in if they get there, because they had been kind of full on the quarantine space because they've been holding these bison for 2.5 years. That's long. It takes a lot of space and a lot of time to hold them for that long. I jokingly call it a bison feedlot because that's kind of what it is.
Very good.
Yeah.
So after they clear that quarantine, are they just eligible to go to other tribes or can they go anywhere?
Well, that's a question that we don't. I mean, I'd always assumed that because of the treaty rights and those things that they were supposed to go to tribes, but I'm not certain about that anymore.
Chair,
I used to think that was
Mr. Richmond. Yes, tribes would get first preference on them, but it is not required for them to go to tribes. I believe last year there was discussion about them going to a non-tribal entity. It didn't end up happening, but I know that was part of the conversation last year.
So follow up on that then, there's protocol in place up there at the tribal facility at Fort Peck to keep these bison isolated.
Mhm.
And then the testing. So who has jurisdiction over that? And if they would go somewhere else, how would that work? The jurisdiction of.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so we will sign an MOU with the National Park Service, APHIS, and the Fort Peck tribe sometime in the next couple weeks that outlines the process. We do this every year. It specifies who has jurisdiction there. It would be APHIS primarily that has jurisdiction over the bison when they're in the facility. That MOU kind of outlines everybody's responsibility. They are there for 1 year. We do inventory reconciliation while they're there.
So you say we, the department?
We collectively, all of us together.
Okay.
So Fort Peck Tribe, National Park Service, and APHIS. If they have an animal that they lose, they have to provide proof of death for that, along with a picture of the tags of that animal. And then at the end, somebody from USDA goes in and does that final round of testing to make sure, right, verify that everybody is negative. And then that is when they're released from that process. The quarantine facility up at Fort Peck looks essentially identical to the facilities that you guys visited at the Park Service. So they're double fenced. They have to have separation between any other animals. The only animals that are outside of the fence are their cultural herd, and they don't spend a lot of time in close proximity. Every time I've ever been there, they tend to be away from those fences.
So that would be the same, I mean, if some other entity requested and the tribe didn't have room for them, then they would have to have the same protocols in place and.
Absolutely.
And the
Yep.
same MOU.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yes, the assurance facility is what they would have to build it to the same specifications of a quarantine facility. And there would be kind of a large amount of conversations and permissions that would happen. Certainly, I think that everybody acknowledges that Fort Peck Tribes likely isn't going to be in this forever. We suspect that when their current bison manager retires, that there's not somebody coming up behind him that's going to have the same desire to do this. And so there are already preliminary conversations about where else assurance, an assurance facility could be.
Yes, William.
Mr. Chair, for Dr. Szymanski, so once they come out of graduation, let's say Greg wanted 20 of them and Ellen wanted 40, could they do that?
Mr. Chair, I think they would have to work through, Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsasser, excuse me. They would have to work through ITBC to put in that request. And I don't know how ITBC prioritizes them or what their process is, but that is at the point that they finalize their last test at the assurance facility, they're it's out of all of our hands.
And just speaking for the Blackfeet tribe, they're buying ranches. They bought a lot. They had a lot of COVID money, I guess. I don't know. They just bought a lot of ranches in the last 2 years. And the story is they want to run buffalo, bison on them all.
Really?
So if that's the case, they've got room for, I don't know, 5,000 head probably or something. So that would be an outlet for the foreseeable future, just on the Blackfeet reservation.
Fort Peck's expanded, they're talking about more, they're being bigger out too, so I think they're probably looking at buying some of those in holdings that are in the reservation and running more.
So I think for a private individual to end up with some of that bison is pretty, not very likely, I guess.
So, Mr. Chair, so would these bison, would these tribes have to purchase them, or would they just give them, or how does that work?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsasser, I honestly don't know. I don't believe that they are purchased. I believe they are just transferred.
And they're all part of the ITBC, and ITBC is many tribes across the United States, not just our local. So some of these bison have gone to Wisconsin, New York, places like that to do reservations in those areas that are part of the ITBC.
I don't, so wait, Mr. Chair, I don't have my notes with me, but I believe at the last IBMP meeting, they said that they transferred to like, this is 80 tribes, does that sound right? 80 tribes around the US, including one up in Canada.
So they're YNP bison going into quarantine, graduating after 900 days on feed, and then going to, say, the Blackfeet, like Gene said. When they go up to the Blackfeet, do they go from being wildlife to livestock?
Just they first have to go to Fort Peck. They have to go because that's the only quality assurance facility. So they all have to go there for the next stage. When they graduate from that, then ITBC places them. So they kind of go from being Yellowstone National Park bison to being under control of the ITBC, just like in the food transfer program. the bison are consigned to whatever tribe is getting them for slaughter and processing. As far as your question about wildlife or livestock, it really is under tribal sovereignty and jurisdiction. So just like here in Montana, it's a question we get a lot, like when the initiative was happening on the Blackfeet, and they got Elk Island refuge bison from Canada to establish that herd close to the Two Medicine area. And, they were going to be a wild, free roaming population. Well, in tribal jurisdiction, they can call them whatever they want to. It only becomes our issue once they couldn't get off of the reservation. And because we don't recognize any bison as wild under state law, if they come off the reservation, we've had this happen with a couple of tribal buffalo populations where they come off onto private land. We treat them the same way we would domestic buffalo as far as a call to us. So now the problem is who do you cite? You can't really cite the tribal council for strays and trespass and things like that, but we work with them to get them back. They can't just continue to free roam. So we treat them as domestic, and Jay's in and can talk about that. He's dealt with several of those issues if they get across that. But inside the boundaries of the reservation, our laws don't apply. If they want to call them wildlife inside the reservation, they can do that. But once they leave reservation jurisdiction, then we apply our state laws to them, if that makes sense.
So if one of them did go to, Gene said it's unlikely, but if one of them did go to me or Tom, Dick, and Harry or whoever, would they then become livestock if they were off the reservation?
We would treat them as livestock at that point in time, yes. And we would apply, the trespass and stray laws and animals running at large laws to them. And they would be required, like any other owner, to get their livestock back under their control. And if it was a habitual situation, you potentially could cite them, but when they're owned by a public entity, it gets questionable about who would we write a citation to and how could we make that citation stick. But bottom line is the call would be to us and our district investigators should handle that just the way they would the same type of dispute between two normal property owners.
And it's getting to be a contentious issue on the reservation between the ranchers. There's a fair number of tribal members that are bona fide ranchers and run a pretty good operation, and bison across the fence, and they don't respect fence very much. And they've got their pattern where they, their movements. They winter down on the Two Medicine, they summer up by East Glacier, and when they decide to move, they didn't move. We had yearlings right next to them, and they tear the fence up, and they got yearlings wherever. But and it's the same deal there. You got the traditionalists love the bison. They want to see bison on the reservation, and the ranchers aren't quite so fond of them. But it's going to get worse because the more they bring in there, the same with anything.
So in that example, the rancher on the reservation that's got tribal bison on him, that's too bad for him, right? That's not
right. We don't
pretty much, they try and work with them,
as far as apartment livestock.
But apartment, no, we have. And that was one of the, the tribal members wanted to meet with the department trying to figure out trespass laws, and they're trying to institute some trespass laws up there and enforce them, and it's pretty random.
Yeah.
I hauled some cattle out of quarantine for a guy here this fall, and he's a Canadian, but it turned out the root cause was two tribal members kind of sparred over who got a lease. One tribal member had the lease, the other one wanted it. Well, there was cattle on that lease late, so then he turned the other tribal member who was running these Canadians cattle, and it's just no different than anywhere else.
That is and I'd say it's bigger than bison. There's lots of livestock. I went back there at Jay. We have lots of livestock issues that just standard domestic livestock issues dealing with the reservation, and we're kind of constantly in the middle of that. Where especially places like the Blackfeet where people can go on and graze that are non-tribal members, and they sometimes get held up and can't come home, or they come home more than they should, and then there's accusations. And so Blackfeet is one of the groups we work with really closely, and we're lucky to have Jeff Jergens up there. But that is actually one of our things we struggle with the most, and not just and bison actually is most of the time on cattle, of these, tribal, non-tribal sort of land ownership and disputes. And it becomes kind of difficult to work through, because without an MOU or anything, we really don't have any leverage or jurisdiction there. And we've pursued MOUs with tribal governments over the years. And most of the time those talks have not come to fruition, because we can't come to agreement on, how to manage it, and, where our authority ends, where their authority begins, what protections do our people have when they're working in tribal jurisdiction. It is a very different thing about trying to do regulation in the state of Montana, is dealing with having, the sovereign nation sitting right inside your borders, and how you deal with that. But the bison issue, it's not, I'll say it today, but we have that quite often. We work through lots of situations where tribally owned bison, not privately owned bison by a tribal member, but actual tribal government owned bison trespass off of reservations, and we have to work with the reservations to get them back, get them off people's private property. And it actually happens a lot more than you would think. And so it's something we do have experience with. We just don't broadcast it a whole lot.
And one more question for Dr. Schminsky. So where does that leave? So if it's a real open winter so far and no bison are coming out, where did you say the population was last time we asked? I can't remember.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, the National Park Service reported their fall count like around 5,300 head. So if we don't get an out-migration this year, you can assume that by next fall, that'll be plus 15% of that population. So just over 6,000, which is above that threshold. The park, Lamar Valley got rain. While Billings was getting snow over the weekend, Lamar Valley was getting rain. So it's opened up a bunch of ground in there that is exposed, like grass is exposed again. So I don't know what that is going to mean. I think we're all a little bit hesitant that we won't see much of an out-migration this year, but time will tell.
Which is going to leave a big herd in the years to come.
Which is going to be, more pressure when they do finally come out. There'll be more pressure. I think that there have been conversations with the Park Service about what are other possible ways to remove bison, should we get up to that upper threshold and multiple years of no out-migration. So it's a little bit maybe early to say what that exactly would look like.
So is there any talk about letting tribe exercise their tribal rights inside the park boundary for hunting?
Mr. Chair, that one I don't believe is on the table at all. I think that would take an act of Congress.
Literally, if you believe what you're told, that it would take an act of Congress, not just figuratively. The current EIS that we're operating under, current bison management plan, 6,000 is the upper end trigger number, and it does trigger more aggressive actions. So the park can do more with, say you had bison that were close to the trap but not at the trap. They have tools to maybe haze bison towards the trap, be a little more aggressive. So there's a little more aggressive in park action at that 6,000 number, but it is short of, what some of us might think of. Well, what if they're sitting in the Lamar Valley? Why don't you go set up some mobile traps in the Lamar Valley and go get them where they're at? Or, allow in-park hunting. Those types of things are not contemplated under the current management plan that I'm aware of, like mobile trapping and those things. But there are things they can do to be more aggressive at that higher end number inside the park than they've been maybe in the past.
Mobile trapping is the one that we have talked about the most often, as far as a possible kind of stopgap measure in between out migrations. I think we would probably need, it would need to be like 2 non-out migrations before we could really trigger that conversation.
And that's not an easy thing to pull off either, mobile trapping. It sounds easy, but it's not an easy thing to actually.
Well, and then transporting them in the winter from, I mean, if you could catch them in the Lamar Valley, getting them out of there might be a bit of an issue.
Different, yeah.
So,
It's just unfortunate that you guys weren't able to be there. And I was very impressed with the manager of the trap area there. You know,
Good guy.
yeah, but you know, it's how long he'll be there and what the next guy's, modus of operation will be could be 180. He basically told he could trap every bison that came out of the park if he wanted to. He could trap them all up to, what can he hold? I don't know, quite a few.
I think they said they could hold 2,000.
Well, that was the number that came to my mind, was 2,000 that they could hold if they came out. And, you know, first thing that some people go, well, why not let more of them buy so you can get them shot? They don't have to keep them in quarantine and then end up with more of them coming out of there. But everybody's got a different theory.
so Mr. Chair, that's the constant battle I think we have a little bit at IBMP is, you know, the different forces at the table and the different objectives that each of us have in bison management. So as you talked about it, you do have to balance that out because the federal partners have an obligation to honor treaties. The state doesn't have to do that, but the federal partners have to honor the treaties that were made. And so the tribal hunting, that is the great debate that always happens. If you have a year like this and we get a limited opportunity to trap, and I would say by the EIS that we're currently operating under, the environmental analysis we're currently operating under, and where we're at in the population, the preference would be towards trapping. But if you trap those bison before they have a chance to walk to the boundary, well, now you're interrupting the treaty right of the tribal treaty tribes because they're not getting a chance to hunt. And there's a lot of what I'd call chicken and egg conversations that happen when we meet in the IBMP. And so to that point is that, yes, that is really one of the major factors sometimes is if we need to be aggressive trapping, that means we need to do it and not let them leave the park. But if we don't let them leave the park, then that means there's no hunting. And then we have a different set of people that are upset. And we hear about it the next time we meet. And so, I don't know. It's like managing any sort of wildlife situation. It's never as easy as it looks on the surface, but
Somebody's always upset.
yeah, but we're working through it.
The plus in the whole scenario is, to me, the fact that the Department of Livestock is not the headline all the time, like it was for a while. You know, when we were actively engaged in, you know, taking care of the ones that got out of the park, and it was when the Buffalo Commons were there right in front of our people trying to stop them from doing their job. And now you just, maybe in the Gazette you hear more about it, but up in our country, you just don't hear much about what's happening.
Yeah, and I would say that we saw a couple years ago when we had a large out migration, just so all the board's aware that, you know, largely like in a year like this, you're not going to hear a lot about us because there's no chance for bison to really get to where they start to hit the boundary of our management. And but we did see with the big out migration a couple years ago, we had some pushes towards what we call the zone 2 boundary. And we effectively moved bison away from that without any of them slipping, you know, out of their tolerance area and then the areas where we had to do things more aggressive. But I think that's what our reasoning is for being worried about large out migrations is because, you know, if the populations out there continue to expand, and that year, what was the figure? 4,000 tawny bison that have at any point in time probably were in the Gardner Basin.
4,000, yes.
Yes, and so we had some concerns at that time. We managed it, but if we had much more than that, it might be more than we could handle, and then we would see more incursions out of tolerance. You might see us have to lethally remove more bison, and then, as you said, that news story then turns. I mean, and I will say this: I pay attention enough to know that you guys probably don't read a lot of publications that are very much on the pro bison side, but I pay attention to what they're saying, and usually Department of Livestock is in their first paragraph, even if we haven't done anything for 3 years. We're usually still mentioned in the first paragraph as the whole reason why any of this is having to be done. But even though we're not the one really taking the management actions much anymore, but there could be a scenario. That's why I think we worry about the population just steadily building, because we know at some point it creates an outmigration that does really challenge us and require us to take more aggressive action. And we've kind of lived a charmed life for the last decade, a little bit, not having to be the tip of the spear on everything that's being done. Anything else on bison?
That's your question.
Okay, legislative interim update, just real quick. I can't remember if we'd had the economic affairs meeting. I think we had it already last time you guys met, but we did have a role at the last economic affairs meeting for this past quarter, and that was to be part of a study on the cattle industry. So I basically just gave some number statistics, historical statistics, what's been happening with cattle inventories in Montana, what's happening with current cattle inventory, that a rebuild's not happening, why a rebuild was probably not at that point in time looking like it was on the horizon. And so kind of stuck to those type of statistics that we collect within the department. That panel also included Shaylee Harney from the Montana Beef Council. So she talked about what the federal checkoff does and what the state beef council does with their part of the federal checkoff. And they had Liz Edmondson from the Pulse Crop Committee, who's the director of that, to talk about how the Pulse Crop checkoff works in the state of Montana and what they do with their money and how that works. No conclusions out of that. They just heard us all speak and asked a few questions and moved on. But that's the last thing. We've not had, I was mentioning, I'll make sure I say it on the record, we've not yet had our agency oversight time with Economic Affairs Interim Committee. So that's the interim committee that has oversight the agency. So at some point between, this year, this upcoming year, we'll have a time period on their agenda that'll be our general how's the department doing conversation and taking any questions or any concerns that the committee members have. The other interim piece that we're dealing with always is our interim budget committee. So they just met yesterday. So I went and spent an hour with that committee yesterday. I gave basically a policy update. I kind of run through what we've been talking through at our different stakeholder organizations, just the things the department's been working on, tying that back to budgetary, particularly those things that were new in the last budget that these people had a hand in helping us get passed. And so, how those things are working. Did get some question about personal services. There's a stat. So our fiscal analyst puts together a quarterly report for that group of how we're spending our funds throughout the biennium. And one of the graphs that he had was, and I probably should send that to you guys in the next in my next Monday morning report, so you have just so you can see a copy of what it is, but that they share, and they talk about what we're doing in all our statutory funds. So we got a question about hours utilization. So this year, so far in this fiscal year, we had used 81% of the total allotted work hours based on our employees at 2,080 hours, for a full-time employee. And that's about 10% below our 5-year average. But again, it's good education for the committee to say, well, we added some positions. We added some meat positions during the last biennium. We had not filled all those. So that's why we have more hours to utilize. And since we hadn't filled them, that's why we're a little bit below where we typically would be on average. So it's not an indication of a real problem. It's an indication of we haven't filled some of those new positions that have been allotted to us yet. One of the things that the fiscal analyst wanted me to address was our indemnity statutory appropriation. And so I talked through that, what that was there for. It's building up to $100,000 maybe one day, but we keep spending it because we keep needing to. But we are trying to build some state indemnity dollars, particularly to deal with brucellosis. And I gave them the example of a suspect bull that we had that had gone through a market and had sold for about $4,300 at the market. And the federal reimbursement, I think, is a couple of $100 for brucellosis testing. And obviously that wasn't going to work for that producer. So that's where this indemnity fund comes in. We're able to pay that indemnity and be able to pay that producer full value for that animal when it's taken for testing. And that's why we established that fund and building it up. And actually that was kind of after I explained what it was and I gave that scenario. One of the committee members even asked, well, is $100,000 enough? Don't you need more? That's not right now, but if we were having lots of indemnity, we're having to pay all over the state. It could get difficult. But right now, the fund that we've been building up has been managing it, and we've been able to work with it. So that was good to just be able to reestablish and also tie back to that was established in the 23 session, but many of these committee members were there. So you kind of reminding them of, hey, that was a decision package in front of you at one point, and you helped us establish that. So, so it does help with that education around the budget. I'm trying to think. There was one other question on statutory appropriations. Oh, they asked about livestock loss board statutory appropriations. And I did remind them that while it looks like we have a lot of funds in the grants, that there's a grant, livestock loss boards opened up their grant period, and that they could, if they had enough applicants, give away $380,000. So there should be less money in that pot after the next couple of months. So they asked a question about that, why that fund had so much money in it right now. And it's just because the grant process timing has not taken place yet for this year. But beyond that, that was pretty much the major questions that we had with regards to the budget. But it was a very, very pleasant, friendly meeting, as it has been for a while now. And I did make sure I gave him my remarks, mentioned the increase of per capita fees and why the board felt that was necessary and what the justification was for. And I've said that in a couple of stakeholder groups, and I've not gotten any negative feedback about that. So people seem to be understanding of why the department needs to do that. And as I put it to them, I said, one, we got to stay up with the pay increases that the legislature continues to give to state employees. So we have to do that. So we might lose power in here. I don't know. The lights keep kind of blinking. So, with the wind out there today, but that's what's going on right now in the legislative interim. See if anybody has any feedback they've heard. I'd love to hear any feedback you've heard from the legislature, or anything you want to ask about where we are at this point in the interim. We will soon be getting ready to start talking about the 2027 session. We won't do it before Christmas, but after Christmas, we'll be talking to you about that and getting ready for that. The next thing I had on the things I wanted to update you on, federal shutdown impacts, maybe just a little post-mortem on that. We did, the government did get opened back up. We did get at least a continuing resolution for a while. I did have to give a report on federal funds and how we were being impacted yesterday. We are in much better shape on federal funds than several other agencies are. For us, one of the things that was good was the big, beautiful bill reinstated some meat and poultry inspection money. So we should be getting more money for the meat and poultry inspection program, getting back to 50-50 cost share. That had kind of eroded over the years and has become a little bit more of a 45-55. So somebody slipped some language in and rectified that during the big, beautiful bill conversation that took place back in the summer. As far as federal shutdown impacts, obviously there were things that were held up that we couldn't move on or purchase until that got done. And one of them was our tags, our RFID tags. And Dr. Szymanski can probably add more about that if she wants to. But I do think good news is that got released. And we did get a little bit more in our allotment than we initially expected for the state of Montana, which added to what you approved at the end of last fiscal year, is put us in a much better position for this year coming up. And the federal umbrella, I don't think we quite took as big a hit in federal umbrella funding as we were preparing ourselves to, but I don't know if that's Dr. Szymanski wants to say anything.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, for the 25 year, the federal umbrella was the same as the previous year. It was the previous year where we took the $360,000 cut. So this is kind of status quo this year on umbrella, plus we removed one of the positions off of it, so that has gotten us kind of close to normal. On tags, like Mike indicated, we did get some additional tags in 25 that contributed to the pot that the board approved the purchase of. That allowed us to give veterinarians about 70% of their tag needs for banks vaccination. USDA has approval to purchase tags for the 26 allocation year. They said expect that we won't see those until February or March of 26. Our thought process is to just hold all of those until we have banks vaccination records in from 25, 26 from 25 calves that get banks vaccinated in the fall of 25 and spring of 26. And then we'll just push those all forward into 26, 27. So the tag purchase actually helped us be really strategic in how we use those, because they don't come in kind of on a consistent timeline.
And so that's all the federal impact questions.
Well, just while we're talking about tags, Dr. Szymanski, have we used statewide more than I would think we'd use more than maybe we have in years past through the fall run this fall with all these cattle going to Canada. They all got to be RFID, don't they, Lisa Heifers?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, our historical tag use in Montana between RFID tags and the metal news tags, where we were kind of in those half dozen years of the in-between for the transition, we consistently use about 500,000 tags a year in the state of Montana. And I don't believe that accounts for all of those feeders that go north. Early on in the process, a lot of those buyers that were coming down to pick up those calves that would go back north were showing up with their own RFID tags. And so they weren't kind of hitting our account in any way, shape, or form. I don't think that's the case as consistently anymore. I've talked to a lot of market veterinarians that are happy to put tags in those animals that weren't provided. So that has probably pushed our use up. 600,000 would be my guess for this year. So we don't even come close to getting an allocation of what we need. We are going to have a conversation with USDA in January. The sexually intact heifers that are less than 12 months of age that go out of the DSA, we've been allowing those to go out on metal news tags. We're going to actually use that as a leverage point to try and get some additional tags allocated to Montana, just kind of another way that we demonstrate our need for official ID. So hopefully we'll see a few more in 26.
Do steers need an RFID to go to Canada, or just heifers?
Everything needs an RFID to go to Canada. Yep.
So,
That's a lot of tags.
do you know, I mean, we've got, I think it was Kentucky that gave us some of their excess tags with them in the past. Is there, I mean, I'm sure there's some other states that have excess tags. Is there any way that the feds have figured out how many excess tags there are and pooled those so that they could?
Mr. Chair, yeah, so several other states are not using their full allocation and are offering those up. There's not really maybe a strategic process of how those are being transferred. We try to just kind of keep raising our hand every time there's a mention of extra tags. We put in regular requests to the ADT staff nationally to say, Montana still needs more tags. These are the reasons. This is our justification. And that has been successful for us in kind of getting an additional trickle of tags into the state. But our hope is that at some point USDA will reconfigure how they're doing this allocation so that we don't have to do the tag shuffle at the end of the year.
Because how, I mean, they've come up with a formula how they allocate those tags, and their formula must not be very accurate because of what you just talked about, excess and shortage.
Yes, Mr. Chair, they use just your cattle inventory. And so you just get a percentage of your cattle inventory, recognizing that not all states bangs vaccinate. So that pushes our percentage of tags up. Some states have slaughter capacity in their state. And so there's no reason for some of those animals to ever cross state lines for it to get slaughtered. So like Iowa doesn't use a lot of tags. They just don't have a need to put official ID in their cattle herd. And so they're one of the states that always has excess. They don't bag vaccinate and they've got slaughter capacity in their state. So it's very skewed. It's not a great reflection of how tags are used.
And I think we did just get the admission once upon a time that when they first looked at the allocation, they kind of looked at NAS statistics versus how the industry is actually structured. And that would lead you to a bad spot, right? Because you're going to have huge cattle numbers for states like Iowa and Nebraska, but to Dr. Szymanski's point, they're not moving like our cattle are, and they're not bangs vaccinating, and so those sort of nuances I think are still getting worked out in the system. And to your point, Mr. Chair, I think the point you're trying to make is I hope USDA is looking at that and then saying, wow, we've got these states that are consistently saying they need more. We have these states that are consistently not using their allotment. How do we rebalance that as we understand better who has the needs and who doesn't have the needs? Versus just using NAS data that says you have X number of cattle and calves in your state, so you get X number of tags.
Right. Quick question, Mr. Chair. So these RFID tags that you guys use in the cattle industry, we use the same tags in the swine industry. So are swine producers eligible for these tags?
I don't know.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think that anybody could be eligible for them because just so much of the use is on the cattle industry. That is where they have historically been prioritized. This year, USDA, however, does have, for the first time ever, a no-cost allocation of tags for the swine industry. And so we have put in that request for tags to come into Montana. And I think that if that stays consistent going forward, then we'll have two pots of tags, one that's specifically for swine, and continue to keep this larger pot for cattle.
Just another point I should make during my comments, but another pressure on the tag supply is that I think a record low percentage of the cows this fall run went direct to slaughter. Most of those cows went on feed. Yeah, which means they need a tag. If they're going out of state, they need a tag. So it's another drain on the tag supply.
Okay, moving forward, it's not upcoming, they've all happened now, but stakeholder conferences and conventions. So over the past 6 weeks, we've had a presence at Montana Farmers Union, Montana Farm Bureau. Mr. Witchman was our representative to the Montana Wool Growers Association meeting that took place here in the last couple of weeks. The Montana Cattlemen did not have their normal Cattlemen's Day this year. Had they, we'd have gone as we typically do. And then we were just this past week at Montana Stock Growers. I think Dr. Szymanski made an appearance at Montana Association of Conservation Districts on a request that was made. I'm trying to think of other sort of stakeholder groups that we've been out here in the last couple of weeks. Any ones that I missed that we've had at least somebody go to. Feedback largely been very positive at each of those, as far as overall in the department. A few things to probably work on here and there. Stock growers is kind of fresh in my mind because that was just last week. Trying to think of any policy things related to the Board of Livestock that people are pushing. I can't remember anything at Farm Bureau that really affected us or at Farmers Union that they were working with. At Stock Growers, there was a conversation about raising the brand inspection fee. There was at least one person there who wanted to do that. But I don't think they ever actually formally brought it up as policy for stock growers. I think they must have talked to some other people. But that was one conversation I know I had, where folks were thinking about, policy. And I was aware there was another policy that someone was floating around with respect to, bison management, but it would have been very restrictive, and actually would have probably been a negative. It would actually stuck us with more buffalo than it would help us get rid of. So, because it wouldn't, if that policy ever became the law and somehow restricted Yellowstone National Park from doing anything, or doing quarantine and doing those types of things, that's actually not to our advantage. I know how some people might think it is, but it's actually not. It actually would leave us with more bison that were on the landscape. And so I know I talked to a couple of people about that, but nothing ever came forward on that as a policy. I know there had been some policy that we were watching. I know that came forward at Farm Bureau, but didn't pass at Farm Bureau as policy at Farm Bureau with regard to some lay veterinarian work, preg checking, I think primarily. The Veterinary Medical Association, I don't think, was in favor of that policy. And it was potentially going to come to stock growers, but it never actually, it got stopped before it got there. So we didn't have to stick around and weigh in on that. But those are the sort of positive things. Greg, I didn't get to go to wool growers, but I don't know if there were some things talked about at wool growers from a policy standpoint that would maybe have come out with legislation in the future that would be affecting us.
Just on some predator funding, the statutory minimum, I think we're gonna look at that pretty hard, as well as trying to increase the level we're at now.
So, yeah, we do have that. And I mean, kudos to Callie Michaels. I know at least one, person out there in stakeholder world listens to me, because when I talked to her, I said, you want to get to the board early with anything? As like, and she was there last session, but it was kind of her first session in that role for wool growers. So she was listening to my advice. I said, don't be one of those people that show up, halfway through January of 2027 with a legislative idea you want the department to run, because if you do, you're like 9 months too late. You need to be asking us about that. You need to be bringing that stuff to the board now. And so kudos to Callie for, she's on it. She's on it. You had your organizational meeting, and she's on the agenda for today. She was jumping on it. So I appreciate that, because I do often, and I'll say that to you when you have people approach you. I keep telling people, if there's things you want the department to do, now maybe there's things you're going to do to the department and you don't want us to know about it, and that's fine. I was like, but if there's things you want the department to be working with you on, I said, once we get past our legislative deadlines and budget deadlines, we end up getting locked into positions, and it's hard for us to be helpful at that point in time, because if it's a budgetary item and it's not in the governor's budget, we're not supposed to be supporting things that aren't in the governor's budget. So I was like, you want to get those things to us by the spring. So that's the message I've been giving to everybody on that front is, if there are policy changes, and maybe if you want them to be an actual agency bill that the department goes and runs, or if there's budgetary changes that you think we need to be making, you need to be getting those ideas formulated and getting them to the board in these next couple of meetings. And so that's the message I've been trying to send on that front too. Because I hate it when people have a good idea and I'm like, I can't help you with it because you're too late. We're already past our deadlines.
I was going to say, did departmental staff, did you guys testify or offer input at the Farm Bureau on the vet preg check?
No,
resolution?
we did not. We were not present for the conversation. So I think it died under its own weight. I think there were several veterinarians there. I'm looking at Dr. Szymanski and maybe Lily, she was probably in that room.
I did not go to Farm Bureau. Normally I am Park County delegate, but I was not this year.
Well, Dean was there. I think there were some veterinarians who probably spoke up about that. But we thought the same policy was going to come to stock growers, and it would have come during a committee meeting that we were sitting in. So, but that's my update of, like I said, mostly, I mean, yes, I had feedback on, as we all get, feedback on different individual issues where people had that something didn't go quite as right as they wanted it to, but nothing major. Systemic major problems that people thought we needed to change legislation or change programs or do something radically different with funding, which is good. I don't know if any of the rest of you all attended those meetings too. So if you heard things that we need to talk about beyond the normal complaints that happen.
I think all of them went pretty smooth. The committee meetings that got yours, there was a lot of good discussion. By the time we got second reading, I don't think there was any changes at all in second reading, or maybe some grammatical things, but as far as what came out of the committee, it didn't. And at Farm Bureau, they have that totally different situation where they discuss things. It's all open forum, and there was a lot of policy changes that affect.
No, I had some feedback on market releases, which I texted Jay on, and he'll talk about that. We'll save that for his deal.
Yeah, that was one thing, but it never got into any policy.
No, just water cooler.
So I think
coffee shop dog.
Yeah, and I think we can fix it. So.
Okay.
All right.
And then last thing, I don't have anything to show you on OGSM because we're at the time of year where we're transitioning to the next set. So I'm still looking for ideas to put on them. So I don't have anything to show you today. We don't have OGSM meetings in December. The governor gives us that month off from his meetings, except for the fact that I will mention last week we had the governor's cabinet retreat, which I participated in over at the Heritage Center. So the Heritage Center is open and it was a nice meeting space over there. I'll say that. Very, very nice meeting space. So we had the meeting over there. All the
Don't get me started.
yeah. We had well, speaking of, I should have mentioned going backwards, that was the one thing I think that IBC, the Interim Budget Committee, they wanted an update on the lab. So I showed them some pictures and things of the lab and they were very happy with that. They now want to go tour the lab, but that'll probably be in next year. They'll go do that. But the Heritage Center, it was a nice meeting space, but we just had our typical all agency heads around the table with the governor and his key staff and talked about what we had done this year and what we were going to do into the coming year. The one thing I'll share with the board that I thought was interesting is they wanted us to do what he calls a blue sky exercise, which is what, when you leave your agency, what would you want your legacy of your time there to be? And not the thing that's not like the others, because I'm coming up on a 10-year anniversary. And I did remind all my colleagues around the table that I was like, I know they're all worried about getting things done by January 2029. I was like, I've been here 10 years and there's still stuff to do. So you're not gonna get it all done. Just do as much as you can do. That's all you can. But as far as when I talked about the legacy, and at least, speaking about it personally, I did have to go backwards a little bit and talk about that, when I came here, and many of you were part of that, we had a agency that had a very rich and colorful past, but it was very doubtful that it had a future. And that now we're an agency with a future. And I'm not saying that the Department of Livestock is going to be around for another 100 years, but with a new lab, with the investments we've made in technology, what we've done with our staffing and the capabilities of our staffing, that this is an agency that has a purpose and a place, not in the past, but in present times, and actually has a good mission and look going forward. And many of you were there when I know I like to tell that story, and I told that story that day of talking about budget committees. My Section C budget chair calling me about a week after I had arrived in this job, tell me that there wouldn't be a job in 10 months unless something drastically changed. And we're still here. So, but I do feel that that's the legacy, right? And a lot of you were part of that even before you got on this board, many, right? And so it's a shared of like, yeah, if you just take a step back and look, the agency is in a great place, positioned for the future, financially sound, You know, it's like, those are all things that are great because they were very much in doubt. It doesn't seem like that long ago. So
What year were we zero-based budgeted? 17, 19?
15 session, and it was 2017, we had to approve everything. But it was the 2015 session, they approved this as one time only for that
Right.
biennium. So when I got here in February of 2016, that's why it was about 10 months to the session starting, and there was about 10 months to be able to prove. Well, basically, as I said, we're a small agency, but I think our budget that year was 300 to 400 decision packages that were just the Department of Livestock, because it got down to actual positions, FTEs that were actual individual decision packages in the budget, and it was a good exercise, and, you know. And for me, it was good because I learned a lot about the agency really fast. I didn't have any choice but to learn the details. So, but that was the only thing out of the cabinet tree this morning. I wanted to give kudos to all of you, as you may not have been on the board at the time, but many of you were in the legislature or leading industry organizations, and so all of you were part of that as well. And that is kind of the thing that I was most proud of. But as far as the cabinet retreat, we did talk about the governor's OGSM for the next year that he wanted to pursue. And not a whole lot has changed there. He's still focused on
Technology.
Job creation. The only thing where agriculture is mentioned on there is trying to promote innovative agriculture. I don't know that I have a definition for what innovative is, but that's what it says. It's innovative agriculture, trying to do more of that in the state. It used to be value added, but now it's innovative. And I think a lot of focus on job creation, deploying better technology in state government, trying to get state of Montana to run more like a enterprise, where state of Montana has run like 14, 15 different entities that are kind of loosely connected. I think the vision is it's the state of Montana, more corporate, right? So the state of Montana is the corporation, and Department of Livestock is one of those divisions of the corporation, and to have a more enterprise-wide approach to how we do things versus agencies being off doing their own purchasing and having a lot of. And I'll admit that I will say that when you operate that way, you can have a lot of duplication and a lot of waste, because one group's over here trying to solve a problem, this group's trying to solve the same problem, and they end up buying two different things to solve the same problem, when you could have probably had a cheaper solution if you'd have got together and bought one solution that worked multiple entities. But it's those types of things that I think he's really focused on still in reforming the state government from that standpoint. And of course, job creation, diversifying the economy of the state, trying to attract more businesses to the state is still something that's very, 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 very high on his list of priorities. So that's what I can share about that. But those are all of my updates for you, Mr. Chair. And any questions you have about that, I'd refer them to Governor Greg Gianforte. But we did have that, and it is not, that is something that I want, before I move on, I want to mention that is very different. Because that was brought up, that I will say, I worked with the last administration, and we rarely ever met. We only met as a cabinet when there was a problem. And this cabinet meets every month, and then we have this retreat. And so there is a much more cohesive approach to keeping everybody on the same page than there was in the previous administration. And I hope, regardless of what happens politically, but when this governor's not there anymore, I hope the next governor picks that up and keeps that in place, that keeping that connection across all of state government, and not just only reacting to problems versus being more proactive to issues that are coming up. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I guess just keep in mind anything that you think maybe should be on the radar in the future for this department. There's always things that come up, but when we think back, when we first got on this board, we had a pretty big list of things that we thought needed to be done, cleaning up our books or statutes, our rules. And suppose we should probably look at that again. Maybe over the winter.
And I should mention red tape relief is still on the OGSM, still front and center. The real focus the lieutenant governor wants to work on with rules is readability. And sometimes there's not much we can do about that, but the readability scores on the rules are pretty high. So, basically saying you have to have a postgraduate degree to understand the administrative rules of the state of Montana. Their desire would be to have most of them be able to be a 12th grade reading level. Now, if you understand how readability programs work, that can be difficult for us because, as I said, there's only one way to say brucellosis, and it's a multi-syllable word. So it's gonna rain. So a lot of these, when we list diseases like at the lab and things of that nature, I think there's an understanding that those rules are going to be very difficult. And I've made the argument, and Ms. Simon back there who works on rules has heard me make the argument of the audience for those types of rules are veterinarians, and so they should understand what they're reading anyway. But there are a number of rules that I think it's a good effort and going again, we're not looking at redoing all of our rules, but as we open up rules, that's one of the things that we're looking at. And can we make this rule a little more understandable to the general public if they were trying to go here and read and understand what the regulation is? So that's really what the focus is just trying to make the rules that we have, the administrative rules we have, be more understandable to the general public, trying to figure out the regulations they need to operate a business. And I think that's a worthwhile effort. You're not going to be able to do it for every single rule, but it is something we should look at. Every time we make a change in a rule, we should be looking at that and whether we can make changes to make that more understandable to the general public. But that's a major focus as well.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the one thing
Yes.
I'm thinking about is fines, enforceability, things along that nature, because there's some things that are still out there that are, 1950 fines and enforceability and stuff. And if we have an enforcement thing, can we enforce it? Maybe we need to, because when you do change the fines and things like that, you have to go through, there's a process you have to go through.
Mm-hmm.
They're all statutory, aren't they? Or
most of them are in statute or in the penalties of the statute.
Right.
And then after that, you have to get them into the bond book with the Supreme Court. So then the county attorneys see what the new recommended bonds are for those offenses.
But that's a good point, Alan, because there's a trespass issue going on in the middle of the state with livestock, and people are asking me what to do. What can the department do? Well, we're kind of, our hands are fairly tied on what we can do. It's more of a civil action if they really want to get tough, and it's just a neighbor thing. They don't want to file a civil action, but they don't have a lot of choice. And
So it's cattle trespass or livestock trespass.
Mm-hmm. And to that, Mr. Chair, I'll say that's what I hear a lot when I'm talking about the stakeholder organizations. I hear a lot of those issues. And I, just for the sake of the board and maybe for any public that are watching on live stream, I always do try to tell people that our laws are engineered to get livestock back to the owner, right? And there are penalties, there's those things, but the ability of us to see someone's property and sell it without giving them an opportunity or recourse to get it back. The people who wrote these laws long ago definitely wrote the laws in favor of, even if your livestock are not where they're supposed to be, we want to get your livestock back to you. And so we don't have very strong provisions for it's the third time. Yes, we can cite people, we can write the citations, we can write the tickets, but there's never really any place in there where, okay, this is the third time, so we're seizing your livestock, we're hauling them to the market and we're selling them. The laws weren't written to be that way. And I don't know that, I'm not saying they should be. I think that the laws were written to say, yes, we want to deal with straying and trespassing livestock, But at the end of the day, we want to get people's property back to them. I know Jay and I worked through a situation here where there were a couple of sheep out of Dillon that were up in an area where there's some bighorn sheep. And they'd been there for a long time, according to FWP, and FWP just wanted our permission to kill them. And we're like, well, no, because we don't know whose they are or whose they might be. We need to establish that. And we made FWP jump through the hoops of, we eventually figured out that they were sheep from a band from a guy who had lived there a couple years before. And when he moved away to another state, he didn't take all the sheep with him. But we made FWP go back and find that person and tell them where his livestock was and say, this is what we're going to do, because the animals running at large statute applied to them. We made FWP give them the notice to say, you've got this number of days before we remove these livestock, because the law is engineered to be in favor of the stock owner getting their property back. And so we even made FWP follow that because that's how it's engineered. Or, Mr. Chair, some other things that I've talked to people about on our rules and regulations. Not the conversation we're going to have later today, but I know a question Jay got while we were at Stockers and, about market consignment permits and then how cattle get checked in. And yes, humans make mistakes checking cattle in, but remember that the laws were in place to protect people from having their livestock removed without their knowledge and I was like, it's really to the point, and I said this Jay the other day, I said it's to the point if we said, well, your market consignment permit, we're just going to take it for granted every producer fills that out right and not do an inspection. Then we might as well just do self-inspections from that point forward, right? Yeah. Because we've unwound the whole underpinning. And the problem is we got humans on both ends of that. We got humans filling out the consignment permit. We got humans doing the inspections, and there's going to be mistakes and checks are going to get held. But the thing we do know is that it's not that I write a market consignment permit and I've got 15 of somebody else's cattle on the load, and that goes on somewhere without anybody ever knowing about it until they find out they're short, and then having those types of disputes. So we also have to remember, I get lots of complaints about those types of things too, but I always like to remind people the law is engineered towards the stock owner getting their money or getting their stock back if they're straying. If you go to a commission company, the law is engineered towards the person who's bringing cattle in for consignment getting paid at the conclusion of the sale. That's what the laws are definitely in favor of, and they were written very favorably to the people bringing and checking in livestock. And our inspection laws were written very strongly to make sure that it would be a very rare thing for people to be able to remove someone else's livestock without it getting caught if they're doing the inspections and the inspections are happening correctly. Look at Mr. Chair had an experience where maybe sometimes the inspection's not happening correctly, but or as well as it says. But so the thing people have to consider is there's probably areas we could deregulate there, but if we deregulate, what are you giving up on the other side? What are you exposing yourself to that might be worse than what inconvenience you're dealing with today? But so there's lots of those types of feedback on red tape that I get, and I'm like, well, there are people who will say, well, third time you should just pick them up and haul them to the market and sell them. I'm like, well, if you were in that situation and you found out you come up missing some yearlings or something, and you go, oh, well, that's those young unbranded yearlings we hauled into Miles City and sold. You probably wouldn't be very happy about that. We do have a check for you. We held it. It's yours if you can prove they're yours. But that probably, but the law is engineered to not let things like that happen. So anyway.
Yeah, for him.
Mr. Chair, so what did FWP do with the sheep then?
They ended up killing the sheep, but they did give the guy notice, and he said, I'm in another state. I didn't even remember I had any sheep left there. Do what you need to do. But mainly, and I know I'm saying that on public record, I also told Jay I wanted to put FWP, treat them like I would anyone else making a complaint, because I also didn't want the precedent set that if FWP comes across livestock where they're not supposed to be, that once upon a time, Department of Livestock told them they could just shoot them.
Right.
And and they, because how word gets around within game wardens. And it's funny, we had an incident happen up around Butte area, right? Not long after that, and FWP called us. I told Jay, I was like, I wonder how many times they, until now the word is, oh, you better call Department of Livestock and make sure they're okay with you doing this. I wonder how many times that happened we didn't know about, but now we've reset the precedent that, hey, game warden, you better call Department of Livestock before you just decide, well, these animals are not where they're supposed to be. I'm just going to take care of them.
Okay, any more questions on it? Comments? If not, I'm gonna, Mr. Spats was out there and I'm sure he's listening.
Yeah.
There.
There he comes.
Good thing you're not 3 doors down.
That's right.
In the basement.
2 doors down.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Michael Spatz, the Human Resource Officer for the Department of Livestock. Again, I appreciate the time here in the HR landscape of recruitment and personnel. Brief information for you today. We do have some action items on the list there. So there's some requests to hire. So we'll hit those, but just jumping right into the staff openings and recruitment section. We are actively recruiting for that position has gone up to 5 positions. At this point, we've added a milk lab technician to that list. So that's out there posted.
So when you say milk lab, is that in Bozeman?
That's in the Bozeman lab. Yes, correct. Yep. We just had a resignation happen on that end. We had, department had 2 vacated positions, but, and that's turned into 3 just as of last week. That was our milk lab technician that left the department there. But we did hire 2 new people since the last board meeting. We had some internal movement. We had an internal promotion, so we still got that going on in the animal health world. Said that we had 3 vacated positions, and then we have the number of future notices of resignation is 3 at that point. So we had a market supervisor put in their retirement notice, and then a district investigator. Then we have the billings assistant market supervisor has put in their notice coming up. So we'll be.
Oh.
Those are all at the end of the month.
End of the, so year end basically.
26th and 29th are the dates between all of those. So yeah. So we'll have some more recruiting. We'll get that recruitment list will go up. So some staffing highlights, just introducing some of our new folks, but Daniel Sclavi joined the animal health team as a meat inspection supervisor in the southeastern area. He came from a background of compliance and food safety and things like that. So far he's doing good, getting onboarded. Joe Greenall is our internal movement, but it was promoted as a sanitarian to the sanitarian supervisor position in the Meat, Milk and Egg Bureau just recently. And then in that division, we just got the microbiologist veterinarian section head position that we're still recruiting for.
Great.
What is it gonna take in that position? What percent are we gonna have to?
Well, we reposted it with a top end now of 128,000, right?
Top is 142.
That's right, 142. We posted it with a top of 142. We're gonna see what that yields. The actual pay band for that position goes to 169, but 142 is quite a bit above the midpoint, which is usually where we're trying to hire at for positions. But obviously, and I will say we've got Dr. Szymanski's not in here, and she doesn't have to, if she's listening, she doesn't need to run in here. I think there's a similar position open in Laramie at the Wyoming lab, and they've been advertising for 150, and they've been having difficulty getting someone hired. And so we'll see. Well, we're going to try 142 as a top end and see what that yields. And we may, it's like an auction. We may just have to keep raising our bid till somebody takes the bid, right? I don't know.
So the housing still part of that, or?
I think, yes, housing, but also just the market for those types of positions. I mean, what we're looking for is someone that it's a highly skilled position. So we prefer to have someone like Dr. Schwartz Collins, who's in that position before, who was certified as a veterinary not only a DVM, but certified veterinary microbiologist. Somebody maybe who doesn't have that right away, but has the ability to eventually attain that status. And those are just, there's not a lot of those people out there in the world. The universities, the vet schools don't produce a lot of them to start with, and every lab needs one. And so it's just, it's a very supply and demand issue as well. But then you add to it, I think, and we had someone who got an offer on this position once before, actually at a lower rate of pay. And then as typical, they start looking into it and they go, well, and they were from Wisconsin. I think I'll just stay in Wisconsin. It's actually cheaper. It's hard for me to believe that it's cheaper to live in Madison, Wisconsin than it is to live in Bozeman, Montana, but that's where we're at. So the location is part of the issue, but I think supply and demand for those types of skill sets is challenged too. I think the thing we have to think through is, again, salaries, and I'll put that out there, and it's kind of a domino effect. And those of you who've been around state government for a long time, you know that you kick over one domino, well, then another domino probably falls right behind it, because you got to have equity within your organization to a certain degree if people are doing similar work. And so whatever we end up doing on that position may affect more than just that position before we get done. And we have funds and things to deal with it. But it's a good question. I appreciate you asking it, Mr. Richmond. We're hopeful that we'll get someone at the new rate of pay we've posted at. But I do feel it's a little bit at this point. I feel like I'm in an auction, and I'm just going to have to keep raising my bid till someone takes my bid. So
yeah, and just adding on that a little bit, we're again optimistic because we have jobs that we post and we're still getting applications, but this time of year is hard to recruit too. So we're getting ahead with the holiday season, and usually doesn't pick up until after the week after New Year's happens. So we're in the window there too. So.
Talking to our rental manager, he says people don't like to move. They just, he had an opening and we filled it with someone that was probably a little less desirable than normal. But he said, now's the time. If you don't do something now, you're probably going to have it sitting open through the winter. My other comment is, I just talking to people in the Bozeman area. I think that this housing deal maybe is gonna kind of
just leveling.
yeah, because I think they're maybe getting almost where they're overbuilt just a little bit there in the valley, and maybe we will see a little softening of that market so that some people that moving in can afford to live there. It's still an expensive place to live.
And that's why I appreciate the question, because it does allow us to say that, I think that's one part of that equation for that position. But for that position, I think there's also something unique about the type of person we're looking for and trying to hire. And other labs are having difficulty hiring the same type of position that we're struggling with. And I think the other thing is our work, Dr. Szymanski's back in there now. We talked about it a lot, that the type of work that we are able to offer as a strictly agency lab sometimes puts us at a bit of a recruiting disadvantage, because if you have folks out there who are wanting to also do teaching and research, well, we're not a university lab, so we don't, have a lot of that option. It's very much you're in the lab doing lab work all day long. And so that sometimes can be a bit of a detriment, because people who have these types of degrees tend to want to be able to do that. And we've actually, Dr. Szymanski and I have had some conversations about, do we need to have a sit down with, Dean Bourgeois and others about things we can do more collaboratively with the university. I think I had an idea one day where I told Dr. Szymanski that I'd be open to, if we could figure out a collaboration with the university that worked for them, and they were willing to pay 30% of a salary and we'd pay 70% of a salary. And that way we could get the salary up to what people would want. But what we'd have to know is that they'd have to give 30% of their time through extension or whatever for stuff for MSU, or being an adjunct professor for MSU in certain areas. I do think we have to think very creatively about the future there. And then that would help with that if we could offer that and say, well, it's not just a stuck in your hole in the lab all day. There is some other duties that teaching or research that you could be a part of, but that's a conversation that we need to have. And I look around the table at some of these people who have great relationships through Mays with the College of Ag. We probably need to have you at that table too. And we probably need to start having those conversations more seriously here in the next year. My thought.
Yeah, great conversation on that, and heads up, we might continue to talk about this position at future board meetings. So, so if we have, to, we're doing what we can.
Don't be pessimistic.
Yeah.
We're gonna find something.
Yeah, do what we can within policy and budgetary concerns and all that. But
How long has it been open? Has it been?
this would be our third attempt at recruitment. So
It's been Dr. Schwarzkopf left last spring,
April.
April.
I was gonna say 6 months, but it's probably almost 8 months.
And I should point out that, and it's something I'm proud of. It's left us with a vacancy. It's been difficult, but we lost Dr. Schwartz Collins to become assistant director at the Texas A&M lab. So we obviously had a very highly qualified person when they're leaving us for a promotion at Texas A&M. So we did make a good hire on that hire, and we'd like to get somebody like that again.
yeah, it's a big one. And then just we'll have another, due to the internal movement, we'll have a sanitarian position to fill as well. Those can be challenging. So far, we're doing good, but those are very specified skills as well. On the brand side, Wyatt Gaskin joined the Miles City Brands office there on November 24th. So new market inspector there in Miles City. And then recruiting for a market supervisor in the Ramsey area, investigator for District 11, and then we'll have a Billings market assistant supervisor position to fill.
And District 11 is, we always talk in districts, but folks like to know where.
Yeah, so it covers, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so that covers kind of Yellowstone, Muscle Shell, Golden Valley, kind of that area.
So would we have a retirement in that, or?
No, our person who was in that position is leaving us for a position with the State Department of Agriculture, correct? And so, and she had been there for several years in that district. Sean Hando had that district before her, so he got promoted to the Eastern Region supervisor, and then she's been there for several years. So, that area was a hard area to recruit to last time as well, if I remember correctly. In fact, actually, the person we had there was slightly out of district because they lived in Martinsdale, which is not technically in that district. It's about 10 miles out of that district, but that's what we eventually had to be okay with to get that position filled. So we'll hopefully see how that works, but hopefully we got somebody who wants to live in Harlow or somewhere that has been dying to become a district investigator. We hope they're out there.
Perfect.
They're there, we just gotta find them.
Yeah, they're there. We're still doing good on recruitment for us. Yeah, just a couple of those really specific positions. Under the next slide, I guess we can get down to the action items there on some of the requests to hire. The first one is in the Central Services Division. One of our employees that left was our IT support position, so we need to refill that, but it's being requested to when we recruited for that position, I'll go back a little bit. It was a level 2 position, and a decision was made to lower that a bit and see if we can fill that gap of more of that frontline IT work. And now we've learned that we want that higher level, our agency size, and that it's important to have frontline, but you also have to have this upper level knowledge of IT systems. So it's being requested to bring that back up to a level 2 position and then recruit for it that way.
And I'd point out the rest why these are action items, because all 3 of these are positions we're changing from what they were.
Classification
And those are the
and
ones
pay,
we
yeah.
bring to the board,
Correct.
not just refill.
Yes.
And I assume being they're different divisions, we probably need to act on each one separately. With that,
Well, you can do it any way you want to, Mr. Chair. It's up to you.
it's the pleasure of the board.
You did all one.
Okay, all right.
We're going all at once, okay. In Animal Health Division, we have 2 requests, but we have a request to hire a microbiologist position in the lab. this wouldn't be adding an FTE, but it's a position that's sat vacant for some time, and it's currently classified as a program manager position, which is an upper level classification position, but workload needs and busy as the lab is, they've decided that that would be a great option to get another microbiologist out there.
And the encouragement there to tie things together from a previous board meeting is during the federal shutdown, we have the USDA employee who's there. And when he was on his furlough, and we talked about how it was hurting our throughput on brucellosis testing. And so the encouragement to the lab is we shouldn't be reliant on a USDA employee. And if they add to what we do, that's great. But I don't want to be at the mercy of the federal government. What if the federal government comes in one day and cuts that position? We need to make sure if that's the staffing level we need for that section of lab, particularly around brucellosis testing, that we need to do it. And so this is their answer. They found this open position that they had that they want to change to fill that need versus waiting for the legislature and adding an FTE.
Great. Yeah, great insight. And then the other thing I just noted in the slides is that if it was filled as a program manager, we would be spending more money on the budget for pay. So it's actually cost savings hiring a microbiologist. So
It's authority savings.
Yeah, authority. Okay. Yeah.
Because we weren't spending the cash because it wasn't
Yeah.
filled, but it is authority savings.
And that's something that the lab thinks will be helpful out there. And then we have here in the Helena office in the animal health meat, milk, and egg bureau. They have a need to go from again, there's some history with we had positions that when people left we didn't fill, but they were doing certain duties that were administrative and compliance in nature. And during that time, we hired more of a front level administrative assistant type position, and now we see a need to go back to some of that higher level stuff, which would change the classification to what's called a administrative specialist. So so not adding FTE, but just refilling internal hire to fill an open position that we have sitting out there. That would be a higher level admin work that would encompass more of the duties that bureau chief needs done in that bureau. So
For our milk person on the board, don't know this, and I hate to use names, but this is bringing back the duties that Darcy Holm performed. And
Correct.
when she left, we didn't really refill. It's bringing that back. Now that we have some additional budget in the milk program,
Right.
it allows us to bring some things back that we have had to let go of. So
And this will not create another open position if we do the same
correct.
thing?
Yeah, there's not planned to backfill any internal movement if it happens within that bureau. So, and then that one again, just a classification change, but then also slight potential pay increase within the market. So that's what we're looking at.
Okay. All right, I entertain a motion to accept the request to hire.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the request to hire and the changes if necessary.
Okay, we have a second.
I second
All right, discussion. Discussion. Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Right.
Oh, same sign. Motion carried.
Awesome, thank you. And then just, the other HR stuff out there, and I like to say just because people are listening, but the year-end performance evaluations are going on and people are going through them. We had a great midterm evaluations going on there, the check-ins, but our numbers there, we're still about 95% of employees have got their part done. As of this morning, those numbers have changed. So the 10% of managers having that done is now about 39%. And then 10% of the department is actually all the way done through that process. So it looks scary, but that's kind of how we roll, and if people get those done. So we're communicating with those, but
we have till January 31st.
we do have till then.
And then the system shuts off, but the goals were to be, as you can see on Mike's thing, where we want to be by the end of this month is that the employees have all done their self-evaluation. The manager has done their evaluation and shared that back with employees. And then the only thing that should be left for January is the final meeting, if everybody stays on task. But I'm sure we'll be pressing the last few weeks of January to get it done.
Starting the messaging in here and probably following up there. So Yeah, any questions from the board? That's all I had for you today.
Any questions? You were really thorough.
Hey, we just-
You were prepared.
Keep rolling, we're
The
doing.
board is busy. We get you going. Cool. Thank you very much. And
Yeah,
enjoy the
thank you.
holidays. You bet.
All right, now, Simon, legal, also update.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Lindsay Simon, attorney for the Department of Livestock. I don't have much for you today. I did kind of want to take your temperature on interest in a potential litigation that we might initiate. So to do that, I would ask that we go into executive session.
Okay. Like, rather than, so, William, you wanna, take the door in, and, go off.
Yes. Let's stop. I'm gonna pause the recording. We are unmuted, Mr. Chair, and our video is coming on.
Okay, and
And
the
open the
executive
door
session
back.
is closed, so. We're. Everything's good?
Everything's good.
All right. Calling this meeting back to order, and we have a motion to, consider.
Mr. Chair, I move that the department be authorized to proceed with litigation against meat processors that are believed to be unlawfully operating without a license.
Okay, do we have a second? All right, discussion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Is that all you have then?
It was all I have, I think, for legal updates.
Okay, all right, well,
Quiet on the licensing front.
I think we're pretty close on schedule, so we'll take a break and, what do we have? How much break do we have? So,
Well, it says 10:45, but you can come back here. You're about 10 minutes early. Mr.
yeah.
Chair.
So, 10:35 is 15 minutes long enough.
That's plenty.
Okay, we'll break it till 10:35.
Recording is unpaused, and so you're ready to go, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. And our next item on the agenda is the fiscal bureau.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Merry Christmas. Brian Simonson, your Chief Financial Officer. The first thing on the agenda is a discussion about wildlife services funding. So I think Mike's running that one.
Well, I think I'll turn it over. So this agenda item was, requested by Mr. Witchman in his role as our sheep representative through Ms. Michaels in the back of the room who represents the Montana wool growers. And so I may turn it over to them to talk to you about this issue.
This was asked for because at our convention, you all know sheep are the maximum predator animal. Everything like a sheep. Prey animal. So the board decided that we would like to ask to up the per capita funding for wildlife services from the 575 it is and go to 675 is what our ask would be to help with the predator control measures for sheep industry.
Okay. So you want to make a motion?
I would make a motion to increase that 575 to 675.
I'll
In the
second.
next biennium, or try to figure out how to do it right away.
It would be nice to do it right away, but if we can't, we can
We'll figure it out.
figure out how we go forward.
I'll second
Okay, all right, so now discussion. Maybe you would, introduce yourself, I can't see your, name badge, but for the
He's
record
old.
anyway. Yeah, he's way old, please introduce yourself and maybe give us some background, or you're wanting to do that.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Callie Michaels. I'm the Public Affairs Director for the Montana Wool Growers Association. And the request that Mr. Witchman is bringing was brought up by the Montana Wool Growers Association this year at convention. The concern is that the cost of maintaining the equipment for wildlife services and all of their work has been increasing consistently. The amount of funding that's coming in for wildlife services has been steadily decreasing.
No, you say now funding, be specific, what funding?
Collectively, all of their funding sources. So not from Department of Livestock specifically, but they have one pot of money that they have to draw from to do predator control. And so if they are short on funding in one area, then they have to fill in the gaps from other areas of funding. And the funding sources, the total funding sources, have not been keeping pace with inflation. And that's true on the federal side, that's true on the state side. So the costs are eating into the amount of work they're able to do. So they have their expenses and they have their money. And if their money isn't keeping pace with inflation, then the amount of work they're able to do with their funds is decreased proportionate to the inflation eating up all of their money. And that's what's happening, is they're having to cut back on the amount that they're able to do to be able to fund the activities. And obviously Wildlife Services isn't going to be requesting that additional work. It has to come from the producers. So wool growers are coming forward and again, most wool growers producers also have other livestock. So this is not just the sheep industry, it's sheep and cattle producers who are wool growers members bringing this request. And it's affecting both sheep and cattle. And particularly in eastern Montana, because in eastern Montana, the coyotes are the main issue. And with Wildlife Services, they have to prioritize species that are paid out under the Livestock Loss Board because they have to do the investigations. So if all of their budget is being eaten up by doing investigations for wolves and grizzly bears, that's cutting back on the amount of coyote work they're able to do in eastern Montana. And that largely impacts sheep producers. It also greatly impacts cattle producers on the eastern part of the state. But it's felt more on the eastern side because on the western side, the large predators are taking up more of the money. So they're seeing more of the benefit, but on the eastern side, they're feeling more of the impact.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection of Dalen's updates monthly to this board is that they're killing as many coyotes today as they were last year and the year before. I mean, I'm remembering that their take is fairly consistent as year to year. So we need to kill more of them. Is that kind of the?
Coyotes are a unique species. It seems like the more you kill, the more they produce. There's been some studies that they've done that when you thin them out, instead of having 6 pups, they'll have 10 to 12. I mean, it's just, so no matter how many we kill, there's gonna be more, and with the cost of everything going up, insurance, fuel, everything on helicopters, we just, more boots on, not necessarily more boots on the ground, consistent boots on the ground and consistent activities, so.
Well, I've been, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
as you watch it though, we've been adding a lot more large predators. So you take them, we have the black bears in there now, we have mountain lions. And, we weren't doing as much, we were concentrating more with grizzly bears and now we're adding more predators. So, and more of that's on the western side. We're seeing a lot more grizzly bear. You're seeing them. We're seeing them out around Lewistown too. So some of those are the priority items.
But on the wolf side, it seems like their workload on the wolf side is kind of stabilized, hasn't it?
It's up and down.
Yeah, it's so.
He's never.
When wool growers talking to Craig Glazer, the Western District, He said this year's been one of their worst years
For wolf.
for wolves and grizzly bears, he said. And the problem is that they go out to confirm something, and by the time they get there, just a couple pieces of hair and a bone, he said, we're just. But it's the time that they have to go out and do the confirmation and do the investigation that they can't be doing. He said in a couple of his flights, he was going out to investigate one kill and came across two other ones just in the flight that the owner had no idea that those had been killed. But they were able to confirm them, but he said another day and there'd been nothing there, so. A lot, it has to do with the time of investigations that instead of that money going toward control, it's going toward investigation and holding up control versus investigation. Like Alan said, now they have to do black bears, mountain lions, and more investigations.
So the money would come from
Per capita.
per capita fees.
So yeah, I probably should take a step back and for all board members. So there is a statutory appropriation that requires the department to spend a minimum of $350,000 of per capita fee per year towards predator control. The board has decided to make that $575. That's the current. So the minimum $350 before we put in the budget for this biennium was $575. That's consistent with the past couple of budgets. Well, I think we first went to maybe 500 and then went to 575. It's kind of stair stepped up the last couple of years. The purpose of those funds is only for coyote control. I do want to make sure I'm clear in the conversation. Department of Livestock is not allowed to spend per capita on grizzly bear management, those things, because that's FWP's domain. But the money we give is for coyote control, and largely, from my understanding, we pay the helicopter insurance out of that 575, and then the vast majority of it goes to maintenance of those 3 helicopters. And you've heard Dalen talk about how expensive it is to maintain those helicopters when you have to upgrade an engine or change blades. It's not cheap. And I would probably dare say that I don't know if our 575 covers all that maintenance or not. I don't know. And I don't know if they track all that way. But that's the purpose of that funding. And the other sources of funding from the department, it's not really our source of funding, but there's a wolf mitigation fund that is a voluntary fund on the conservation licenses. That is set up to flow through the Department of Livestock, even though it's collected off of FWP's conservation licenses. That money passes through the Department of Livestock to Wildlife Services under a work agreement that has to be specifically for wolf management work. And that, of course, it's on donation, so it can be fluid. And what's it been averaging? 20? Yeah, it's been averaging about 120,000 a year that comes from that. It goes to Wildlife Services. And we do a work plan specifically for that work. And then the other source of funding that was talked about is the Livestock Loss Board, not under our power of control, but the Livestock Loss Board has provisions of money they can spend. So they can spend up to 50% of the leftover claims money, if there is any, in years like the last couple of years where we haven't had a lot of claims. They've actually been able to contribute a little bit more, but there were years where they didn't contribute a whole lot because the whole claims bucket got eat up with the number of claims and reimbursements that they had to do. And there's also a provision for their grant funding, a certain amount of their grant funding that they can also give to Wildlife Services.
That's the same pot of money.
The same pot of money. It's all the same pot of money. Yeah.
Yeah.
So once the claims roll over, they can give up to 50% of that. And that goes up and down. It's not static. Now, the concept behind that money is that's how Livestock Loss Board is conceivably paying for the investigative reports that are being done for the Livestock Loss Board. And so I wouldn't want to confuse those two issues. Those investigative reports that are being done, that's a Livestock Loss Board issue. And nothing wrong with the Board of Livestock deciding if they want to provide more funding and provide some per capita fee that pays for that, because general fund is the source of funds for the Livestock Loss Board. But I kind of want to make sure we separate out all those different programs and purposes. And remember that this statutory appropriation of the per capita fee is about aerial hunting of coyotes. That's what it's largely restricted to,
Yeah.
always has been. And that's how Wildlife Services has used the funds, is to pay for
Yeah.
keeping the helicopters in the air.
Yeah, and it's one of those, they're separate but together. They do everything, but they've got to
Yeah.
kind of, when you take a little bit of time out of here, over here, funds are separate, but you still lose activity in this area, so.
So I guess if we're gonna talk about per capita fees, we probably need to talk about where per capita fees come from and the species. Because that is, as a cattle producer and the cattle rep, if we're gonna spend cattle, per capita fees on cattle control, is it justifiable? And, you know, and we have loss in cattle from pellets, not anything like sheep. I don't know that I've ever lost a calf to a cow, but I've dang sure had a couple of them that had their tails were stripped and you could see bite marks on the hind leg on a new cow, you know, but, so I'm gonna ask another cattle rep. We're short one cattle rep here today, but I'm gonna ask Gary.
Well, that was my first thought is, I mean, we talked about what the ask is. I mean, that next question is where the money's gonna come from. I mean, is it coming out of reserves? Is it coming out of surplus? Are we looking at increase in per capita fees?
And that's
Any of
all,
the above.
yeah, those are future decisions. So we have reserve, I would say, to cover it. The question is, if you want to maintain that reserve level where it is, would that play a part in a future per capita fee increase? Yes, it possibly could. Because it depends. If we begin to spend more per capita than we collect, eventually that fund balance will whittle down. So at some point, it will probably.
We are in that point
And we're in that point now
Yeah.
where we have more obligations.
But not too bad.
For per capita
It'll take
fee
it'll
than
take years.
what is collected. Simply because, well, for one, we're not collecting as much as we collected 4 or 5 years ago. If you look at both cattle and sheep numbers, they're both down 30-40% from where they were 5 years ago. And almost every other species is the same, with the exception of horses, which never change very much, but probably is not accurately represented to begin with. I'll admit that. So that's kind of, so we are in that case if we have more obligations on our per capita fee than we have annual collection, which is why you did a 3% increase, trying to maintain and stretch out that fund balance. And I would say that, while we're in a budgeting conversation, the value of that fund balance is, we don't know what the future holds. I think one of the things that was very difficult for the department was when the brucellosis and DSA first come along. And the department had to spend money on that, but there was no budget for that. And the department was in a situation where they were having to do supplementals, but having to do supplementals against their own cash. And that's one of the many reasons you kind of want to not be down to the bone, right? Because you don't know what's around the corner that we may have to go do $2 million of expenditures on. And it's much easier if we're going to the legislature saying, please give us some of our authority against some of our own money to solve this problem versus we need you to give us $2 million of general fund to solve our problem. That usually doesn't go well. So long story on that, but yes, could it potentially lead to a per capita fee increase down the road? Yeah, if you want to maintain your fund balances where they are, but you do have cash reserves to handle an increase if you want to do that. Those other decisions may be down the road a few years.
So what, do we have the spending authority to put another $100,000 into predator control?
That's what I was told, Brian. I'm not sure if we can do it mid-biennium or if we have to do it with the new budget that we put in for the 2027 legislature.
I think I think we do have the overall authority to do it this year. Now, I look at our carpet and I want to do something there, but it could always wait.
Yeah, it's been waiting for a long time.
A long
Carpet's
time.
been waiting for a long time.
So, I've allowed the sheep representative to speak, and I see we just have someone came from the Montana Life, Montana Stock Growers, and of course, that's more of a cattle organization than sheep, although we have both, but, would you like to introduce yourself and give some comments on, are you, you're familiar with we have a motion on the floor to increase the funding, what, did you have an amount?
100,000.
Yeah, to
100,000
$675 a
additional,
year.
so 670 to go to, so it'd be an additional 100,000 to go to predator coyote control, basically.
For voluntary, right?
It would be per capita fees.
Yes, okay.
So,
Yeah, I'm Ellie Brighton. I'm Government Affairs for the Stock Growers Association. I apologize for being late, but the weather made my walk-in difficult. I'm out of breath. So we are very supportive of wildlife services and supportive of the work they do. Obviously, it's super important to our producers. I think we really appreciate the flexibility that the board has right now to make this decision to, as you guys already are, and we really appreciate already overfunding what you're statutorily required to fund. So I just think we look at this as something that's at your discretion, and we appreciate you guys considering it. And like I said, value the work that Wildlife Services does.
so are you, the cattle industry feels that the service, the coyote control is a vital service
Yes.
to that industry.
Yes.
So I put Eric on the spot, I'm gonna put Ellen on the spot too, as a
Okay, so I'll look at it, I've got, since I'm in the west, but I have family in the east, and they struggle with the coyotes to the degree we would do with the wolves. They'll have them grabbing the calves as they're born, things like that. So they're, and they don't see very many, they don't see the helicopter very often up there. But then I was visiting with George Hammond a while back, and he was talking about it. That's the kind of thing that they run into down there. The problem there is that they can't fly on part of the reservation.
That's exactly, yeah.
But that's what they're seeing.
I personally, I always appreciate when I see the helicopter go up the valley at our place, and it amazes me when I talk to them afterwards, how many coyotes they pick up in our area. When we, you see them and they get pretty brazen at times. I don't know how they know that whether you have a gun or not, but they seem like they do.
I haven't seen a helicopter in our area for a long time either. Mm-hmm. We're just lucky we have a few young men that spend a lot of their days in the wintertime out taking care of things. Because I was in the legislature, I had one of the young men come and said, I said, just hunt coyotes on me. And that he got 18 coyotes on it. And that's just that's not a very big area. Because they'll get to the timber, it's not far from the timber. And if they get to the timber, you aren't getting them.
Well, dairy animals are subject to coyotes too. I think the confinement hog operation maybe, but it's money out of the per capita fees. Everybody's money. So,
believe it or not, last year I was walking in the barn in the morning at 5 a.m. A coyote usually does not eat on a dead carcass, but he got so brazen that he pulled out once he seen me, but I couldn't believe my eyes.
So.
Yeah, I would agree with Alan too. And I know quite a few neighbors in our area really struggle with coyotes, and thankfully there's people around that take care of them for us, but it is a common problem, and I don't see a problem using per capita for it, so.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna oppose it for right now. And not that I'm opposed to the concept, but I guess I'd like to have a little bit better idea of what our reserves are, and do we have a goal as a board of where we want them to be as a percentage of our budget, and what this would do in the long term.
So, would you like to table it, or would you just like to, you're just gonna pose for now, and if it passes, the majority rule?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah.
I think it might.
Recorded up in a hurry.
Yeah. Yeah, and having the legislator here that required that, we probably wouldn't be able to keep going if we lose electricity, huh?
Yeah.
His law does say when possible. It doesn't say-
Oh, is that right?
How does that sound?
Well, at the time, Jay, where's his little hand recorder? Cause that's what he brought in. He was gonna donate it. It only has to be recorded, and that'd be video.
So, I guess, do you have any other comments on funding availability and, what it's gonna do? If we spend that $100,000 on this, what effects are we gonna have in the rest of the budget?
Mr. Chair, I guess for my 2 cents, I would just say over the last 2 years, we've been funding at about a 2 to 3% increase in per capita fee annually. And that's not keeping up with, what I think is probably a 5 to 7% inflationary adjustment for payroll and other things in there. But on the flip side of that, you can't have this reserve that we've got and say that we don't have the means to do it, because we do have the means to do it. But this board, I think, has made a commitment to making sure that those reserves don't necessarily stay where they are, but that they don't disappear overnight. So does $100,000 more a year make it happen faster? It probably accelerates it, 2 or 3 years, 3 or 4 years, something like that, just back of the napkin thinking of it. But that'll be 4 or 5 years from now. And we'll have this, real heartache. And I would say we're still looking at, I think every September, I'm gonna walk in here and ask for something to keep up with inflation. Or mitigate inflation.
Mr. Chair, if I could, is I do think another conversation needs to be had is I hope that, the next time the Livestock Loss Board meets, and Brian and I wear both of those hats. We sit here in this meeting and we also sit in the Livestock Loss Board meeting, but I would hope that through John and Raina, John Samsel, Raina Blackman, the wool growers that are a part of that board, that we'll see a similar conversation happen with them about it. It's a little more difficult with Livestock Loss Board because they may need legislation to sort of set some things up to be able to be a little more consistent with the funding that they're able to give to offset those investigative reports. But I would hope that board will see that board get hit up as well the next time they meet. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
In that light, would we say, all right, we'll contribute portion and the Livestock Loss Board contributing portion? There would be less impact on our reserve then. But that's, that's just problem solving kind of thing, but.
I mean, you can't control what the Livestock
No, I know.
does and what decision they do or they don't make. You could maybe, if you wanted to look at it conditionally and say, you're gonna do X, but if they do something, then that you would come back and reduce what you do. But again, I really think those are two different, and that's why I wanted to point out those different. I think those are two different funding streams for two different purposes. This is about aerial hunting and coyotes. That's what this per capita fee has been usually used for. And the investigative reports for Livestock Loss Board is handled through a different funding source by a different board. But obviously, if one of the impacts on wildlife services is the ability to pay for all these investigative reports has to get done, then the group that requires that should have some skin in the game on that. That's just my belief. So I look at them as two separate issues. I don't think they should be locked together. There's a request here for what the per capita fee portion of the funding should be doing. And I think equally there should be a request being made of Livestock Loss Board of what to do with their general fund and state special revenue. Because it is counterintuitive on the Livestock Loss Board side. I'll mention that the more, it's weird, the more investigative reports wildlife services would have to do means there's more claims, which means there's less money to give to wildlife services. It's an inverse relationship. So you're paying them less at the time they're doing the most work. And so there's something legislatively has to probably be figured out there with that group when that conversation takes place.
I guess my comment that if you're not comfortable with the 100,000, I guess this motion is on the floor, but it's amendable. And if someone would like to change that amount, amend it either up or down, that is an option. The motion is still on the floor and amendments are, would be, considered. So.
Don't see the man in the corner of the room.
Yeah.
My ears are burning.
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to take care of you and we have always so.
Okay.
But is there, okay, no amendments? Well, any more comments?
I guess we've discussed it enough. It's time to
Okay.
vote.
All right, all in favor of the motion. So Greg made a motion. I need to make sure that I'm proper here. Greg made a motion to contribute another 100,000 to wildlife services from per capita fees. The motion was seconded by Alan. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
No.
Okay. Noted. And with that, the motion carried. And now it'll be up to our staff to figure out where the money's gonna come from and when. You know, it's an open-ended motion with no specific time frame.
Right.
So that up to
But
the staff.
here, I'll clarify that. I think I got from the intent of the motion is that if it can be done
Yes,
now, do it now.
yes.
I think I
Good
got-
clarification, but if it can't be, there is no mandate to have it done this. Okay. All right, well, thank you, and you're welcome to come back to our meetings where I always like to see some pretty faces in the back of the room.
You can stay for lunch too. if you can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
Donna serves an excellent lunch.
Jake. And next, Brian, you're back.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, state special revenue report, Mr. Chair, with your permission.
We don't have the tab.
We're on tab 2, page 1. White tab on mine. It's a multicolored one. It may not actually have a number on it. Mine's just. Okay, I'm not gonna have a ton to talk about this time because I'm pretty happy with what we're looking at here on the pages, so. We haven't reported to the board in 2 months, so there's been a lot of revenue and a lot of expenses over that period of time. So what you're looking at here for revenue is 4 to 5 months worth of revenue, somewhere between 33 and 42% of the amount that we anticipate to collect for the year. And like I said, it's been a couple months since we reported. On the brands, I'm going to just kind of stick in column D and the blue section for brands. Everything on the top half of that is expected and normal and not a lot of variances happening there. We're always getting about 4,000 more a month in new grants and transfers just because of the timing of the stair stepping of that 5-year or 10-year transfer of money. So really it's the field inspections and the market inspections that jump out. Field inspections are within a reasonable variance there, down, 13,000, which is significant. And we do have probably a good amount of those all in the systems. When I drop down to market inspections, I'm going to say just the opposite of that. That 165,000 that you see there in column B being short from last year also needs to represent that we have 36 less deposits in the system as of November 30th compared to this time last year. So for us in accounting, this looks like a timing issue. When you talked to Jay earlier, he was he was assuring that the cattle market, in going through the markets looks slightly up.
Yeah, I would say we're fairly steady or.
So with that information and then the disparity in number of deposits compared to last year, I'd say we're a little slow on getting them in, or we're a little fast in getting them in last year, probably is more accurate. So that number should correct itself. I'll be here next month to tell you the whole story, the rest of the story. Per capita fee, not much to report there. We do expect 2025 per capita fee. This is mostly off of offset or collections. We expect that number to be a little higher, given all the Department of rebates happening that happened over there at Department of Revenues. So as they're fond of saying. So that number, those all look pretty normal. Milk inspection is down. We're down 2 or 3 dairies compared to this time last year. So that looks reflective of the current state of affairs in the milk industry. Egg grading.
Wait a minute.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Is now that the general fund money that we got, is there going to be enough? I mean, that's a fairly substantial trend. It's like about 25%.
Yes, sir.
20%.
The 150,000 that we got for the general fund is more than going to cover at this point what our expenses are. Now, if you talk to the milk inspection program people, I think you approved actually a higher in this meeting. So will it be enough 2 years from now? I don't know for sure, but it'll be enough for this biennium. That's for sure.
And also in the structuring, we're trying to share the egg grading assessment. As you know, we don't spend a lot of money on egg grading, but we collect a lot of money, and we have a fee rate that the feds require us to collect, even though it's higher than our cost. So we've been trying to figure out how do we share staff between milk inspection and egg inspection to take some of that pressure off of the milk inspection money and utilize more of the egg grading fees, and as opposed to it just sitting in an account building up. And so, like you saw that position we approved earlier, to kind of get back to that position will not be, when that position was filled at that level previously, it was 100% milk. It's not 100% milk anymore.
Right.
It's actually got meat, milk, and egg funds covered.
When we look at the blue sheet, we'll see, if you were to especially go back and look at the milk inspection one specifically, you'd see that there's, of that new 150,000 in there, they're still looking at, not spending about 70,000 of it. So there's money there right now. Okay, egg grading, that we're short a deposit there, so that'll be a positive number here next time we report. And then the lab, they did this year, over this 2-month period, they did 243,000 in business, which is very healthy for the lab historically. A little down from last year, but well within the variances of that operation. And again, just might be a little bit of timing. So we'll see. Greg's telling us, things look pretty darn similar to last year. So we expect that number to be positive here before too long. And lastly, the voluntary wolf donations are still going strong. Every year over year, they've never been a negative there, month to month on donations. So they're collecting more than they were last year, which is good to go. Okay. Any questions on state special revenue? We're going to move to page 2. There's a 2 on the bottom of this page. It's the blue pages. Essentially, I'm just going to drive down column F there on the right and try to explain some of the bigger numbers that you see there. Overall, if you were to look in the bottom right corner, you'd see we're looking at projecting about $708,000 of excess authority by the end of the year. So half of, or 486,000 of that's in personnel, and 326 is in operations. So we're doing pretty darn well. And that's about where we usually sit in November, December every year. So that I've been here. So all is looking well. But to be more specific, row 1 at 279,000 in salaries. There's a lot of turnover in going on, a lot of it in brands, but really across the department, or vacancies across the department, I should say. So, those veterinary positions, those biologists, they rack up the amount here that you're seeing. And then, of course, there's the 4 meat and poultry inspection vacancies that we got. Well, they're not all vacant at this point, but the new FTEs that we got from the legislature. So they're also contributing to that positive number. Overtime number, you can see there, we're still projecting 81,000 excess authority. I would just say that fall run has hit us pretty hard. So of the 209,000 that we spent nearly 150,000 of it in the last 2 months. So overtime this is the time.
Well, but that goes right along with position openings. So you have a little savings there, but the overtime expenses to backfill.
Yeah, that we've thrown a lot of money at that problem for a few sessions now. So we're capable of handling fall run, I think, as far as overtime is concerned. So, but 150,000 is a lot of money.
Financially, maybe not mentally.
Yeah.
I should say.
I think that's tough on the
employees,
personnel. You see $150,000 worth of overtime going out.
I just don't want our employees thinking we're saying, yeah, they're just we're handling it financially. They may not be mentally handling the.
No, I agree. Okay. So contracts, row 7, 96,000 we're projecting over there. Just FYI, that's over half of what we said 2 months ago, because 2 months ago we weren't seeing a lot of DSA testing, which is mostly where that comes from. But DSA testing has caught up and exceeded what we had been doing last year. So the 96,000 that's there now is mostly a product of the egg and milk control excess authority in those 2 programs, and not coming out of DSA or let's say meat and poultry. So those are kind of historical numbers that aren't going to change. So that's looking normal. Rent is 137, almost 138,000. That's another historical number that resides almost entirely in CSD. And so if you're looking for where that 100,000 is going to come from, there is where the transfer would happen for predator control.
Is that across the whole campus? CSD, is they sticking everybody for that kind of rent increase?
So livestock loss board and milk control are over in the gray house now. It's no longer pink. They pay independent rent there. And then we pay a little bit of lease money at the markets that comes out of brands fees. But the grunge of it is all right here in this building, and that's coming out of per capita.
And we pay what they tell us.
We do charge.
Yeah.
So we do charge milk, or we do charge all the programs an indirect fee of some amount, which contributes to us paying for rent out of per capita fee for the building. It's not a 1-for-1, don't get me wrong. Per capita fees picking up its share and more, but that's how the system is set up, is through indirects for the programs to pay. And you'll see that if you were to look on the blue sheet or the multicolored sheet under per capita fee, you'd see indirect cost recovery and a budget of 455,000. That's coming from the programs.
Well, it says, is CSD sticking everybody, all the other departments on campus for rent increase like that?
Yes, everybody's seeing a rent increase for their facilities.
Yeah, in fact,
30%. What are they doing with all the money? What's CSD doing with all the money? It's like a 30% rent increase across all state government.
it's not 30. I mean,
Ours looks like 30.
Well, it's authority for one thing, and they're not charging us for it. I think historically rent has just been one of those inflationary things that they just, keep pumping over at the Department of Administration. And so it just our authority keeps going, even though our bills aren't really there. So we're projecting 140,000 of not paying of authority that has kind of come to us over history. Does that make sense? So if they're having a 7% inflationary adjustment to rent every session, which it's something like that, I think, we're not really seeing that in our expenses.
Well, they're not, basically what you're saying is they're not charging, they're giving us the authority here, but
at the end of the day,
they're charging us here, even though we have authority to pay more if we needed to.
And now that I've had time to think on this question, The other real component of rent that is in here and isn't half, but most of the other component, a large component, I should get that number, is gonna be in vehicles. So all the meat and poultry folks, all the brands folks, they're all paying motor pool for police vehicles, and that's coming out of
And that
rent.
falls in the rent category because we don't have a separate code for it.
Yeah.
However, I think to Mr. Moore's question, what I'd say is to, take another crack at what Brian explained is that, so if the legislature decides on a 6% inflationary increase, that authority gets a 6% inflationary increase. But if the actual real rates from Department of Administration only go up 2%, we end up spending less than what the authority is. But
I would say in vehicles and rent, that's happened over a decade.
But for our government budget wonks around the table, that tells you there's some ripe opportunity for lowering of authority to right size it to the expenses. And that would actually yield a smaller state budget.
But if once we get that authority, and the actual expenses, once we get that authority up here and we get a 6% increase, that gap, they're gonna climb together, basically. So until they adjust that, we're always gonna have excess authority.
Yeah, I'd say every year, or every biennium, the authority is a little bit more, incrementally a little bit more than what we're spending.
Well, you take 6% of
The
$5
gap's
and 6% of $7, you're gonna end up with more dollars on the 7.
Welcome to state government.
Yeah.
Thank you. Try to work on it. We can't get there.
I assume on account 62,500, we can break down motor pool expenses versus
Yes, sir.
rent. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's something we ought to be able to look at separately.
I'll
if we
get
want
that
to,
for
I
you.
think.
That sounds like a good idea. Motor pool versus.
Now, Eric, we used to purchase the vehicle,
That's one of the things that's.
and that was here in the last, since we've been on the board, we've changed
Yeah,
that.
we started about 10 years ago and we started moving, as we retired vehicles, we would replace them with leases. And the concept behind that is that when the department owned vehicles, the department was not very good at cycling those vehicles out. And we would have vehicles out there that would have 350, 400,000 miles on them. We had my predecessors at the department, Brian's predecessors at the department, made decisions like putting new transmissions in vehicles that had 350,000 miles on the engine. It was not very smart decisions. And so we felt by moving to a lease situation, then we know we're going to cycle those vehicles out and we know we're going to keep the fleet current, able to be on the road, and make sure that our staff are in safe vehicles. And it's also better because if you don't advertise out, you do this in your own business. If you don't account for, you own a bunch of trucks and you don't account for replacing them, you have a capital problem. And so this kind of forces us to stay on a capital replacement program. And I know that many people have tried to advocate to me why owning is better than leasing, but I think for our purposes, leasing is the better way to go. So that also has driven this rent number way up because there was a time where we didn't lease hardly any vehicles. We owned all of our own vehicles, but some of them were from the 1970s. I'll admit that.
Essentially, just to elaborate on this, the easiest way to subtract out rent from the physical space rent versus the motor pool, all that physical space rent is essentially in CSD's budget, and we don't really have too many vehicles, one vehicle maybe. But I think it's our own vehicle. But all the other rent that you see in meat and poultry and brands, that is all motor pool because they're not paying physical rent out of it. So we have $1 million rent budget and we have 500,000 if you split it up between meat and poultry and brands.
So you're telling me if we went through each one of these pages individually, we'd see that?
Yeah, if you just subtract CSD's rent from the total, you're there.
No, we don't want to do that.
I'm not sure what you're showing me here though.
This year's building, this Scott Howard. No, I have, and that'd be a place
For the whole year.
Well, no, just year to date.
Year to date, yeah, okay. Yeah, I like my way better. It's simpler.
So who owns that Scott Hart building here?
Well, the Department of Administration, runs a general services department. That's who we pay the rent to.
But it is state owned.
The state, yes, absolutely, yes. Yeah. There are buildings out that they're leasing, but they're not leasing, Scott Hart. It's on the campus. They own it. Okay, I'll still get to a better breakdown on that. Where am I at? Repair and maintenance, 62.7 and other expenses 628. Even though they look about 50,000 in different directions, we expect both those to flatten out over the next coming months. We're having some indirects in the 628s. And then the repair and maintenance, I think that's just more money spent last year quicker than this year on vehicles. So those will average out. Going down the line here still, you see a negative 78,000 in claims, depreciation and remediation. Essentially, with Livestock Loss Board included in this decision making, we've decided, or we're moving all of the excess general authority that really is essentially coming out of personnel costs, because we didn't hire Leslie until late October. So there's about 50,000 in there, and there's some operational dollars just to make up the difference of the 78,000. We're going to put that into claims through a budget amendment. So instead of 150,000 out of Livestock Loss Board, you'll see we're expecting to spend 228,000 out of general fund for claims. So that's
getting back to this repairs and maintenance. You said repairs on vehicles. So even though we lease them, we're still responsible for any repairs, or?
So snow tires, all the lights, all the labeling, all the radios, all of that stuff, all the refrigerator stuff, that's all not in the lease. Yeah.
Because
we really do a number on those vehicles.
Well, yeah, and that explains it. But I mean, you lease a vehicle, you're not responsible to take care of it.
Right.
All the day-to-day maintenance.
Yeah, I think we still pay for everything.
And I should have mentioned that was one of the other
no free
values
lunch
to going to a leased fleet, is that when you got a state motor pool lease, it has to make an appearance at a state shop to get oil changed and all those things, because they want to maintain the integrity of the vehicle. So I think we take better care of our vehicles than we did when we had old vehicles.
They don't go several years with unreported accidents.
But that's all part, yeah. That or my favorite was having a truck return that had no tailgate, and where's the tailgate? And it's somewhere between Baker and Billings. I don't know. Been on for a while. And so we had a lot of things like that. That doesn't happen, because when you go to the state shop, they're also checking for scratches and nicks. And so we do, I think, take better care of those lease vehicles. But to your point, Mr. Chair, that type of general maintenance is covered, but what I would term an aftermarket, where if we need to put snow tires on, that's what you'll see there. As he said, all the law enforcement vehicles, all those light packages and radios and all the things that we outfit them with, that's things we have to pay for out of our own pocket.
Yes, sir. Also, just FYI, in repair and maintenance, there's also going to be things, for sure. The lab is spending a lot of money on preventive maintenance for all that equipment down there. So that's also a big chunk of what's in that category.
So, yeah.
Okay. Just budgeted funds, row 26 and down. There's some big numbers there. I'll just jump out. General fund, you see in 223,000 there. 55,000 of that's coming out of milk inspection. So we're not projecting to spend 55,000 of the 150 that we got for milk inspection. And then the rest of it mostly is coming out of meat poultry inspection. Because essentially we're not filling all 4 of those FTEs. So there's some excess authority there. Let's see, what's next? Per capita fee, 311,000, 145 we've talked about on rent is in CSD. Animal health's got about 56,000 excess authority in there, and then brands mostly due to vacancies, and that's got about 100,000 also. So that's what's contributing to that number being so positive.
But you may have just spent 100,000 of it this morning. So
That's right.
it won't be as positive, maybe.
79,000 for milk inspection. So there again, add that to the 55,000 above. That's what we have excess authority, not necessarily cash. That's for sure. But that's what's sitting in milk inspection for a positive. Other than that, the lab, 36,000 negative is, that's a vast improvement over last year. And essentially, I think what's happening is that last year's supply purchases are catching up to this year. We're a little earlier purchasing supplies than we did last year. So those numbers are starting to flatten out. So that's a good sign for the lab. And again, 708,000, we're doing pretty darn good for this time of year. That's my projection report.
Question?
Okay, I'm gonna shift to page 12, the brown sheets. I don't have a lot to talk about here. Essentially, we've talked about most of it in the blue sheets. There are some bigger numbers here. So last time I reported, we were ahead of payroll. This time everything is pretty much evened out. So you're seeing in that first row there, column E, we're 68. We spent 68, almost 69,000 less in salaries this year than we did last year. Again, as we said, that's mostly about vacancies, and then there were some substantive payouts last year. So it's more about vacancies and payouts than anything else there. So that'll correct itself as the year goes on. Because we did get, pay increases that number should be negative, or should be a positive number when you're looking at it at the end of the year for sure. Just going down there, contracts is the only other big number that I'd highlight. And again, that's a vast improvement let's see. So we spent 133,000 more than we did last year, but that's because we're doing 133,000 more worth of DSA testing. So it's a good thing. But that's what's occurring there. And all of that happened in the last 2 months as far as the budget's concerned. All the rest of the issues here are mostly a timing issue, and I would suspect all those $20,000 to $30,000 changes will flatten out as we progress through the year. Yeah. That's my report on that. You can see down at the bottom, Evan's got personnel services budget, 36% expended with 38% of the payroll complete. So we're ahead there. And operations are 36 expended with 34% of the budget year lapsed. So we're a little bit behind there, but usually that just is a matter of being a little bit more upfront in our spending. That corrects itself mid-year. The next page, just real quickly, there isn't any new budget amendments or grants or statutory appropriation or House Bill 10 money coming in the door, but we have spent some in the last 2 months. And so I was just going to highlight, I'm in column C. I'm going to be down here in like row 29, livestock loss reduction. So we cut a check for 95,000 to send to Wildlife Services. That whole transaction transpired in the last 2 months. So that 311,439, that's the grant money and the money for that was left, the 50% that Mike was talking about earlier. We gave Livestock Loss Board voted to do 95,000, which was the max that they could do. Per capita fee, we spent another 62,000 of that 75,000 you see there. That's animal health software, other database management projects that we've got going on. Down on row 38, ARPA money. We spent 190,000 there in the last 2 months on equipment for the lab. And then the next one down, that 102,000, we spent about half of that over the last period. And I think that's mostly going for like group testing supplies and that kind of thing. So yes, Mr. Chair, that is my report.
Okay. Any questions?
I do on that budgeted funds, because it got asked about yesterday during the interim budget committee at the legislature. Road 32 there, you'll see $863,048 of one-time only per capita fee that we've moved into the budget. And those were funds that were secured for helping move the lab. So,
PPP.
yeah, so we had put that in, and so we have those funds to help pay for the expenses of getting lab moved over. So, so it's a big number that's sitting there with nothing spent, but when we start moving the lab, and it's biennial, so it can carry over to the next year, but you'll start seeing expenditures there. And the committee had forgotten what they did there, and so I had to remind them yesterday that that's how we're gonna pay for the actual physical move of the lab, is that funding.
There's some equipment and that in there also, but yes, that's where it's gonna come out of for sure.
That money came as general fund or?
It's per capita.
Per capita. It is
Yeah.
per capita fee?
Yeah, that's how we requested it in the EPP process.
We're still getting off easy because we had initially planned on spending about $5 million per capita fee up
And do some
front
debt
on,
finance.
on building the lab to do, because we were gonna bond it. So we're still plus on what we thought we'd have to do there, thanks to
Big
how
time.
things rolled out in the 2021 session.
Yes.
So,
Big time. One thing that COVID did for this fund.
I'll turn it over to Dalen.
All right.
No good. Okay, very good. Dalen Tidwell, State Director for USDA Wildlife Services. Mr. Chair, members of the board, good to see you, everyone. I have just a few, I guess, status of updates of where we are right now as a program that as you all kind of over time are aware, this is kind of our slow tail off of the hunting season. Everything's kind of been down on the low, but the bears are starting to sleep, and so we're kind of in, as far as full on numbers, probably nothing too impressive they tell you in this type of a situation. We have given you the updated fiscal year 25 numbers. So we're basically gearing up right now at this point to start our next flying season and our busy time. But for specifics to kind of where we are in our hiring, as we've talked, the Glen Dive position has been there needing to be filled, and we've had to re-announce it twice now, and we finally have found a qualified applicant and is excited to get to work out there. We're in that hiring process now, so we will have that position filled, which is, it's a huge plus. As far as vacant positions, that fills all our full-time specialists on the ground. We still have our seasonal, non-lethal range rider positions yet to be filled. And I'll add this one going forward. This one hurts me to say out loud, of course, but Ann Peters has decided to retire. And so this is going to be a huge hole in our operation, our just the precise, solid trust that we have with Ann is going to be missed. And so we're unfortunately in a position now, though, because the budget analyst is what the title of her job, but as we all know, it covers everything, program manager, and from procurement to fleet to every aspect of the program. She had 49 years of federal service in for previously Forest Service, and then for us, just over 20 years with Wildlife Services. So greatly missed. And in a normal year, that would be terrible. But in a situation we're in now, we are still under a hiring freeze for all our admin staff. And so we were able to push through our mission critical, our biologists, our pilots, and, you know, we know how that went, and we got there. But right now, for some reason, that the admin are not cleared to be hired. And so we're across the nation, we're in state offices without any budget staff at all, or any staff whatsoever. So we're going to be in kind of a weird spot for a while. It's going to be me. I've got one other data tech that she's picking up fleet and property and I mean ordering trucks. I mean all aspects of the program is going to be falling right on me and then her to help. And I've got some awesome supervisors that I think I'm going to shift a lot of my direct supervisory duties to them, while I can focus on Ann's job and keeping up with that, because we also, work directly with the stock growers and the wool growers, and it's a huge task that's ahead of me. But Ann's awesome. She got it all written out in notes and what to do when and how and where to look, and so I don't foresee us tripping up at all and having any concerns. But it's going to be kind of a long road to go here for a bit. So that's a concern.
So do you see any light at the end of the tunnel on this hiring freeze, or?
I would hope. I think it's just catching up to the national awareness of how to manage programs and what's required. With that said, they did announce some state director positions in these. I think there's 4 states that didn't have any leadership at all, and that's where they can start, and then they can hire some admin staff to support. So the fact that they acknowledge that the programs need to continue with at least some leadership to hire, I think is breaking that ceiling to get there. So, and that's just, I keep getting, no news, don't count on anything kind of responses, but that's any indication is at least they're acknowledging that there needs to be some staff to function. So so that's kind of a good thing. I congratulate Ann and her amazing loyalty and dedication to our program. It's been amazing. For those of you who have ever worked with her, she is amazing. With hiring, we're almost whole as a functioning group, but and I was actually asked to kind of be prepared for any sort of questions that might come concerning budget, and I never make it a point to come into these meetings and explain the woes of not enough money and these things, because that's just how we work. We always back into the numbers. We're given X amount of money and dollars to make the best of and to go and to produce a service, and everybody pitches in. This is a membership. This is a pay to play. Everybody's involved in this, and so everybody has their part in making the whole program run as a service, as a function that everybody benefits from that service through the contributions. And so I do have some answers possibly to any questions that may have come up that would support or explain reasonings where the position we're in. I can kind of just give you now recognize, and I kind of purposely do this. I try not to elaborate on the rest of our program because we've got disease and pigeon removal and beaver projects and airport projects and every other component that works with wildlife damage management. And the budget you all are concerned with is very specific and narrow to the helicopters expense, maintenance, fuel, and salary for pilots. I mean, that's really the narrow component that you are handling directly. But to give you kind of that bigger perspective of the overall expense, we've got the cooperators that contribute their funds, and the federal money that comes in, and the overall budget. Our federal money has been basically flatlined for years, and as to point it right at it is our expenses are following inflation, and I don't need to tell you all where that falls out, but I can give to you numbers on what it is exactly, and a good metric for us where this is where I have to kind of say why one thing matters to the other, because your fuel costs have gone up and your maintenance costs have gone up, say you all, I mean, your ownership of that funding component. But it's contributing to the costs that these other cooperators would also have to pay. And so they, as a combined program, the shortage falls out in other places. That is, I don't know if I explained that right, but where, say the maintenance has gone up, where we can then have less available funds, federal funds, to contribute to salary and benefits and truck and fleet rental and those sorts of things. So it kind of backs us into a corner with the costs in one area affecting others. So to kind of just demonstrate kind of where we're at with the numbers inflation wise, since 2017, our average specialist cost, our trapper on the ground, was about $77,000. That's a full package truck, vehicle, the whole thing to get them on the ground. And now in 2025, it's $94,000 just to keep staff. And that's where we have to start. I mean, we can fly more hours with more. That's why I always say we can do more with more, but there's some things that I have to cover. I have to cover the staff expenses and the fleet and these things that we are even established without going back the other direction and furloughing. So there's 122% just in the last 9 years. And speaking of motor pool, and everything you described is my world too. The owned versus lease. We pay for our own tires as well, our own windshields and everything. And we have the privilege of paying them just to have the truck. You know, we cover all the expenses. And then if they do ding a tailgate, it's $1,500 for a ding. They charge back at the end of the deal. But with that said, being able to budget and know what your expenses are going to be ahead of time, and having a new vehicle, it pencils out right in a scenario where we have to back into numbers to start with, a fixed budget. But so to my point there, motor pool just in 2017 was 2006. Excuse me, $206,000, and now today's expense is $311,000, so 151% increase. And these are the things we just got to have. I mean, everything costs more. So total, you're looking at like 143% just within the last 9 years, and that's just the value of the dollar and what we can get for our dollar. And arguably, everything else has kind of been pretty flat. I can speak more now directly to the maintenance part as well. Our helicopter increase pre-COVID is kind of what our maintenance mechanic was explaining, but so that puts you about 2018 or so. An overhaul on a turbine, which I mentioned to you before, we're getting ahead of the curve because we know there's coming increases yet in January, but $110,000 for that overhaul. That buys you 1,750 hours of time before the next 3 and 4 wheels need to be replaced. But 110 then, and now we're squeaking in at the end of the year at 185,000 is what it's going to cost us. Next year, it's looking more like 225,000 for an overhaul. So I don't know. I mean, the drive shafts have gone a $25,000 drive shaft is now $38,000. Just the same part, same everything, you know. So I mean, I know I'm speaking to your knowledge, but it's expensive, just in general terms. Not just helicopter parts, but it's a whole nother world of where their expenses. MD, Bell, across the board, Rolls-Royce have all are telling us between a 6% on Bell parts and then the 25% increase in January. So, but they're trending the same as, unfortunately, a hamburger down the street. You know, it's the increases there. So I just present that to you with the knowledge of that's what our expenses are. We always back into the numbers we work with what we have and stretch it as far as we can. Pilots, I've been able to keep you 6 pilots for the price of 3.5. Because I've got 2 of them that are dual rated and can jump in either one, or otherwise I'd have to pay a full another $150,000 each to be able to function. So we're doing our best to make that work. We stretch our dollars. We haven't quite got to replacing transmissions at 350,000, but that's not unheard of. We try our best to stay ahead of stuff, but at the same time, we're very aware of where the funds come from. It's a cooperative program. We know it's our money, in action. And so we do good work with that. I know I kind of went on, but just to give you a snapshot of these are real numbers. And I know as an overall program, it's everybody contributes, but the service is given everywhere. So.
And the federal funding is.
I actually just quickly asked about that. In 24, I think we got like 38,000 more. 38,000 in 24. Prior to that, as you mentioned, the years of increase has been a few thousand, less than about $4,000 a year off our base. Now, when someday maybe we can dive into all the other cooperators and what it makes to make a program. But that's I guess that's actually a good point, is to make up the difference. We've had to diversify our efforts. We've got guys that are doing plague management, that are picking up these pigeon projects and basically trying to cover our budget through other services and other funding mechanisms. Our disease program, avian influenza, we've got our guys working on that. Where we can, move some of that ferret line, obviously, little pieces everywhere that we're able to go after to keep our budget whole so that we can keep the service available to everybody.
So if you're getting those pieces, that usually means we have a problem. So we'd rather probably not get those pieces.
Yeah.
True. And it diverts our time too. That's exactly right.
Well, and I just want to publicly acknowledge the work that you did to help us with that fine situation on the Milk River. For anybody that didn't know, you guys went over and picked up traps in North Dakota and brought them over and helped set them up and helped through the whole process, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, certainly. In fact, we just ran the numbers through the contact that we talked about in the national program. They want to know how much it cost them, and we were just over $13,000 that they were able to cover for us for that operation during the shutdown. I mean, as you recall.
Yeah.
That was
the other thing.
one time when most weren't working, and we figured out a way to work. So, it's about 13,000 or so, but that was in addition to our 35. I ensured that was the deal that was made, is they weren't going to cut into our existing 35 that we have for surveillance and emergency response. It's just, at the time, that 35 was tied to appropriated funds, which was not accessible. So anyway, they were good.
The thing that I think about it is the end product that we ended up with. We got some good PR out of that. We got some understanding of feral swine that was positive, I think. And the other thing, what happened to the hogs that we were trapped and, went to the school lunch program. And I mean, it's just the whole scenario with, if we'd had to go over there and get the traps, it would have cost this department more. And it's just, the collaboration was really good. And the end result, you couldn't ask for any better end result in my world with the PR that.
Yeah. Mr. Perry, it's how it was supposed to work. We've kind of always had the tabletop exercise on, what ifs and, who do you call, and all the collaborators were all there. All the players were in place, and it functioned right. It was a good exercise, good work, overall. So I came to another point too, even with our aviation program, having, cooperative shared dollars in this program, for every dollar that's being supported through the maintenance and the fuel, that reduces the expense for those, contributing otherwise, through cattle petitions and sheep petitions and whatnot, to be able to afford it. Because the going rate right now is about $1,200 an hour for a helicopter to show up. And right now, we bill about $675 is what it is for the full hourly hobs. Now recognize that we don't bill and then get the money and then spend. We have got expenditures, and so that dollar amount is how it falls out at the end. This is how much it costs us, and we average about $675 that we would need to recover from cooperators in that overall cost. And then our flat rate is another mechanism that might be worth noted, that where you all have a direct bill through the MOU and our work with the helicopters directly. We're able to take those funds, go straight to the maintenance. And this gets into the government processes and systems of, well, always on a federal fiscal year where use it or lose it situations where we can't bank money normally. They are able to, through a flat rate, an account, allow us to bill that rate or recover those expenses, recoup those expenses and put it in a flat rate account. But they set limits. We can only charge $500 an hour in order to maintain for maintenance specifically. And the idea is these $185,000, we don't have $185,000 in a 1 year cycle, but yet we're able to put that in a flat rate account. So, which is built enough to be able to cover these expenses. So, over the years. So just be aware that your one account is contributing to that maintenance. And then when we bill the stock growers, that 150 goes into a flat rate account, which goes for the maintenance. And then everything else falls out in fuel and gunner and ammunition and whatnot. So, just the kind of an insight where your money's going, I guess is what I wanted to demonstrate today. Sounds like you've already had a decision on where you're at, but just to open it up for questions, if there's any more clarification, I can tell you where and what the money gets used for and how it benefits the overall program. I'm open to any question.
The one comment that came up in our discussion before we passed with the bill or the motion to increase our funding for you guys was the time that your agency is using to investigate all of the animals for the live that qualify for the livestock loss, and how can you maybe be a little more specific as to what you're seeing on workload on that part of your.
As far as trends on the investigations.
I mean, of course, we added black bears.
Yeah. Yep.
The legislature did last year, so that you're investigating maybe a few more, but they were you probably investigated them before and just decided it was a black bear instead of a grizzly or something, so you couldn't pay. Was there a change associated with that?
I can just briefly reference the IRs and kind of some trends here. To meet that question directly, Mr. Chair, I can also tie it back into the funding mechanism too, and how appreciative of the Livestock Loss Board's contributions to this service, this program, because we have to show up regardless of whether there's money there or not. And so if the money's not there from the Livestock Loss Board to support those actions, our predator management, our federal money would have to cover it, or somebody's going to have to cover us to get there. And so by those expenses being covered, that allows us to do more of other things, fly more hours, do more coyote work, or, more wolf work. If we don't have enough wolf money, I mean, we still have to go and do. And so any funding that can support a specific action like IRs relieves the pressure off the rest of our program so we can continue to do more with more. So on the fund, that's the funding component, but across the board on trends, in front of me here, I can kind of just give you a quick trend. You asked about the black bear. So somewhat surprisingly, but I kind of predicted this, but before any black bear call, we got the call because they're concerned. They either didn't know what caused it. or they wanted it to stop, right? And we still, through the MOU and the authority of Fish, Wildlife and Parks, are able to go catch and kill a black bear that's causing damage. And so we were involved in it all along. So the funding component to it, I think, is just, it didn't change, I guess is my quick answer, is it didn't change. I mean, we went from fiscal year 21, we'll go back that far, it's 26 investigations, and the next year was 30, high of 45 and in 1 year of 23 there, then went down to 25, and then this last year was only 22. So it actually went down this last year. And that's all, you know, there's so many variables involved with wildlife. We may have solved some of the damages last year that are not there this year. And, you know, there's preventative. In our world, it's not preventative, it's just stopping the next one, right? we if we don't stop this one, there's going to be more. And so we see that as a way of success, that by showing up, solving the problem, helps everybody else in the next. So it didn't trend off the charts at all. If you are curious, our wolves, just kind of that same time period back to 2020, I have it as 105 investigations, 98, 88, 58. It was kind of a weird low year. Back up to 80, and then again 82 this last year. So the business is normal. Grizzlies back let's see here. Yeah, we'll go 5 years. 181, 137, 112, 149, and 133 is the number of calls, investigations. And then Mountain Lions, 53, 47, 35, 49, 27. Again, there's a lot of variability in what causes it, the weather, where the livestock are located. I mean, there's just a lot to try to pick out why. But it kind of just gives you the standard trend and the workload that we're under. So,
but like you said, in all of the predators other than one, you're able to eliminate future problems.
Or in response, unfortunately, as a program, other than coyotes, we respond to active damage.
Yeah.
We can't proactively.
No, but what my point is, you can, if there's a bad actor,
actually do something about it.
You can do something about that bad actor other than with apex predator.
Correct. Yeah. And even that, I do have to give good cooperation to U.S. Fish and Wildlife. After we go through every step of the investigation, all the circumstances and what their expectations are, and they've been really good to work with. I got to hand it to them. They understand it. They trust us that when we come to them and explain the circumstances, when we tell them now we got too many bears, we can't catch the right one. They trust us. They know that that's the situation. But then they also recognize when we do say, yeah, this is your chance to stop this from happening again, that they're good to work with us and work through their authority to allow us to do the work.
Yeah.
So.
A lot less return.
Yeah.
From displaced bears that come back.
Correct. Yes, and more involved if we want to bring up the FTE labor expense of where we put a lot of our time that's drawing away from other work. It's pretty heavy laden to go through those processes of trying to solve one bear grizzly problem versus the time it consumed of our efforts is kind of directed there. But anyway, with that said, yeah, the trends are good, normal. We're very appreciative of the acknowledgement of the work we do, and even in passing this funding mechanism, it'll be good to put to good use, and overall though, like I say, we back into the numbers we have and make it the best for everybody.
Okay. Well, thank you, David. And
I'll jump in again.
Yeah.
okay.
I don't put the agenda together, so, this back and forth thing. Mr. Chair, Brian Simonson, I'm gonna give you the Livestock Loss Board synopsis here. Just on the, what's written here on the agenda items that Leslie wrote down, Livestock Loss Board process 7, I'm sorry, I need my glasses now. Has paid livestock loss claims to 7 producers for 10 losses. There we go, now I can see. And then the Livestock Loss Board met November 20th and approved the new grant cycle. So the livestock, we're figuring somewhere around $380,000 available for prevention grants. That grant cycle is open now and will close January 30th, and the board will meet at the end of February sometime to award the 2026 grant cycle. And they also proposed, so we may see, it kind of depends on how the grants go and how much money we spend, whether or not they open up a second grant cycle. So they are prepared to do 2 grant cycles a year. So that's a little bit of a change. But we'll see how this one rolls out. It's a little short notice from what we really wanted, and next year we'll give them some more notice. But we're still, through some growing pains there. The next part of this is Leslie came on board right before, I think, the previous board meeting for the Board of Livestock. And so you're seeing for the first time Leslie's revamped depredation statistics in that. And so she's going visual. And so you get 2 pages of maps, and essentially as you go down the pages, you get more detail as you go. So the first page gives you an overview of all depredation by county. The next one breaks that map out by species. So if you're interested in just grizzlies or wolves, you can see where that's happening. The next page, you used to get this at the bottom of the report that you had before, but basically total depredation by predator and by species. So combining all the data there. And then she's giving you a trend line over the last 5 years. So that's a new addition. And then you kind of recognize the very last page, which is the detail by county, species and predator. So if you really want to know what's happening in Beaverhead County with wolves, you can find it here. So just more information and easier to digest, I think those maps are. I think she's got some good feedback from both the board and members of Wool Growers. And she did go to that convention, and she's a regular at Wool Growers. So yeah, very good. Glad to have her.
Questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Mike, I asked you about vet bills. Did you have a chance to?
We talked about that, and we've got to dive in that language. We think there could be a case to be made there. Now, I thought the language regarding vet bills was in the grant portion, so that you could apply for a grant to pay for vet bills for guard dogs, not a loss claim for vet bills for an injured guard dog. But Brian, when I brought it up with him, he said he had read some language and he thought
it's pretty small, like half a sentence in there that might be what you're looking at.
So he did substantiate that it's something we should look at more. Because I'm not to be dismissive, but I thought I'd remember that only being applicable to the grants, not the claims.
And I'm pretty sure, just a recollection of having gone through a bunch of board minutes in the transition period, that the Livestock Loss Board had rejected doing injuries. I don't know how to say it exactly, but that doesn't mean they were reading the statute.
Yes, paying
exactly
for
right.
injured livestock.
Yeah,
versus livestock or dogs.
Dead. Yeah.
Santa
You better
Claus
answer.
or something.
I know, it's like, is there a reindeer here?
Okay. You have any questions?
That's fine.
All right. Then we will break for lunch, and what do we have? Have here, we have an hour.
Yeah, back at one.
All right, yeah, let's just-
45 minutes.
Okay, well, then we'll just reconvene at 1 o'clock.
And here goes the recording.
Okay, we're good.
We're good.
Meeting back to order. And the next item on the agenda is meat, milk and egg. Ms. Love is ready and let's get her going.
All right.
Introduce yourself, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Alicia Love, Meat, Milk and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. I've only got one thing for you this afternoon. We passed our recheck for our milk BTU. The rating officer that came out.
There's some chairs on the side here. If you want, we can move some coats.
I can move some.
Sorry.
Just put out the part, all right.
Actually, can I just interrupt for one moment, board? We're trying to get some people out of town with the weather. This is Dr. Kelsey Martin. We just wanted an opportunity to introduce her
Oh, okay,
before we move everybody around to sit.
all right.
Because she's just gonna introduce and then step out.
Well, maybe you could come up and, yeah, there's another chair here at the end.
Yeah, I can sit.
Well, there's one right here in the corner. Yep.
Okay.
Right, yeah. I don't bite too hard.
Introduce yourself if you would, and then give us a little background.
Yeah, my name's Kelsey Martin. So I just joined 3 weeks ago now, and I am based in Bozeman area, came from private practice in the Bozeman area, large animal practice, grew up ranching in eastern Colorado. Prior to coming to Bozeman about 4 years ago, I did a variety of training experiences, mostly related to large animal medicine and surgery, and then did additional background in epidemiology type of work, investigating a bacterial disease, Mycoplasma bovis. So that's kind of short and sweet, and I'm excited to meet everyone here and be part of the team.
Specifically, what is your position?
So I'm considered a program veterinarian, so I'll be additional support to managing all the reportable disease programs for Animal Health Bureau and a variety of other kind of responsibilities as they come up, ADT, alternative livestock. We're still kind of feeling out shared responsibilities, but mostly just continued support to animal health across the state.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure being here.
Anybody else have any questions or comments?
Sorry for interjecting,
Well-
disrupting.
Well, that's fine. We understand and we're happy to do that and let you, if you wanted to get on the road, we will
Yep.
let you get going.
No, I appreciate it. All right. Well, you
All
guys
right.
have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Alicia, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. We're good.
All right, we'll let you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so our re-rating showed considerable improvement in sanitation violations. There's still a little room for improvement on water supply protection, but I think at this point, the industry is aware of it. Now it's just working with our sanitarians to get these changes approved. It sounds like having some of the industry representation in the field with us really helped impress upon these establishments how important these changes are. So I think going forward, we're going to continue to see improvement in these establishments, and with us hiring a sanitarian supervisor, he's been tasked to see through this kind of enforcement SOP that we've been working on, just to kind of streamline our processes and make sure that we're really communicating effectively between the office and the team when issues arise. But overall, just really robust improvement was noted. And there was a lot of gratitude from the rating officer of how much better things looked. So we're going to keep at it, keep chipping away at it, but for the time being, we're looking good. So I'll take any questions that you have.
Yeah, I guess the one comment and question, I would like you to comment on it, but I understand that Ranchland has changed hands. I hear that rumor. I don't know that it's substantiated, but that's the rumor I'm hearing. When, whether it's true or not, I guess my question is, you know, this board, if there's a change of ownership auction market, we're involved, but we're not involved in the change in ownership in a packing facility, and I don't believe that we should be necessarily, but maybe you could just talk about what the process is with the change of ownership of a processing facility.
So Mr. Chairman, kind of pivoting into the meat world, they would have to apply for a grant of inspection if it's complete change of ownership. And then we would go through the plan review process, and that would be similar for the milk program as well. So they'd have to apply saying that they're changing. We would walk through like it was a brand new business starting over, make sure it's compliant. And then once we deem that they are compatible, with everything going on, then they would get a license number and everything else.
So what, is there a time frame?
Mr. Chairman, it kind of depends on the establishment. We're pretty responsive. So for example, we've got a dairy in the Flathead area that's working on changing ownership. We found out last week that the new owners wanted to walk through. We were out there yesterday. So we are pretty responsive when these things happen. Oftentimes the biggest delay, honestly, is kind of on the legal side, dealing with lawyers, finalizing the deals, but we try to be pretty responsive.
Eric?
So the operating permit isn't grandfathered in with the plant when they buy it?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore, that's correct.
I'm just thinking, has it always been that way?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore, as long as I've been here, that has been how I've operated. If an original owner still has some share of ownership in it, then we would not change the licensing of it. We can just add or subtract entities, kind of depending on how it's broken out. So in some cases, like you might have an LLC where just the percentage of ownership changes.
No, but if it's a whole new person, they got to start from scratch.
Correct.
But I'll just say I've experienced that where it can be fairly quick if they're buying the business and continuing to operate it as it was. Where I think the issues or time lags come in if somebody buys a plant, they're going to do completely different products with completely different formulations, with completely different labeling, with completely different HACCP plans. All of that has to be approved before they get their gram inspection. But if they buy it and they're going to operate it the same way the previous owner did, it's basically a sit down, making sure they understand all the regulations, and those happen fairly quick.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Honeycutt, that's correct. So we had a meat plant in the Bitterroot change ownership last summer. And that was a simple matter of me coming out, verifying that their processes, their labels, everything was staying the same. And they had a new grant of inspection, and they verbally said they could operate that day. And it basically was just a matter of it getting mailed to them for it to be officially on the wall.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess I've been asked that question a little bit over the years, on how the process works. So thank you for the explanation. Anything else that you have to share with us? No.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I've got these days. We're just cruising along. We've got 2 federal on-site audits next year, 1 in meat, 1 in milk. So we are up to our ears in pre-audit paperwork, getting ready for that. So 2026 is going to be a fun year for us.
Very good. Anybody else have any questions for this one? No. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Board.
That has to be a record.
I'll take it.
But everybody else be ambitious. Try to beat her. Let's get some competition going.
Dr. Kaching is here.
I know.
I'll tell you.
Next time.
Next item on the agenda is the diagnostic lab, and Judah, if you'd like that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Greg Judah, Lab Director for the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab in Bozeman. Thank you for having me here again. And I'm thankful that I made it through the wind on the way here. So a couple of smaller requests here, I guess, relatively speaking. Very unusual.
For him, with the caveat.
The first is, two out-of-state travel requests. And the first one being, an annual AABLD auditor training. This is typically held in February of each year. And it, provides an educational experience for, potential auditors to go learn about, AABLD regulations and kind of gives, people the ability to see under the hood in terms of how auditors would look at, regulatory issues in a lab. And what I'm asking for here is for, travel for Casey Ming, who is our, I guess, relatively new quality manager. He joined us at the end of April. And I think this is a great opportunity for him to go down and learn more about the regulations, network with colleagues, within the space, and kind of strengthen those ties and, within the AABLD community. There's a bit of a political play here as well, and that we are currently under an AABLD audit, so support their efforts also doesn't, do any harm to us. So, in terms of funding for this request, we do have some travel funds within our current annual grant funding. So I noticed I actually have a typo here under the cost estimate. That should say 2025 annual grant funding. So we can make note of that if needed. But Casey was originally budgeted to attend the AABLD annual meeting, but could not make it due to unforeseen circumstances. So we can divert some of those funds that would have been used there to cover this travel expense. So I'm here to ask for board approval for him to arrange this travel. I believe it's February 4th in Las Vegas.
They know how to pick destinations.
Move
to approve.
All right, and second? All right.
Okay, thank you, board.
Discussion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Well, on a motion made by Eric and seconded by William, make sure you get this on record, to approve the request for, obviously travel. All those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
All right. The second request for out-of-state travel is, for a HL7 messaging symposium event, that is, paid for by a grant and is hosted by Colorado State University. They are kind of managing the grant for just like they did the ARP funding, that we've been, blessed with in recent years. This will be held in March. It's available for up to 2 technicians or two personnel per laboratory across the NOM network. The event itself is held in San Diego, and I am requesting travel for Dr. Steve Smith and for Mary Horner Richardson, who are both involved in HL7 messaging for the lab. Mary attended an event back in September. And so this is actually kind of, there's an advanced track and a basic track associated with this. So Mary will be able to attend whichever one she's most comfortable with at the time. But it doesn't hurt to bolster our knowledge in this area, as it's a pretty important component for resulting out reportable diseases in conjunction with notifying the NOM program office when that occurs. The travel expenses for this, as I stated, are covered completely by a NOM grant. So I believe they arrange airfare, hotel block or hotel rooms, and then provide meals or reimbursement for per diem upon return, and then we request for reimbursement. So I don't really see a downside to this one. So I'd like to get board approval to send these 2 individuals. Of course, who attends may be impacted by availability. I can't rule that out, but if we can send 2 people, I think it would be in our benefit.
But it's no cost, it makes no difference financially to this department, whether you send 1 or 2, other than they're gonna be out of,
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I entertain a motion to accept that request.
So moved.
All right, have a second.
Second.
All right, a motion by William, a second by Eric, discussion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
All right, thank you, board. Mr. Chair, members of the board. The third item that I have here on the agenda is an introductory discussion regarding a potential collaboration between the MVDL and Rocky Vista University Veterinary School. And we'll kind of entertain questions on that, as I'm sure there will be many. These initial discussions began about 1.5 to 2 years ago. I am joined here by Bob Murtaugh, who's the founding dean of Rocky Vista University, and I'll give him an opportunity to introduce himself and to the board and answer questions, as well as Dr. Steve Smith, who is our lead pathologist at the lab, and who's sitting here to my left, who's put a lot of thought into this and how we can construct a mutually beneficial collaboration. I think when Bob first approached me or us as a lab, it was, kind of an interesting, almost out of left field. And then as we began to outline what this could look like, at least in my mind, it became very intriguing in that I think this could really benefit the laboratory in terms of long-term vision and what we can do with the lab, expanding services, expanding operations, and benefiting producers within the state as well as the department and laboratory staff. I think that's a big part of it because you've got an engagement component. Essentially what we're, in a nutshell, what we're looking at doing or proposing is hosting rotations within the laboratory, so 2-week rotations for third-year veterinary students. So it'd be their final year to go get hands-on experience in necropsy and pathology primarily, but also other diagnostic services. So there would be a very close working relationship. This is nothing new for the lab. This is something we have done historically, and I'll let Dr. Smith talk more to that piece. I believe you saw an update from me a couple of weeks ago that we had just hosted a veterinary student from the WEMU program who plans to practice medicine in Helena when she finishes this spring. So I think opportunities like that could come out of it. And with that said, I will turn it over to Bob and let him give an intro to himself and as well as the program that he is helping to get off the ground.
That's great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. Pleasure to be here today. Thanks for the opportunity.
Introduce yourself, please, for the record.
Dr. Bob Murtaugh, founding dean of the Rocky Vista University College of Veterinary Medicine in Billings, Montana.
Thank you, because this is all recorded and
I appreciate I always need some prompting, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so Rocky Vista University is a private health science university that has medical schools, Denver, Ivins, Utah, and most recently in Billings, Montana, 3 years ago. Third class got admitted this past summer. And our plans are well underway to have a veterinary college on the same campus with the medical school. Our veterinary education building is under construction, due to be completed in April of 2026. And we're currently on the accreditation pathway to hopefully have students enrolled by July of 2027. Plan to take 125 students per class. So pretty good sized veterinary college as they go. And as Greg mentioned, our class will have 3 years continuous instead of the typical 4-year program. So they get the same amount of education, both preclinical and clinical, but it's compressed. They're not going to have summers off between first and second and third year, which has advantages for the students from a standpoint of student debt and living expenses. It also gets them in the workforce sooner. Our admissions plan is to cultivate ranch kids, if you will, from Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, the Dakotas, giving preference to those that have those backgrounds, because if they come from rural communities, they'll go back to rural communities more often than not. We're going to cast a net, though, across the country, because people come to Montana and they want to stay in Montana. So we're looking forward to building on the needs of this state in particular. 36 out of 57 counties, I may have the numbers a little bit off there, but are short of veterinary services, and we want to alleviate that. So that's the program plan in a nutshell, and our students need to have a diagnostic lab rotation as part of the accreditation and requirements for graduation, hence the reason for wanting to partner with my colleagues at the diagnostic lab. So
what do you do for the medical students then presently?
As far as their requirements?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a real doctor, so I can't answer that question entirely, but I don't know what their requirements are for graduation, whether they have a similar one to veterinary students or not. But as Greg mentioned, this is a great opportunity for our students to really dig in on necropsy and pathology skills that they'll need in practice, zoonotic disease, other things of that nature. And so it's an important rotation for their pre-graduation education, and sets them up for success. And I can't think of a better partnership than Billings and Bozeman to make that happen. So we're here today to answer questions and hopefully address any concerns you have. But I think Steve has a couple of words he wants to say as well. So then we can take questions. You want to do it that way?
That, however, is fine.
Yeah, there's another spare chair.
All right, come on up
Pull
here,
it
buddy.
And then same thing, introduce
Yep.
yourself.
Give me some support.
Yep, been a while since I've been at this table. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Smith, Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. My position there has changed over the years. Plumber, handyman, veterinarian, and so on. So, yes, I think we've been working on this agreement for a while. I do think it provides potential benefit, mutual benefit to both the laboratory, the department, the livestock industry of Montana, and to Rocky Vista and their students. And so, as Dr. Judah already mentioned, I do think it's valuable to point out that this is similar to stuff that we've been doing for years and even decades. And so I think one thing that's valuable about the Department of Livestock is there's always been an appreciation for investing in the next generation. And that's something that Animal Health has done here in Helena. It's something that the lab's done for many, many years. And so this is really kind of a continuation of that. It's a more formal agreement, but it's a similar investment in that next generation and in, I would say, the livestock industry as a whole. And so I do think there's benefit there. I think we have a strong vision for what the laboratory could become, particularly in certain areas like pathology and additional services that we could offer to the industry. And so this provides some potential for facilitation of that. And so I think we're proud of where we are as a laboratory with the team that we've got, with the facility that we've been working on. But I also see where we could become, where we could go. And I think this has potential to help us get there.
Well, I guess a couple of things. The room, make sure that we have enough room in our lab to facilitate this. Of course, numbers are always going to be critical, the cost return for this department. And then I guess my last part of that would be, if we gear up for this, what guarantees do we have that, because there's gonna be some initial costs, I assume, for this department, for the lab to facilitate students. So if in 2 years or 3 years down the road, this doesn't work out for your vet school, where are we after that? So I guess that's a lot of questions and wide open, so.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to address some of those, and I can hand some off to others as well. As far as space, for your first question, we do have the space, and so we had built some meeting and collaboration space into the design of the new building, and one of those has the potential to be repurposed very effectively for primarily a student space. We're talking about a rotation of 4 students approximately at a time. So it's not a huge volume of students at any one given time, but we have a space that would be very appropriate for those students. And so from a space standpoint, I think we're well set up in that regard. Financially, again, I'll begin, and then if Judah wants to add, he's welcome to as well. We did approach this, like I said, we've been looking at it for a while now, and I think we've approached this from the standpoint of something that makes sense for both parties. And so, as far as cost, there's not outright cost on our part. There is obviously contribution from different people who already work for the lab, but we're also talking about the potential of adding FTEs to our footprint, which, as I mentioned before, will help us expand into some of the areas of vision that we'd like to get to in the future anyway. And so there are FTEs that would be involved, but that's built into the agreement as well, as far as the financial side.
Fund that. Us to supply the cash for that.
And I don't know if we want to put the current status of that up or not, as far as details, but some of those details are in the current draft version of that document right now.
Well, I realize it's still product in flux, basically, still, we're fleshing out more of the details.
Yeah, and to answer your other question, I think, which was around the issue of what if we decide to break up after we get going together, and I think nobody can predict the future. The first time our students would be eligible to be in this rotation would be the summer of 2029, when that class hits their final clinical year. I think our intent is to build together the necropsy caseload through supporting a courier type of setup that we can work with the Montana VMA and your organizations as well to sort of help supply the caseload that's going to be needed for our students ahead of their rotations beginning. It's an important accreditation criteria from our standpoint. Right now, I think there's a 1-year sort of notice out period in the agreement, the draft agreement. We intend to be in Montana for a long time. We're here for the long game and to make a difference. And so we need this partnership. It's not something that we can create on our own. So I don't see there being that what if really taking shape, to be quite honest with you. Or set it up in a way that makes sense. That it needs to be a longer time frame to make your comfort level better. We can certainly look at that.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll jump in. One of the things that Dr. Szymanski and I have been talking about, just so the board's aware, most likely the setup would be, these would be modified state positions if we create FTEs related to this. So if the breakup were to occur, the jobs go away. They're not permanent, ongoing. When on soft money, we don't do that in state government. And so there would be that backup or provision. There's other things that we've talked about, the courier service. Those things I think we have to be careful in negotiations about. Let's hope that if we were to be in business together, there'd never be a breakup. If there is a breakup, we can't be seen as having a huge step back in service, but we also can't create ongoing state expense. It's not covered by other revenue source, right? So that's what makes the details complicated, is because you'll have modified people, you'll have to advertise positions that way, that their funding for their positions are tied to this program. And should this program go away, that might mean their job goes away, which might make it a little more difficult to recruit people. But those are all things that have to be, not only do you have to iron out the agreement, but we have to iron out how within the state system, how you create those positions, how you do that. But, my concept was that it would be totally modified. Hopefully we would be in business together forever, but it would be set up and needs to be set up where if that relationship were to end, we'd be able to dial those things back. And I'll admit at the table today, that's where I get concerned about what this is long-term going to do for the lab, because it's tied to this relationship, and it's tied to what we do. And so those things should be, there's still a long ways from being ironed out. I think today's exercise is more about the fact that we've never taken the temperature from the board of, do you want to see us pursue it? And before we waste a lot of time ironing out the final agreement, we need to know that this is something that the Board of Livestock wants to pursue. And once we have that green light, then we get a lot more away from the draft and start ironing out the more hammered details and working through how we make this conform within the state agency funding cycle, staffing cycle, things that we do. And that's just where I'm at in the conversation, and where I haven't been into the details of the negotiations at this point. But now that we have sort of an idea of what it might look like, it's really time to take the temperature of the board and say, do you want us to drive through to a final agreement that we bring to you, or have you heard enough to, and I'm not putting any, but, or is this something that you say, no, it's not really something we think the department should be pursuing? So we've never really given you an opportunity to weigh in on that.
So you're gonna have to go to the legislature and ask for more FTEs?
No, if we set it up like a grant funding modified FTE, so there's the ability to do that. And that's what I would try to avoid doing, because if we went to the legislature and establish, well, one, if we were to get into an agreement and need to, we'd have to go to the legislature to establish classified FTEs. So sorry, Dr. Motar, state language that we.
No, that's fine.
But
I'm here
classified
for education.
they are permanent state employees that there's just different grants and rights that they have as employees, meaning they have more protections from being ripped, reduction in force, and there's different things we have to do and expenses we incur if we have to do that. So typically when you're hiring folks on soft money, you bring them in modified. Their job is a condition of whatever the funding agreement is that pays for them. And that allows you to be able to terminate employees if that funding source goes away. Whereas if you set them up through the legislators, classified employees, they would still be a burden on the department's budget, even if the funding source that paid for them went away. To keep them, we would either have we'd have to find other funding sources to pay for them, or and if we were to let them go and RIF them, there's just a whole different process for how that has to happen because they've been set up with permanent employment. So my thought process would be, maybe over time that might change, but at the beginning, you would be setting them up modified based on the grant. And when you went out to hire people, that would be one of the conditions of employment. That no different than if you're at a university and you're on a USDA NIFA grant, and this grant's for 5 years. We're going to hire you for 5 years. Maybe we'll find another grant in 5 years when this one runs out. Maybe not. Or maybe this one will get re-upped and continue. So it's that sort of process where if the funding source goes away, then you have the ability to right size the staff back to where it was. And who knows, down the road, you may decide to do something differently, but I think that's where you would start at the beginning. And so that, to answer your question, is I wouldn't intend on going to the legislature to establish those as permanent FTEs in the budget, at least in the first biennium or two that we're working through this.
William,
Mr. Chair, so what would this relationship or merger, if that's the correct wording for it, would it affect our budget for Department of Livestock, or you have an idea what it would cost to do that? Or is that a too broad of a question?
Well, I think that the program that we've laid out, in my view, appreciate Mr. Honeycutt's hiring process. Now I understand that piece, but the reality is that these FTEs are going to be revenue generating for the diagnostic lab in addition to being educators for us. So it's actually going to help your bottom line, is my view, in the short answer.
Eric,
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think in response to Mike's question, I mean, I my personal opinion is, I don't know if we need a motion up, but I certainly think there seems to be a lot of synergy here and opportunity for good things, both for the department and for the state. The school itself is certainly desperately, we were just talking over lunch hour about the storage of large animal veterinarians in the state and what a hindrance is becoming industry. So I, for one, would like to see them pursue their conversations and bring up back a more detailed proposal for the board to look at. But conceptually, I see no reason why they shouldn't continue their negotiations and hammer out a deal.
Dr. Samansky.
Yeah, I think it was addressed, but just our mindset of going into it was that at a minimum, it needed to be cost neutral for the department. But ideally, we were trying to get into the category where it was beneficial. I think it might be worthwhile to talk a little bit about the accreditation process and the timeline. It's not necessarily a linear, like Rocky Vista accomplishes accreditation and then we ink a deal with them. There's kind of some overlap there of how that works, and that might.
Yeah, we actually need to have the deal to get accredited, to be honest.
Yeah, no, and how it might influence kind of the timelines of when we're coming back to the board.
Yeah, so our, actually it's a group called the Council on Education, met Monday, and we're waiting on word from them on whether we're gonna get what's called a comprehensive site visit sometime in 2026. That will set the timeline for when we need to maybe have an agreement in place, but I would say that we probably have 3 or 4 months to work on something here. And meet sort of what's gonna be my anticipated accreditation visit date for next summer. If that makes sense.
Alan,
So under the standard vet system, like the kid will go to pre-vet in MS, if they go to pre-vet in MSU, and then they go to the vet school for whatever amount of time. So there's still that kind of component on the educational side of it.
Yeah, it's the same pre-vet curriculum that that's essentially pre-med. So 4 years of undergrad, science-based, heavy, get into vet school or get into med school, same scenario. If I'm answering your question.
For Rocky Vista, your application process is gonna be very similar to Wazoo or.
We'll use what's called the VMCAS. It's the common application process for all veterinary colleges. So we'll be part of that system. Depending on when we get our first sort of accreditation letter of reasonable assurance, we may be out of cycle with that for year 1 or something and have to kind of go it on our own. But our intent is to be requirement wise, process wise, but also admissions wise, actually focus more on mixed animal and rural animal practice veterinarians.
Well, I just had a thought, and about these hiring practice, and where they have to be basically a temporary employee. But I would think, the offset to that would, by the time your students need to use our facility, you're gonna have your 3rd class in your building. Would that be correct? Because it'll be senior students that would be using our facility. So the continuity of your program has already got some establishment to it, to where if I'm an employee, a potential employee, and I'm looking at this, gee whiz, I don't know whether I want to step into that job or not, because it might go away next year, but I would think that their mind would be a little bit more at ease if you look at.
Good point. Yeah, because we're obligated to finish what we start, you know, from a standpoint, even if we decided to close the veterinary college, which is not real likely, or we got put on terminal accreditation for some reason, we still, so there's at least a 2+ year time frame. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Well, and by that time, the writing's gonna be on the wall if you're gonna be terminated. I mean, if it's that freshman class is
A couple
your
of
last
schools
class.
that are in that queue right now, so it's not unheard of.
Yeah, well, yes,
So do you anticipate more of your students to be small animal or large animal, or?
Well, you know, I think, let's take Texas Tech, the most recent sort of one of the schools that's similar to ours that's online, that even though they're focused on large animal, graduates, that 20 to 25% of their students go into large animal. So there's still, there's other issues that need to be addressed beyond, some of the things that we can control, but we're gonna do our best to, at least right now, the average number of students who go into large animal practice is less than 10%, 5% equine, 5% mixed large animal. We wanna push that ratio forward, but the honest answer to your question is that probably still a large number of our students will go small animal. Our hope is that in Montana, they'll go mixed animal so that they can do all of the above. You know, that's where we're gonna put our emphasis.
Way more money castrating poodles than friggin' cows.
Whatever you said, sounds it's amazing.
Just the way
Great.
So how many schools are there in the country like yours that are not affiliated with a college?
With a land grant institution.
Yeah.
So there's Western U, there's, which is in Pomona, California. There's, Midwestern University, which is, in Arizona, in Chicago. Lincoln Memorial University, they have 2 campuses now, one in Tennessee and one in Florida that's going to open this next year. So we'll probably, whatever that is, 8 or 9, but similar sort of nature.
And what is, you said 125 students?
Mm-hmm.
And so what is the graduation rate then?
Well, across the country, there's probably about 1 to 2% attrition over the course of full matriculation. So our intent is to graduate no less than 95% of the students that we admit. But it'd probably be closer to 99%.
And it's a 2-week rotation?
2-week rotation with the diagnostic lab, yeah. Our students will have a full year of rotations in a variety of
areas and stuff.
Yeah.
and it's just assumption, but sometimes assumption is not a good word. The housing for these students is gonna be totally your responsibility.
Yeah, so our students will be doing what's called the distributive model clinical year. So a lot of the schools I just mentioned have the same sort of thing. So they won't have a fixed apartment like the first 2 years in Billings. They'll be out on the road, and a lot of them stay with family or friends, or they're on their own with regard to that. They have loan money to support that. But we've talked about, particularly in the Bozeman environment, maybe we buy a couple of houses and we rent them back to the students just so we take that. So, but that would be on us, not on you. So that answers your question.
Lily?
Oh, nothing. I'm kind of in the same boat as Eric. I don't really see any reason to not continue the discussion and come back with like a more ironed out agreement for us to look at, but I think it's very exciting. So.
And Mr. Chair, some of the commitments that I'll make to the board as the negotiations continue, you know, the question regarding funding and Dr. Szymanski's comment is exactly where I've been. I think in the initial phases, there are 3 funding streams for the lab, and that is the lab's revenue, the per capita fee, livestock tax that we collect is one of the funding mechanisms, as well as a little bit of general fund for our epizoonotic type work that we do. And so that's why part of this agreement, at least at the beginning, there has to be a funding stream that injects into the lab to help for any offset costs. I think over time, if you begin to see revenue generation in the standard revenue stream, then you can maybe negotiate that back. If you're saying, well, because we're doing these things, we're seeing revenue growth. And so maybe what we count on Rocky Vista to put into the pot at the beginning can lessen over time if you see those things come to fruition. But in the beginning, you've got to have that funding stream. And back to the modified employees, as you heard, I think that's another reason why you hear me using that language versus classified employees, because the commitment we have to make to Rocky Vista so they can get accredited, we can't guarantee success on getting the legislature to add FTEs, right? So if we were counting on that, we may make an agreement with Rocky Vista, the legislature say no, FTEs, and we may have to default on Rocky Vista before we ever got started. And so we have to, so that's another thing that we're looking at. And I would assure you that Ms. Simon is back there from the legal standpoint, doing her crocheting.
Embroidery. I believe it's
but we will, we obviously will hammer out all the legalities with regards to, having those students in our facility and who's liable for, I'm sure even from a state standpoint, they would not want us having those folks on our workers' comp policies and things like that.
No, that'd be all covered by us.
So we'll have all that stuff ironed out about those types of things. And I also wanted to mention, because I don't think it was clear today, I thought that's the question you were going to ask, is when we talk about these 2-week rotations, and maybe Dr. Murtaugh, Dr. Smith, one can talk a little bit more about it. I don't want to give the impression that there'd be 125 students at the lab for one 2-week period once a year. This is going to be students rotating in and out.
Right, 4 students at a time.
Yeah, and so it'll be pretty much a year-round. Once it gets going and all the classes have been admitted and they get to that point in the program, it would be sort of a year-round presence with these students, not just a one-time, everybody's there for 2 weeks, watches Dr. Smith cut something up and go home. It's not quite that easy, so.
So, yes, right now at MSU, we have a 1+3 agreement with Washington State, correct? And, there's been a lot of discussion of trying to develop a 2+2, keep those students in Montana another year at Montana State. And so if that would come to fruition, would they need a lab facility, and could we handle both?
So, Mr. Chairman, I could probably speak to that pretty well, being on faculty with that program in another life outside of the department. But yes, it is a 1+3 program. Years ago, I had a conversation with Washington State's dean about what a 2+2 program would look like. And at the time, and I think this is probably still true, the applicant pool for that program and the class size for that program would not support a 2+2 program. The other thing is, when you go to a 2+2 program, you add a lot of additional classwork, which then requires significant growth in faculty. And so the faculty that you might need to do first year of veterinary school is this subset. You might have to double that, or even further, even beyond double that, to teach the second year, because it's a different set of topics. And so at the time, I think those involved with that program on both the Montana and Washington sides felt that it probably would not ever be feasible, at least not without some of the things significantly changing. And so I don't see that as likely to happen. And I don't think anybody's actively pushing that right now. Currently, the class size of that program is 16 students. And 16 students that we accept each year. And so being on Washington State's admission committee, I can say that pool has remained fairly steady over the last several years.
And that their diagnostic lab experience would be in Pullman.
Predominantly in Pullman. There is the opportunity now for some of those students to come back and do a similar
Which is
rotation.
fine, because you have that capacity potentially, you know, because we're not gonna be year round, Mike, it's gonna be what, 6 or 8 months, so.
Yeah,
There is
so,
some residuals there that could, and we need more veterinarians, so bring it on. I mean, all of us deans and others are looking for ways that we can work together. It's not this, it's, you know.
Yeah.
At least
So-
in my view.
Mr. Chairman, just to answer that, yeah, so we're talking 4 students at a time, about 15 rotations, about half of the class is what we have been discussing so far, at least.
Yeah, that was my understanding. So that's why I didn't ask the question, but I should have, because what I understand is what other people do, maybe the same. William,
So, Mr. Chair, so do you think you can come up with 125 students that will want to participate in that, or if you said your current class is,
Well, we don't have a class. We're not open yet. But so there's 12,000 veterinary applicants every year for about 4,000 openings across the country. So I anticipate that we'll have 3 or 4 applicants for every open position. Getting focused on good kids from the Mountain West.
Greg,
I've got a lot of questions, but there's no use getting in the weeds right now. I think we kind of all agree that this is worth pursuing, and so we should pursue it. And then when you guys get your agreement, then we can look at the agreement and finish asking our questions.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear just kind of the rough framework of what we have discussed so far? I mean, it's brief.
I think we're all in agreement that it's worth pursuing, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay,
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you
Meet y'all.
for coming.
Holidays.
Yeah, thank you, you too.
Hey, Greg, you never really asked for any money. I'm kind of amazed.
Wait, he's not done now.
Because he's asking Dr. Murtaugh for money. He's not asking you, he's asking Dr.
Yeah.
Murtaugh.
We gave him out of state travel, Wes. He didn't leave here empty-handed.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'll entertain any last questions if you have any.
There we go.
Yes.
The lab or otherwise.
Central partnership with Anywhere Lab. So, everything's going good?
It's going well, yeah. We are progressing. We're getting ready to, start really hammering out the details of the move, and we touched on that briefly a little earlier. It's gonna be complex, fast and furious, but, we're confident we can get it done, so. And we will have the, the equipment to do it and hit the ground running, so. That's a good thing. We've been blessed with the amount of funding we've received lately to be able to, put all the pieces in place when the doors do open. We had a significant amount of equipment arrive even last week. So it's been kind of a constant stream coming in, truckloads and truckloads.
So we're still April, we're gonna swing the doors open and have a party and.
They're saying that, is it April 24th?
Yeah, April 26th is it.
26th. And, I think, Dr. Smith mentioned this earlier, that's supposed to be the handoff date. I think we have a little flexibility in terms of how we do it, whether we stage the move or rip off the Band-Aid and try to do it over a weekend, or it'll probably end up being a combination of, moving what we can in advance and then, doing it in one fell swoop. To just get it done and then flip over the shipping address. So all the samples get to the right place. That matters. I don't want to leave anybody behind in Marsh Lab by themselves. Kind of be a haunting experience.
Yeah.
Well, on that line, we're gonna have a grand opening or some.
We will. I've had conversations. President Tessman, I've talked to the governor's office, and so there'll be something set up to celebrate, and they can fight over the scissors. Who gets to cut the ribbon?
So
Maybe
timeframe.
you'll want to fight with them for the scissors.
Oh.
No, sometime in April, we had talked about sometime in April. We want to make sure it's not too early. But April, actually, the university had suggested, evidently there's a big rodeo event that takes place in April, and they thought that might be a good time because maybe a lot of people who have interest in the lab opening might be in town, in Bozeman during that time period. So I know they had thrown out a date. But that's sometime right before that April 26th timeframe. So keep your April open. Don't plan anything for April. I know you guys can do that.
Yeah, Greg, don't plan anything for you.
Yeah.
It's already planned.
I looked at him when I said
The ducks are out, they got no choice.
We're
almost done. Just really firing out everything's going in April.
So that, you don't have any requests for?
Don't encourage him. The Christmas lights or something, you know.
You'll enjoy this, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I recently completed a survey for the ARP funding, and I was on the phone with the former director at Texas Lab, who was serving in the capacity of putting the survey together. And he was telling me how people had challenges spending the money, this $1 million pot that just kind of fell out of the sky. And I just said to him, you know, Bruce, I've never spent $1 million so easy in my life. I told him it took about 2 days for us to outline the financial plan, and he got a kick out of it.
Yeah. This has never been a problem for you, has it? Hoarding that money in.
All right, well, thank you, board.
Thank you.
All right. So we're gonna move on. Thank you, Dan.
Drop safe.
Just while everybody's setting up.
Merry Christmas. Thank
So
you.
JVC,
Thank you for coming down.
their, RFID tag.
Right in there, that's gonna come.
I'm coming off mute.
You didn't recess, Gene.
For any folks out there watching or listening, there were some introductions going on in the back of the room, so that's why I muted, so you wouldn't have to hear a babble.
Nobody out there. All right, so
y'all know who's on the live stream.
Good afternoon, board. Tanya Szymanski, Annabelle Health Bureau. Dr. Kalizak is actually going to do a fair amount of our content today. I think she's covering a quick phone call from one of our meat inspectors. And then she'll be in. So I've got a couple items I can start on if you guys don't mind going out of order.
Jump around if you do.
So the first one is the second one on your list. It's a request for travel authorization to participate in either a domestic or international USDA review team. USDA will periodically do reviews of either state programs. So like Michigan that has tuberculosis in their white-tailed deer population undergoes review periodically. If a state's having like a spike in number of cases of a particular program disease, they might go in and do a review of that program. They also will travel international if they're going to accept beef from a Central American country. They will go down and do a robust review of their animal health programs to make sure that that product that's coming in meets kind of the same standards that we have here in the United States. Right now, there's a lot of review teams that are traveling down to Mexico associated with New World screwworm, evaluating their response down there. They invite state animal health officials to participate in those review teams. There's a process that you have to go through before you can go on a review. So it's several months worth of preparation, which is why I'm here asking for some potential trip down the road. You have to go through some background checks, some training, and then make sure that all of your pieces are in place in case it is international travel that you're selected for. They tend to try and align the state veterinarians with kind of the skill set of the program that they're going to review. So if it was something related to the dairy industry, I probably would not get the nod over like an Idaho or California or Wisconsin state veterinarian. These are great opportunities to learn about these other programs, to advocate on behalf of our industries within the U.S. And I think that there's been a tremendous amount of turnover at USDA over the last year. They've been very much gutted of some of their long-term knowledge, and this provides kind of a level of continuity for state veterinarians to have some of the historical knowledge as well about how programs work. USDA pays for that travel. So the only thing that the state of Montana would pay would be my per diem while I was gone and then my salary.
Mr. Chair, I'll add to say this is something we've participated in the past. Dr. Zalewski was certified and he went twice on review teams during his tenure that I was here with him. He may have done more. He was on a review team of the TB whitetail deer program in Indiana and Michigan, where they have TB endemic in wildlife there. And then because he is Polish and speaks Polish, I think is why he got selected. He went on an ASF review team to Central Europe to look at how they were mitigating, the potential of shipping African swine fever out of Europe to other trading partners. And so he served on 2 of those teams. And I'll say, like Dr. Szymanski, I know he got selected for the one because he was in Poland and he spoke Polish, and not many state veterinarians speak Polish.
I do not either.
Do you speak Polish?
I do not. I'll be traveling to Canada for a review. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, that's the ask, board. I don't know, typically there's some amount of time when they make the selection if you want to come back, but I guess it's permission to proceed with kind of the process of going through, getting my background check complete, doing the training necessary to go on these reviews.
Move to approve.
Don't make a motion.
Second.
All right. And, all right, we have a motion by William, a second by Lily. We have discussion. Discussion. So the motion is to regret the request for the so exactly what are you asking? Just so we're trying to most travel request.
Permission to travel on a review team.
And the costs are gonna be covered by
USDA.
Yeah.
With the exception of salary.
Yep, okay. Yeah, discussion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All the same sign. Motion carried.
Excellent, thank you, board. The next item is last year at this time, we had a conversation about official identification for feeder cattle coming into the state. The initial decision by the board was to allow feeder cattle from North Dakota. We came back a month later and repeated that conversation and expanded it to all states but Washington state. In recent conversations with the Washington State Assistant State Veterinarian, their import requirements have changed. So feeder cattle going into Washington do not require official ID at this time, whether they are going to a commercial feedlot or they're going to a private individual. Their import requirements largely are reflective of ours. So requesting permission to remove Washington from our traceability memo requiring official ID for feeder cattle coming in.
So, well, just a question. So Washington requires ID for intact females over 18 months?
Correct.
Okay.
Which
so
everybody does.
Right. But I'm just making sure I'm clear. And bulls. So, intact feeders under 18 months, steers or heifers, no individual ID. Is that right?
Correct.
She can be an intact heifer, she doesn't have to be spayed.
Correct.
Okay.
So basically it's a mirror image of our requirements. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah, Washington has some, their feedlots are restricted holding facilities. And so their language reads a little bit different, but if you dial down into it, they, sexually intact females that would be going to those facilities for feeding would not require bangs vaccination. If they are going, which brings with it ID, right? If they're going to a private ownership and they're sexually intact under 18 months, then they do get picked up. But I think they're assuming that those are not truly in feeding channels. Similar to ours, right? We still have a requirement for breeding females coming in. Does that make sense? All of their big feeders are their restricted class feedlots.
So an intact heifer not going to one of their restricted feedlots under 18 months gotta be banks, even if she's like a 4.
Just be a bangs, yeah.
So, we have a motion to accept that?
Well, I would move to reciprocate exactly Washington's import requirement for us. So I don't want to give them any freebies that we're not getting from them, because we'll never get it then.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, I certainly understand that sentiment in regards to the bangs vaccination requirement. We rescinded ours several years ago here in Montana, and we have been very much trying to push other states to do away with import requirements centered around brucellosis vaccination. Washington is actually a state that's having finally conversations about doing away with that. There's a few holdouts in the western states, Utah, Oregon, and Washington being the 3. Our perspective as a GYA state has been that animals that are going into Washington are not at risk of being exposed to brucellosis, and so they should not be required to be bangs vaccinated to go into those states. Additionally, every reactor that we have found in our brucellosis program has been a vaccinate, so it does not provide the exact protection that I think they're trying to accomplish. So I would be a little bit hesitant to put in place a requirement for bangs vaccination on females coming back this way, just because of what we have communicated historically to other states.
Yeah, it's tit for tat. We'll never get it. If we give them everything, we got nothing to negotiate with. They have no incentive to lift their reports. I assume, no clarification, I assume none of this pertains to DSA cattle, right? That DSA cattle their own thing.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, correct.
Right, okay. So we're talking about non-DSA feeder heifers, the MICO westbound that have to be bangsed. And we're not requiring their heifers coming in Montana to be bangsed.
Correct.
Yeah.
We don't require heifers that come into the DSA in Montana to be bangs vaccinated.
Or anywhere else in the state.
Correct.
And they do?
Mm-hmm.
They require statewide animals that are coming in for, not for feeding purposes, as they call it, private ownership. And I think they are kind of assuming that those are not feeding animals, that they be bangs vaccinated.
Well, is it, just clarification, is it feeding animals or they have to go on their quarantine lots?
They don't specify here. They don't specify, but ultimately I think their assumption is that all of their feeders go to those big lots that are all restricted holding facilities, was the conversation that I had with Dr. Smith.
So the independent little cattle feeder, if he wants to get heifers from Montana, he's got to pay to have banks. Whereas the big corporate guy doesn't.
But yeah, I guess potentially.
So,
I don't think we do anything for them they don't do for us. That's my opinion.
I think that's a good idea.
So if we want to drop, we would have to drop our import requirements for, I guess, steers for Washington state steer calves coming into Montana would not have to be individually ID'd.
Steers currently do not have to be. It was for sexually intact animals only.
Okay. Right, I was thinking of Canada this morning. I'm getting my states mixed up.
Yeah, I think this is similar to taking you back to the situation we had with the animals that were coming to Sydney. You remember, and we gave North Dakota a break on that.
Right.
And then we also included Wyoming. At one point, I think your motion, Mr. Moore, was it just exactly what you're saying, anyone who was willing to reciprocate with us, we reciprocate with them, but then we dialed it back to just Wyoming and North Dakota when we passed it. I had to go back and look. Because I thought the motion had passed that we just reciprocate with anyone who would reciprocate with us. But it was.
No, it's still state.
Yeah, it was state bound. That's
State.
where the conversation ended up. So that's why it's coming back.
So, I'm slow this afternoon. What exactly is Washington State changing that was different before if we still have the Banks feeder heifers to get in there?
Those animals that are going into those restricted feeding lots, which is overwhelmingly their feeder industry, do not have to be officially identified if they're sexually intact.
So that's the only change.
Correct. And we are starting to see feeders come from Washington into Montana, which is what precipitated this conversation.
How good is that come on? Cause they took, the ones out of Washington took, on the one superior sale, took almost every feeder heifer, every heifer. Those feedlots up from there took almost every heifer on that sale, that one of the sale. None of them stayed in Montana, and there were some that were, people were looking at replacement quality heifers, and they went to those feedlots.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm sure.
In Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Going west or coming east?
They're going west.
Going west?
Yeah, Montana going west.
Mr. Chairman, I move we change those ID requirements for those feeders.
Okay, so basically what Dr. Smansky proposed.
Yep.
Okay, which is specifically that Montana will allow intact Washington heifers to come in without a bangs or an RFID.
If they're for feeding.
Okay. Feeder heifers come in from Washington without a bangs or an RFID, which is what Washington does if it goes to the right feedlot. Which I guess is their problem.
Second.
Second.
Discussion. So does everyone understand the motion that we're gonna vote on and the ramifications? Let's just, Dr. Smansky, would you state one more time for clarity, and then Mr. Redfield and Mr. Moore, if they agree that that's the motion.
Absolutely. So this, so currently, we do not require official ID on sexually intact animals coming into Montana for feeding purposes, except for Washington State. And so because Washington State overwhelmingly, there might be a small sliver of folks that are going to these private entities, does not require official ID on feeders going into Washington channels, we would reciprocate and remove our requirement for sexually intact animals less than 18 months coming into Montana from Washington for feeding purposes. If they're coming for breeding purposes, they would still require official identification.
Now, if they still come in for breeding, do they require bangs or just a RFID?
They only would require official identification if they land in one of the 10 counties. They would have to either be bangs before they leave Washington or get it done when they get here.
Okay, and that's the same. We're mirroring what Washington's doing with the exception of their restricted feedlot, blah, blah. Feeding heifers from Montana, no bangs, no RFID, under 18 months.
Yes.
Now, is there requirements for older animals the same as ours?
Is there, once you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, once you tip over the 18-month mark, the federal rule comes into effect. And so it overwhelmingly is similar. Everything
North Dakota used to be different. Well, I don't know. North Dakota used to be different for North Dakota used to have a bangs tattoo to get into with any kind of cow, and they just changed that.
Mr. Chair, you are correct, yes. So Washington is still a bangs vaccination state. They require everything sexually intact that goes to private ownership to be bangs vaccinated. And that's one of the things that we've, as GYA states, Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming have really pushed back against, is because we feel like there's a lot of people in this country that are bangs vaccinated cattle that shouldn't be, and we'd like to concentrate it in the greater Yellowstone area where the risk is.
Okay, well, so yeah, I wasn't sure what you said when you said that over 18 months is all USDA, because I know that North Dakota's done some things on their own, but regardless, so I guess my question is Washington's over 18 months import requirements are similar to ours?
Correct.
Okay.
Other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to grant Washington reciprocal agreement, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. And for the record, that motion was made by Alan and seconded by Eric. Okay,
Dr. Kalizak is here, so I will turn it over to her.
I had a question on banks vaccinated.
yeah,
So in Lewis and Clark County, are we required to banks vaccinate?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinfelder, no. Lewis and Clark County is not one of the mandatory 10 counties.
It's the DSA counties and the counties that border.
That border.
The DSA.
Yeah. Or border an area of concern in Wyoming.
Yes.
But if you wanna sell bread heifer to us, you better have them bang back then. If you don't, you're limiting your markets.
You do Texas. I did not.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Emily Kalzik, veterinarian with Animal Health. I have a variety of updates this afternoon. I'll start with the out-of-state travel request for permission to send Dr. Martin and Dr. Peterson to potentially to Texas. This is not an ask that we have actually received yet. While we were at USHA in Colorado, Texas received confirmation that they have a newly affected dairy herd with tuberculosis. It is depending on their tracing, the affected dairy may be upwards of 100,000 animals. And so they are going to be looking for assistance from federal and state partners to get through that herd testing. Originally, they had thought that would probably happen sometime in January. They have since been distracted by EHV and the horse outbreak that is going on. And so we don't know for sure what that schedule looks like, but are looking for permission to assist Texas with their TB testing. Doing tuberculosis testing on these very large herds is a really good way to get lots of experience very quickly. And given the number of personnel who will be there, we're hoping there will also be a chance for Dr. Peterson and Dr. Martin to get certified in doing the comparative cervical test, which is the follow-up skin test when you have a suspect on that initial caudal fold test. Normally, USDA is the only one able to provide that certification, but given the number of USDA personnel likely to be in Texas, we're hoping that they could get trained in that at the same time. One of the things we found during the federal shutdown was that without USDA, Dr. Szymanski and myself were the only two veterinarians able to do those comparative cervical tests. And we made multiple trips to around the state to do those CCTs without USDA assistance. And so having some extra veterinarians able to do that work would be valuable for the department.
okay.
Mr. Chair, this would be within our budget. So we have some travel allowance in our federal cooperative agreement under zoonotic that we should be able to use for this. The cost directly to our budget would be minimal.
Okay,
So, Dr. Chair, so why wouldn't the Texas needs and why wouldn't Texas come forward?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinfelder, that's a great question. We have not had a chance, like Dr. Kalizak mentioned, the EHV outbreak broke and their bandwidth has been sucked in a different direction as well. They're always kind of active in the conversations about New World screwworm. I think historically, when states try to help other states, that's kind of the methodology that has been used, is that the state sending somebody pays for them to go, recognizing that at some point in time it will hopefully come back around to them.
You hope it does.
You hope it doesn't.
You hope it doesn't, yeah. You have to just give and never receive in this instance. So
You mean the goodwill gesture?
yes,
but it's a good question, Larry.
yeah, absolutely.
Well, yeah.
So,
Say nothing that Texas spends more on posting notes than our whole state government.
so I didn't entertain a motion to accept that request.
We'll make a motion.
All right, we have a second.
I'll second it.
So we have a motion by Lily and a second by William to accept the request for out-of-state travel to Texas to assist in the TB testing with the funding coming from our travel, travel budget. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Close, same sign.
No.
Motion carried. Duly noted. Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll move on to the program disease updates. You already had a chance to meet Dr. Martin earlier. I appreciate you shifting things around so that she could get on the road with the wind and whatever weather is blowing in. To give a quick brucellosis update, we completed testing on our affected herd in Beaverhead County that was identified back in July. No additional animals were found on that whole herd test, and that herd has been released from quarantine. We are currently working through a brucellosis seropositive animal from Gallatin County. She was euthanized and taken to the lab for necropsy last week. So hopefully we will have culture results on her in the next couple of weeks. She was a first calf heifer who was still pregnant when she was found. She was tested as part of an annual herd test. She's from a relatively small herd, less than 50 head that graze on private ground in Gallatin County. This herd has several years worth of whole herd tests. So we do have negative test history on this heifer's dam. Given their test history, her status as a first calf heifer who was still bred, there is no chance that she spread this disease within the herd. So we are looking at a high level of confidence that this was a single introduction from elk. Their home location, they do know they have lots of elk presence during April and March, the high risk periods for elk abortion. The one piece we are waiting on next week, Dr. Peterson is scheduled to test the bulls. Those were the only animals that were not part of the herd test that was done already this fall. So pending a negative test on the bulls, if we get a negative test on the bulls, our plan is to release this herd from quarantine, knowing that intra-herd transmission is not a risk. We don't expect to see anything on post-calving that we aren't picking up now, well past the risk period when another animal may have been exposed. And so we've been in discussion with Idaho and Wyoming about potentially using herds like this one as a way to speed up the quarantine process for brucellosis affected herds. And given that this herd sort of has done everything right with an annual test, they preg checked, we found her early when she's still pregnant. We would like to give them the benefit of those discussions and make this as smooth and quick a process for them as we can.
So you were doing their whole herd testing when this one was identified? Or?
Yes, their veterinarian did a whole herd test, and this was the one positive animal on that test.
So they were in southern Gallatin County.
They were inside of the DSA in Gallatin County. Yeah.
They're southern Gallatin County.
Yeah.
South of the interstate.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
they're a DSA herd.
Well, because I'm just looking at that, because if they were a herd in the north.
If they were outside of the DSA, that would be a very different discussion.
Discussion would have been a lot different.
Yep. Yeah. Yes.
So
we'd probably be coming to you with a rule change.
Panic.
Oh, thank goodness. So, you talked a little bit about identifying these producers. So this one was euthanized. So somebody's gonna pay for.
You got, if you look at the bottom.
The
of
next
your,
one down.
Yeah. It's coming.
Yeah.
That request is coming.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I was just gonna step in before we moved away from brucellosis and just say, one of the pieces of feedback that I received at Montana Stock Growers, I was very happy to receive. I talked to 3 different producers in southwest Montana, 2 of which had suspect animals and 1 of which was a neighbor to an affected herd. And all 3 of them spoke so highly of how the conversation and the communication went with the department. Now, they initially said that new female veterinarian you have is doing a great job. And I said, you're going to have to be more specific. But they were referring to Dr. Peterson. And so I just want to give kudos publicly to Dr. Peterson. One of these individuals had a mix up with brucellosis at the beginning years of the program and evidently did not have a pleasant experience. And this was the first time they dealt with it in many years, and talked about how different it was, the demeanor, the communication, how the department worked with them on that. One that was part of a public meeting of neighbors talked about just how well the communication went and the conversation went with the neighbors and how that was handled. And I can't speak for what goes on in Park County these days, but I can speak for producers in the DSA who just had great things to say about our staff, but in particular Dr. Peterson and how they worked through those. So I just want to make sure I gave those kudos and shared that where Dr. Peterson could hear. I was hearing very, very good things about her work and all of Animal Health's work on DSA issues while I was at Stock Growers, and that was really a highlight for me. So I was glad to hear it.
Dr. Peterson has handled some compliance conversations with some producers in the DSA that have historically been very difficult to work with, and she has had big wins with them. So that deserves all of the accolades that she gets. We're very fortunate to have her.
Thank you for telling me that.
Well,
Makes
thank
my
you.
day.
Well, thank you for doing
It's
that
a big
without.
deal, 'cause then also many people are.
Exactly, that's kudos to you, because you weren't told that you had to treat them all nice and make the thing not in trouble. All right, so, you want to move on?
Are we going to spend any more time on brucellosis? Can I interject a few comments? Just a couple things regarding brucellosis. One of the things that we have said many times over the years around the state is that every time Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks handles elk in the state of Montana, that they collect blood on them, and that's what's helped build our confidence about our boundaries of the DSA, whether that's around the perimeter of the DSA or in kind of far-flung reaches of the state. You may have seen some publicity regarding an elk capture study south of Gallatin Gateway around Bozeman, associated with a high number of elk vehicle collisions that were happening along the 191 interstate. I had followed up with Fish, Wildlife and Parks to say, hey, I never saw test results on those elk. And they're like, we didn't think you'd want them. And we, in fact, would want them. Anytime we can get additional data on seroprevalence of elk in and around the DSA, in particular, if we can get any genomic information about the strain that those elk are carrying, is really valuable information. And so the capture that they're doing south of Gallatin Gateway isn't the traditional helicopter capture that we work with. They're actually trapping elk in traps, and then they dart them, work with them, and then release them. The crew that does that, the sedative really tanks the elk's blood pressure, and so they have not had success getting blood off of them. But after some ongoing conversations this year, they're going to really commit to trying to get samples off of those animals this year. So we're very thankful for that, which is, there's some proximity to this particular herd that we're talking about. In addition, if there are some roadkill along the 191 this year that are fresh enough, they're actually going to be picked up and taken to the lab so that we can try and isolate brucella out of those animals. So we just appreciate the ongoing partnership with Fish, Wildlife and Parks and their willingness to kind of accept our feedback and asks on this program.
That's all. Moving on from brucellosis, unless there are other questions from members of the board.
Are we full speed ahead on over on the pro position?
Mr. Chair, yes, we just got the final signed MOU back, so all parties have signed it, including the Crow Tribal Chairman, I believe is who signed it. So we fully expect that there will be a capture on the Crow in February, March, somewhere in there, depending on weather conditions and the schedule that they have for their capture season.
Okay. Yeah. But unless there's not any other questions,
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, also wanted to provide some quick updates on EHV, equine herpes virus, EHM, equine herpes myeloencephalopathy, which is the outbreak of neurologic disease in horses that originated with the large events in Texas and Oklahoma. Montana received traces for about 8 Montana origin horses that were registered at those events. We were able to get in contact with all but one owner, and those horses all were still in Texas or Oklahoma with trainers or with their owner that they were planning to stay down there for the winter competition season. So none of those Montana origin horses came back to Montana following those events. We initially, Dr. Szymanski issued an emergency order restricting horse health certificates to a 72-hour window to be issued before horses came into Montana. The idea being that horses exposed to EHV often have a fever before they show other neurologic or other clinical signs. And so veterinarians writing a health certificate should be taking a horse's temperature. And so we wanted to catch horses that might not look sick yet, but be infected. Because that event in Oklahoma shut down as soon as they had positives, sent those horses home, and then several other large events in the South canceled, the outbreak appears to have really petered off. The last date that we know an event occurred with positive horses was actually that event in Guthrie, Oklahoma, that was November 18th and 19th. So the period of time between when a horse might be exposed and when they would you would find them sick is usually 14 days up to 21 if you extend it. Once we hit 21 days post that last exposure event that anyone has reported, Dr. Szymanski rescinded that emergency order. So horses are now back to coming into Montana as usual. During that window, we got one report, actually from another state, had become aware of some horses that were intending to travel to Washington illegally, stopped in Montana also illegally, up in Flathead County. And so the district investigator for brands, Jason Kimball up there, was able to locate those horses and issue them a citation for the illegal entry. They not only didn't meet the 72-hour requirement, they had no health certificate at all to come into Montana. So we were able to locate those horses and get them legal to be here. So
how do you find something like that out? You get tipped off, or
in this case, in trying to get a refund for entry fees to an event that these horses were no longer going to attend, the owner had reached out to Washington State and then was told that those horses were not eligible for import into Washington due to their emergency restrictions. And so Washington then let us know that the owner had told Washington that they would stop those horses in Montana. So, but it was a lot of good work by brands enforcement up there to locate those horses. The owners did not want to be forthcoming about where the animals had stopped. And so they did a lot of good work to find them and cite them and get that sorted out.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if we had not sunset that order, similar to the conversation that we had at the previous board meeting about the official order regarding public disclosure, regarding lab data and animal health data, that official order would have been presented to you all to either validate, terminate, modify, whatever. But because it was such a short duration, we still wanted to make you aware of it, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, the last disease update I have for you, just for your awareness, Arizona is dealing with vesicular stomatitis right now. They reported their initial cases October 31st with 2 counties. They have since picked up, I believe, 2 additional counties as of last week. Right now, all of Arizona's cases have been in horses, but we track vesicular stomatitis carefully because clinically in cattle and swine, it's indistinguishable from foot and mouth disease and other vesicular diseases that we care about. This is an unusual time of year to see VS in the United States. Usually it will start in the spring and we see it move slowly north throughout the summer. To have our first cases of the year reported at the end of October is very unusual. Also unusual, normally Mexico will report cases before we see any here, and we can tell that it's coming. This year, Mexico has not reported any cases at all. So we don't know what that means for the course of this outbreak. Right now, Montana is very low risk. The virus is spread by biting insects, which luckily for us this time of year should not be a problem, although the 65-degree weather we had last week maybe raises some questions. But just knowing that it's out there, especially if it continues through the winter, as we get horses that spend the winter in Arizona come back to Montana for the summer, it's something that we will be keeping track of.
Yes.
My granddaughter works on a racetrack down there. And one of her horses was very sick, but it's come out of it. So, and
yeah, they get really
that's in
painful.
Phoenix. Pardon?
They get really painful.
That's in the Phoenix area is where she's working, and that was about a month ago. I thought it was at EHV when she said she had a sick horse, because it was just about the exact same time as that Guthrie.
Yeah.
But then I kept watching, and Arizona has never been identified as having any horses with, that I've seen.
No, I have not seen any cases out of Arizona. One other item of interest, board, before we move on in the agenda. Several years ago, we were in front of the board discussing health certificates here in Montana, and our policy of trying to move towards requiring that all health certificates for animals that originate in Montana and leave be electronic. We've been in that space now for, I think, 4 or 5 years. 99+% of our health certificates that are issued in Montana are electronic. Several other states have started to move in that similar direction. Texas announced this week, and actually Colorado just announced here about 15 minutes ago, they're kind of going to the next phase of that. So effective January 1, for Texas, all animals that enter the state of Texas have to be traveling on an electronic health certificate. There's a few states that have not been able to move forward with their desire to have the requirements because of the way their industry is structured or their state regulations. And so there's a handful of states now that are going to start putting pressure from the outside on states, on veterinarians in other states. So we don't ship a huge number of animals to Texas. We do ship some, but we will be in good standing as far as our state is concerned. Likewise, Colorado, I suspect we'll see a handful of others go in the next couple of days. So our Montana veterinarians will be in good shape.
So we still have a few paper.
We have just the smallest number. Yeah. And they're mostly small animals or veterinarians that just very infrequently write CVIs. So we're prepping the newsletter that will go out here in the next, hopefully a couple days. And I will have mentioned in there about these new policies from Texas and Colorado. We have some ADT funding, some additional ADT funding this year that would normally be consumed by USA Hertz, but in that transition from Hertz to Core One, there's some additional funding that we're going to offer to veterinarians to help kind of maybe the last couple take the plunge and get on electronic.
Great.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, our next agenda item is our travel report from the USHA meeting that was in Colorado, the end of October, beginning of November. We have compiled, Dr. Peterson, Dr. Schmansky, and myself compiled our notes from the meeting. It's a 14-page document that we are happy to email. If you would like to read it. With all three of us here today, we wanted to provide some highlights, things that we heard at the meeting or that came up several times that were of interest. With the ongoing HPAI outbreak and a lot of industry discussion about vaccination of birds, there was multiple presentations and discussion on vaccination for bird flu. The interest from industry seems to be pretty variable depending, company to company, production type to production type. There's not a universal interest across the board. USDA emphasized that that patchwork makes trade negotiations more challenging because it's harder to go to a country and say, well, these birds will be vaccinated, but these ones won't, and then be able to prove the source and origin of any products that might be shipped overseas, the traceability that has to go into that, than if they can just say all of the turkeys got vaccinated, for instance, or whatever it may be. So there was a lot of discussion about vaccination. USDA has a draft vaccination plan that is with states, and I believe now industry as well. Correct. For review. USDA did emphasize that the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture is the only one with authority to decide that the U.S. is going to start vaccinating. And so until she makes a call, there still is no vaccination despite whatever discussion happens. There was some interesting comments from European experience with vaccination. France did mandatory vaccination of their ducks, and so that cleared up some of their traceability because they just know that all of the ducks got vaccinated. Denmark has done a pilot vaccination project in one single layer facility. So again, makes your traceability easier when it's only one facility that you have to track. So vaccination conversation in the US is still very much up in the air. Other poultry related discussions, because of the ongoing outbreak, discussions of different methods for depopulating poultry houses. A lot of interest in nitrogen foam, which is similar to the foam that is being used currently, in that it's a mix of water with chemical, but the nitrogen foam expands significantly more than the current firefighting type foams that they use. And so the idea being the current foam is good if you have birds on the floor that you can pen in a relatively confined area, but does not work for birds in aviary or caged systems. And so nitrogen foam expands enough that people are looking at whether you could fill a whole layer barn of cages with the foam. Also some discussion about whole house nitrogen gas. There was also has promise for being a more humane and quick and clean method for poultry depopulation.
That works very well.
Yeah. Other emergency.
I would say also just in those conversations from the disruption that we had during COVID with the swine industry, There's always conversations about what if we had to depopulate large numbers of larger species, so swine, sheep, cattle, and nitrogen foam in particular is one that potentially has this ability to scale to some of those other species. There has been some work done on water-based foam depopulation in swine. It works well. There's some things about nitrogen foam that may be more appealing. So something that I think will be a lot of conversation going forward.
Other emergency preparedness topics. There was a commissioner there from the EU Animal Health Agency presented on their 2 foot and mouth disease outbreaks that the EU had last in 2025, one in Germany, one in Hungary and Slovakia, and the ways they responded to those 2 outbreaks. We presented on those at stock growers in the Cattlemen's College afternoon session. If you are interested in how to handle an FMD outbreak really effectively, they are both very good examples of rapid and aggressive response leading to very quick suppression of an outbreak. Both of those countries are back to their FMD. All 3 of those countries are back to their FMD free status already. Germany only had 1 affected location and it only had 14 water buffalo on it. Despite their aggressive response and the very, very small outbreak, the estimates are it still cost the German economy €1 billion. And so the loss of import markets, even for the January to April when Germany couldn't export product, makes a really big difference. There's information on those if you are interested in more.
I would say, we can talk about this for quite a while. It's a really big meeting, but we are happy to email it if anybody's interested to see it.
Yeah, definitely an email.
Okay.
Sure. Yes, sir.
2 questions. 1, what do we hear on RB51 supply in this state? And 2, what do we hear? We had a good conversation, Stockers, about the New World Screwworm update. Maybe update.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore. So I'll start with New World Screwworm. So there's been a little bit of activity in Mexico with some announcement of cases kind of a little bit further north. Several of those, so it's difficult to communicate that detections are a reflection of their system working, but in some ways that is true. The way that it's structured in Mexico for animals to move out of those control zones is that they have to be inspected, they have to be treated, then they have to be inspected by a veterinarian, a Mexican veterinarian. Then they move to their destination. When they arrive at their destination, they undergo a 3rd inspection. Several of the northern detections, when they have inspected those animals and found New World Screwworm larvae in them, the larvae have not been viable. So the treatment was effective. They just didn't detect the presence of them before they landed at their end destination. Those control areas are closed relatively quickly. The most recent one in Nuevo León did have viable larvae in it, and it was in the vulvar region of the animal. And so they believe that those larvae were very young at the time that she was inspected before leaving the southern location. I don't remember what state she came out of. I apologize. But whatever southern Mexican state she came out of, vulvar wounds are not easy to see all the time, especially if they're internal. They missed those young larvae on them. And then she was moved north when they found her. She had viable stage 2 and stage 3. I believe that they are submitting those larvae to make sure that they're not immune to ivermectin, which is what those animals are being treated with. And then they're doing all of the necessary control. So even though we are seeing some movement north, the system is working and that we're finding them on one of those inspections. Some additional, I think, interesting information is that in particular, Nuevo León is not a country that is eligible to export cattle to the United States because of their tuberculosis status. They were downgraded a few years ago. So those animals, even though they're moving north, were never slated to come to the US. If the border reopens, so despite the kind of uptick in cases, there are conversations about potentially the border reopening. It would happen far to the west of Texas. So Arizona and California would likely be the first ports to open. The new distribution facility in Mexico is now online. There's a limit to the distance that those planes can fly with sterile insects on them. So that gives us a greater range for distribution. The hope is that sometime in 26, a new production facility where they're actually producing sterile flies will come online, as well as more Air Force Base in Southern Texas. That would be a distribution facility in the United States, so that if we had it here in the US, we would have a really solid base to fly from and distribute sterile insects. We're continuing to see different approvals coming through from either FDA or EPA on essentially a conditional approval of products for use in the United States if we get detection. So I think that even though we're seeing those northern detections, we are getting some indication back from Mexico that their program is actually making some ground. I heard somebody mention recently that there's actually talk of moving their sterile fly distribution band in Mexico a little bit to the south. So that's the hope, is that you just essentially build a wall of sterile flies and you slowly walk it back to the south out of Mexico. So there are some good things happening. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. RB51, I have not heard any indication of a shortage. I think the company in Colorado that manufactures it is kind of well aware of the pinch that happened last year, and so are timely in their serial submissions to USDA and making sure that those are approved. Just have not heard of any challenges yet. So hopefully we're in a pretty good spot this winter between the vaccine itself and then veterinarians having early communication about RFID tags.
Tanya, on the New World Scroll, have you heard any talk about when they do open the border? Because the gospel I'm hearing is February. That's what the market guys are saying. But are you, just in terms of animal health risk, it's going to open it wide open so I can take them from Mexico all the way to Washington or Montana if I want to? Or are they talking about maybe like Canada and Arizona into quarantine, not California, Canada, California and Arizona into like quarantine terminal lots?
I have not heard that specific. So they would have to come in and have that last inspection here in the United States. So to kind of complete that series of inspections, if it's 3 to move out of southern point in Mexico to the north, it's 4 total to come from Mexico into the US. Because of the way our import regulations are structured, if people follow them, it's impossible to import cattle directly from Mexico into Montana. We require a TB test after their crossing test. So after they get into the US, they have to wait 60 days and have an additional test. So if they follow the regulations, they cannot come to Montana.
Do they still have to inbrand them?
Yes, they do.
That one that they found the live larva, and you talked about testing for ivermectin resistance. Was that animal treated with ivermectin? And
we're assuming that she was. They're still. We found out about it kind of really close to the detection. We haven't received an additional update, but USDA sends a team down every time there's a new detection, and then they gather additional epi information that eventually circles back to us. But we would assume that she would have been treated. That's the protocol, is they get treated with ivermectin before they move north.
in Kansas?
Yeah.
Wasn't there something about Kansas would accept cattle? I thought it was Kansas or about one of the two. There was some talk at this
Mr. Chair, trying to figure out how to do this briefly. So USDA released their framework as far as what a response would look like if we got a detection of New World screwworm in the United States. Parallel to that, USDA staff and several state animal health officials have been working on a structure of what control measures would look like if you had a detection in an area. The kind of the baseline standard is that for anything to move out of a zone of infestation, it would have to be treated. If those are feeders that are gonna go spend 30 or 60 days in a feedlot, and the withdrawal time is whatever, 14, 28 days, that's less problematic. Animals that are leaving those infested zones that are going directly to slaughter, that is, and there's a withdrawal period, that's a concern, right? There's a reasonable possibility based upon a number of markets in some of the southern states that an infestation zone could overlap a market. What if you have animals that come outside of the infestation zone into the zone to be sold at the market and then want to move again? Industry really is trying to figure out how we kind of tease out which animals get treated coming out of those infestation zones and which ones do not. It sounds like it'll be a little bit of a piecemeal answer, unfortunately. Kansas is a state that feels comfortable that when an animal comes into their state and they say it's going to slaughter, it is actually going to slaughter, and it will be slaughtered within 24 hours. Florida, that has previously dealt with a New World screwworm outbreak in the key deer, doesn't have the same confidence about their slaughter capacity. And so they will require that everything comes into their state to be treated regardless. And so it'll be a little bit of a discrepancy. Here in the northern states, we've got a framework drawn up. We don't receive animals for slaughter, so we don't have to worry about that particular category. And when our temperatures are kind of below a certain ambient point, it gives us some leeway as well. So we're going to try and show that in our import requirements.
Is it treated with all the ivermectins or just Ivomec?
Ivermectin. So the report is that we're seeing is that ivermectins are slightly less effective and avermectins are the preferred product. I don't know why they're not using avermectins in Mexico. They're overwhelmingly relying on ivermectin. So Sidectin is one that would be effective, and that's the one that got the conditional approval as well here in the US.
Does anything else get it? Do the thiabendazoles or the pyrethrins?
Pyrethrins do not. Thiabendazoles, I do not believe that they do.
Is Ivomec, they're using injectable or pour-on?
Injectable. It has to be a systemic treatment to get good saturation in some areas of the animal.
What's scary about that is that you know how much, well, most of up here know how resistant winter lice is to avermectin. I mean, we've been overusing avermectins for decades,
yeah.
And there's a lot of resistance in winter lice and a lot of other things up here. So once screwworm gets resistant to it, it's going to be a lot harder to kill.
Which is also an additional reason for the concern about how many animals we're treating out of these infestation zones, is that in the process of treating screwworm, even if the product that you're using stays effective against screwworm, it's going to be having an impact on other parasite populations in those animals. So, yeah, it's a surprisingly complicated conversation.
But Dectomax.
Yes.
Still effective.
Yeah.
Resistant to a war bed. Nope. Small children, dogs, cows, birds, magpies, bears.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we are to the part where we have an indemnity request for the Gallatin County reactor. We would actually request that be done in executive session. It's a conversation that we had when we made this request. I think it was in Livingston was the last time we did one of these. And just it allows us to have maybe a little bit more candid conversation about the process and still protect producer identity.
Is our legal counsel listening to that? And is that your opinion?
So my understanding is the request for executive session would be to protect the individual privacy rights of the producer.
That would be that.
I think that is warranted.
That's warranted.
23203 subsection 3.
All right. With that, we're gonna adjourn this meeting until we come out of executive session. So,
you can go.
Recording is back going, Mr. Chair.
All right.
So you're ready to come out of the executive session.
Meeting back to order, and would you like to make your motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we pay indemnity of $4,100 minus the $250 for USDA.
For a red heifer.
No, we weren't gonna say species at all.
Red heifer is red
Okay.
heifer.
Okay.
Whatever species it is, correct?
Yeah,
Bison,
that's all right.
beef,
Okay.
whatever.
We try.
Second.
Okay, discussion. Discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Excellent. That's all we had for you, board, today, unless you have any other questions. Thank you.
Eric, we have a couple more.
Be quick. Okay,
So,
yeah, come on, Dave, let's go.
Brandon,
Break the record.
You had a recess, but if you want to just keep rolling, sure, you can just keep rolling.
I don't,
Everybody.
I don't know what rounds are gonna be. Yeah, Jake, come on in. We're ready.
We breaking?
No.
Oh, no,
I'm
okay.
getting.
Yeah.
You got a call, spring water.
Eric, is there, if we hit your topic first? Sure. Okay. Gene, that's all right with you?
Yeah.
I'll frame it out and then. Okay.
Excuse me, gentlemen, did you want the recording paused?
What was that?
This is Dale. Did you want the recording paused?
Recording is back active again.
We're going.
Just don't have everybody in the room yet.
No.
I guess we'll wait. If we didn't take a break, we'll let everybody come. A little leeway here.
Didn't know I was gonna start training, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I will pause the recording for just. Recording unpaused.
Hey, Jake.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jay Bodner, Brands Division Administrator. The first topic I'd like to maybe talk about, Mr. Moore had mentioned to me a little bit about some of the new system that we have and maybe looking at some upgrades to that. So one of the challenges that we do have was I'll frame out the situation that when producers check in cattle at livestock markets, in many cases, they check in mixed calves, so a mixed group of heifer steers. As those animals move it through the market, we retain that listing as mixed calves. As they come out on the other end in the clearance market, we would say that Jay Bodner bought 50 head of mixed calves, even though they may be steers or heifers. And is there a way to maybe address that in the market? So I think get everything that you were looking for. Mr.
Yeah,
Moore.
the issue is, just for anybody listening around the board, if anybody's not clear, in my example, if Jay brings in 50 steers and 50 heifers, he brings in 100 calves, and I buy all his steers, I get a bill of sale for 50 mixed calves. So I've got a bill of sale, a change of ownership for heifers that I didn't buy. So if his heifers were for neighbors and they wander onto my place, I go, oh, look, I bought them. And in the handwritten days, we had it straight. You would go, you get a bill of sale for the sex that you got because it would match your sale barn invoice. When you settle up at the sale barn and pay your bill, it doesn't say you bought 50 mixed calves, it says you bought 50 steers.
So I'll just walk through how we do it. So this has been kind of a standard practice for the department for many years. It was even prior to the ServiceNow system. It was in our Port Supply system. And so we do have a lot of producers that come in with these mixed loads. And so as we were building this ServiceNow platform and process, we built that into our system also because we knew kind of that's what producers do. So I'll give you an explanation of kind of a scenario of what happens, and many times in the fall run is that a trailer load or a truckload of cattle will come in. They'll be mixed animals. In many cases, we're going to be brand inspecting those animals prior to the yards. So we're going to be looking at them. We're going to be looking at the brands. We're not sexing any cattle. We're not sexing any loads like that. We'll do our job to brand inspect them, and then we kind of get out of the way in many cases for the yard to then go take those animals, split them up however they're going to divide them up, probably sex them at that point. But
that retention, as we check them into our system, stays with mixed calves. So even though those calves go all the way through and they come out the other end, and even at the yards, if they were to say Eric Moore bought 50 head of steers, but they had this brand on them, still in our system, they're under mixed calves. So one of the challenges we would face, or a couple of challenges, is that we would have to go into each tally with these mixed calves and then separate them or change it from mixed calves to steers or heifers. So it would be very cumbersome, I think, on our part. The other challenge that we do face is that there's mistakes that sometimes happen. So sometimes, we thought it was 50 steers, but it was 53 steers. And so that number kind of floats around a bit, and we have to have an exact number when we clear those animals with our clearances. And if there's a mistake, then you have to go once again back into the system to try to find where are these missing 3 head. Were they steers? Were they heifers? And so we just retain it for, we retain it as a mixed calf. So that's part of the challenges that we face. So I have talked with 3 market supervisors and some of our area supervisors that did work in markets about this issue, and asking, is there a way that we could maybe look at addressing this issue? You know, because things happen at such a fast pace at the markets when these animals come in, we try to get our job done and move on and move out of the way so the yards can do it. We haven't really come up with a great scenario of a fix for this, I guess, at this point. So that's not what Mr. Moore is probably looking at. I have tried to challenge our staff to say, is there any way? I've talked to our Helena staff here, our market compliance person here, about, is there any way that we can address this? We haven't come up with a great scenario to change what the current practice is today. Now, there are some scenarios, excuse me, there are some scenarios where people do probably bring in 3 or 4 animals that are still mixed calves. And so there are those situations that we're like, well, we really should be able to sort those. But for the most part, it's bigger groups that come in these mixed calves type scenario.
So let's say somebody brings a semi-load in of calves with 2 or 3 family brands and they're mixed. But Sister Sue had 5 heifers with her brand and 2 steers, and the corporation had 50 steers and 50 heifers, and grandma had 1 steer and no heifers. We just write that all up as mixed calves, and we don't know which family brand went on which sex.
No, so we'll do the brand separate, but we'll do mixed calves most likely for each group. So if all of those came in the same truck, you know, Eric had this brand with this many mixed calves.
But we're not identified sex.
Yeah, but we're not. Yeah, we're not.
Unless it's identified on the market clearance that comes with it. I mean, if I identify that I'm bringing in 5 steers on my market permit, that's handed off to the brand inspector, correct?
It is, and if those animals aren't mixed into a big group and just stuck into a pen, if those 5 are sorted off, or we could look at those 5 individually, then yes, they would be 5 steers with this brand. In many cases, they get pushed into a pen. We look at all the cattle, we separate which brands are which, and then they get grouped into our system as a.
Even if they're checked in as a steer or a heifer.
Well, if they're brought in on, like, you know, separated in the trailer where you can run off 20 head of steers and they go in a pen and the heifers go in a different pen, like those ones, yes, we'll separate, we'll write the sex down on those. If all those get dumped into one pen all together, then we're going to be putting those down as mixed calves.
With the same brand.
With the same brand,
yep.
Yes.
Well, I don't know, and maybe I need to go find Gary Anderson, one of those old geezers around that was there 40 years ago, but how they do it in the handwritten days? Did they get the sex off of that? They either sexed them before they worked them, or they got the sex breakdown from the sale barn. Because in the old days, when you got the handwritten bill of sale coming out as a buyer, it would say so many steers, so many heifers of this brand, that brand. It was always sex. There was never any mixed calves until we got the computer system.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would assume that everything was, by hand like that. So those clearances, you're getting that handwritten document from the commission company, and then you could actually probably write it down as 5 heifers, 5 steers. Now, everything's done earlier into the system as you're checked in, even on mobile, we're bringing in all the brand information, and that's all dumped in the computer system way early in the process. And so, one, it creates convenience, more accuracy on the brand side of things, but it doesn't necessarily help you on the mixed calf side of things.
Yeah.
So I have, it's not that we have, thrown in the towel and saying we can't fix this, but we haven't come up with a good scenario to fix it yet.
So why can't you get because they're not sold through the ring as mixed calves, they're always sexed.
Right.
So if I buy 50 head of steers, why can't you get because the data's there, the sale barn's got it. They know how many, if you're the consignor, they know how many steers and how many heifers you brought.
And they're already in the separate pens and the.
Yeah, they're already yard back and everything, but it's not like we look at them again the second time.
No.
We only look at them the first time.
No, yeah, and I don't think we want to go back and re-inspect like that.
No, I'm not saying
that would slow things down, but
why can't you
for
get the
each
numbers?
tally that we've already put in to that sale barn, we would have to go into the computer and change that from mixed calves to steers and heifers and hope those numbers all match. I mean, there are sometimes mistakes that are made on our end. Sometimes they're made in the yard, sometimes they're made in a clerk, but it's the time that I think it would take that would be pretty significant for us to actually go back into the system and change every one of those.
I gotta say, it begs the question what the technology is good for them. Because we used to do it with fewer guys in Mile City and just as fast, and we never waited on releases, and it was accurate. And it told you how many steers and how many heifers you got. So just throwing that out there.
What do you think? Sorry.
Yes.
We're not spending months and months typing that, retyping that into a computer and telling us.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Is Don able to hear this?
No, probably not.
That's why I just wrote this down.
Yeah, I'm back in the Zoom meeting and got a recording going, so maybe I'll capture.
Well, I said, I bet you not doing, I'm just gonna write this down, who made the motion.
Yeah, cause I had to hardwire in on the internet there.
Okay. I got thinking about everything computers look like. Yeah. Guess we're not going shopping today.
Well, I'm gonna just interject right now, and the conversation came up a little earlier about raising the brand inspection fee. I had a call from Lee, and he talked about it that Lee Cornwell called me because, and his reasoning was they have a shortage of brand inspectors up in the Northeast apparently, and he feels that a higher pay scale for those brand inspectors maybe would help. And I went out in the hallway during our meetings and asked him if he was sure, if he was confident. I didn't say sure. I asked him, I said, are you confident that if there's more money there, you're going to solve this problem? Is money the issue? And I think Eric kind of answered that question earlier when I said money would solve some of the labor issues. If it doesn't solve the labor issue in the feedlot, is it going to solve the labor issue for a brand inspector? So, and I'm not asking for action, just was a comment and he is putting around. And
my comment to him is there's nothing stopping him from paying an inspector an extra $1 himself.
And that
He
was
wants it.
Exactly.
Give him an extra 50 when he shows up or whatever.
well, and we all know that there's those brand inspectors that I said, when they come to my place, it's worth their while because we inspect stuff going out, coming back, and shoot, they can make $300 in a couple of hour and a half or something. But then there's also the scenario where they've got 2 animals to go to wherever they sold to the neighbor, and the guy's got to drive for 30 miles. He can't charge mileage, but he gets $2 to inspect 2 animals. And
get the big, give them $50,
Well, yeah, and hopefully that's what people do, but not everybody does according to the brand inspector. but we're not gonna solve that. I just,
Jake, can the deputies charge mileage?
Yes.
They can. If they want
Yes,
to.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep, you can. And, I know that a lot of them do, especially I think when they're going to do, like smaller volumes of cattle or horses. I think typically that's part of it. I was visiting with at least the local here in the Helena Valley, and that's a pretty regular process for him to charge mileage. So, and I think he's pretty upfront with those individuals when he goes out, and even prior to when he goes out, letting them know that, this is what it's gonna cost.
And the deputies are covered under work comp, but not any other state pennies, is that right?
Correct. One of the other challenges, or one of the ideas that we've kind of been looking at, certainly, and Mr. Honeycutt, I think, started even prior to me, is that, maybe we look at those younger generation, even FFA, and looking at, potentially building out a school program and potentially, that's the next generation to catch them at a younger age. And so they get out of high school and they, maybe they would be interested in that, developing some type of program. We've worked with at least one legislator. So those are some things that have kind of been floated around that I think are good ideas that, maybe we can capitalize on that too. So
If you do need to pay more, which we will eventually, to get enough deputies to keep it going. And at least in our part of the world, in southeastern Montana, we'll see this, we are spoiled because we got lots of good brand inspectors. And if this guy can't do it, somebody else can. Man, our yard in North Dakota, before I call trucks, I call a brand inspector because it's maybe like 2 days in the next 2 weeks, I got the options. And if I'm lucky enough to have the brand inspector and the trucks available the same day, that's a good day because it doesn't happen very often. So it's something that we need to preserve. But I would think that, like, for young families, especially if mom's not a teacher, I would think state health plan would be a lot more of a lure than an extra bucket head to look at them.
Yeah, I won't say that we've not talked about that at times, of whether the sort of independent contractor methodology is, do you create a bunch of short-term, part-time positions that then they would actually have to log hours and get paid, and then that becomes a management issue. But you'd have to figure out, like, do they get enough hours to qualify for benefits, things like that. But that would be an enticement because people are looking for that. The other thing I'll mention while I got the floor is, as you all know, my standing question when anyone complains about local inspectors is when do you want your set of books? And I'm not anybody take me up on that yet.
We beat this horse is not on the agenda. Let's go on.
Yes. Okay. I just quickly got a couple other updates, and I'll keep these relatively short because I think we're want to wrap things up for today. I just want to give you a quick update on where we're at with ServiceNow. So we did go through a system-wide upgrade, statewide upgrade. That just got completed, or in the process of getting, it is completed. We did a tremendous amount of testing for that. We did find a few defects in it. We thought we fixed everything. That was supposed to go into effect on a Friday night, last Friday night. We had 3 Saturday sales, so the state actually delayed that by a day so we could get through our sales without potentially having any snafus for our Saturday sales when nobody is really around to assist. They did put that off. We did thought we fixed everything. We did find a couple more glitches with some fees, but we're quickly working through those. We thought we fixed it yesterday, and we found one more little issue that didn't quite fix it all, so that's getting done today. So all in all, it was fairly stressful at the end, but it all went through with pretty good results, I think. So we are continuing to work on getting our lifetime horse inspections into ServiceNow too. So that process would automatically go from our system to state print and mail, and they automatically then send that out to the producers. Those are the lifetime cards. The state did go through a address verification process where they ensured that address was correct and verifiable. They did complete that, or they're nearly completing it, so they're working with our contractor to integrate this into the system. This one did get delayed quite a bit just with the whole ServiceNow upgrades. So we're hopefully going to get back on track and finish that up, but it'll probably be after the first of the year now. So we did also engage a little bit in trying to see what it was going to take to get a local inspector into our system. So we did have our local Helena, a local inspector come in. We did demo the entire system to them, provided what it looks like on mobile, what it looks like on platform. Didn't scare them off, still willing to be our beta tester, I think. So our next step was then to get together with our contractor to see what it's going to look like on our ServiceNow side, because it will be quite a bit different than what our state inspectors do, because they deal with all the money side, and this won't engage in any of that. And then there's also permissions getting into the state system. So, so we were set to meet up with our contractor, our glide fast, and that all kind of got derailed with some of the Yokohama upgrades and fixing all those problems. So that got put off a little bit. So once again, we'll probably re-engage with that after the first of the year. My goal is to get at least one on, and then probably 3 or 4 on. And then we'll see how that goes, and then to build out from there. One of the things, we'll buy, because these local inspectors we'll have to buy them a mobile printer. They're $500 a piece, but I'm not going to buy 500 mobile printers. And so, and to fully engage all the locals, we'll have to be fully electronic at that point, where they're just going to text it to you, email it to you, those inspections. So that's a long-term process, but we got to start with the first one. So that's where we're at. We still do have a lot of wants, enhancements on our list for that. So we're still looking at what it's going to take to do lien renewal through ServiceNow. We're going to add sheep, bison, and rodeo permits into ServiceNow. I do want to be able to have through this system that if you get a country inspection by a local, it feeds through our Google. I want that brand inspection to automatically email to the producers. I want to get that done, even though I know that we need to gather email addresses. And then we're also looking at some upgrades to our mobile system. So if you bring in cattle to a yard, we put that tally on there, and then a couple hours later, you bring another truckload in. They're really hard to find that tally. So we want a search function there for that. So some simple things that would really simplify the markets when they use those mobile technology. And then just lastly, I just want to give you a quick update on kind of the Missoula County feral horses. I did give you a little update on that last month.
Sure. Can I ask you a question?
Sure. Yeah.
So Jay, do you think, I mean, I know this is long-term, but if we're gonna, and I get it, I'm sound like the old fuddy-duddy here, but the world we live in, I get it, but we were talking about this over lunch, but it wasn't on the record, but I think it's worth everybody thinking about. If we're eventually going to get to a mobile internet country inspection method, then do you foresee, would we want to, and should we, for country inspections, are we going to do lien searches and have the lien instructions like they do at the markets, right? Because right now in the markets, when we inspect cattle, we're telling the markets how to write the check. You got to write this check to Joe Blow in the XYZ bank because there's a lien on the brand. On country deals, you don't, because the brand inspector doesn't know. He said he wrote this check to you, and then however the buyer wants to write the check itself. So I don't know, it's nothing to decide tonight, but something to think about when you got windshield time.
So you were talking about on the change of ownership inspections.
Yeah, change of ownership inspections. If the local brand's out in the boonies and assuming he's got cell service and all that stuff. But if we're doing all this electronically, we should think about whether or not we want to do lien searches in the country and have the checks made out properly like we do at the sale barn.
So we would have the capability. So all those liens on every brand is identified in the system and they're flagged. So then if you pull that brand out of the system, that lien automatically goes with it. And so that's how we identify it through the markets, and it follows through the market system. And we ensure that the commission company has it. So the locals would be able to see that. What they do with that, I guess, would be the conversation at that point of what do you do with that lien? But they'd be able to see it, definitely. A good question.
No, that would add a lot more rigor
Yes.
to what we have the ability to do, for sure.
Yeah.
One of the issues we have is stuff that goes out of state. They don't search our liens, but things that are within state, If you could have that on the actual brand inspection, that's how the check has to be made out. That would be, banks would love that.
Thanks. Yeah, and we should give it to the banks for free. We gotta think of what we.
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah.
So
Might be a surcharge involved there. So just quickly on the Missoula County, the feral horses, we did actually have a meeting here December 10th. We had a pretty good DOL crew down there. Our area supervisor in the area, our district investigator, our area supervisor, myself, Dr. Szymanski, Ms. Simon attended also. So we had a good representation there. The other thing that they actually had some county officials there. They had some law enforcement, highway patrol, sheriff's officers, and really the one landowner that's lives pretty much day to day with these horses. That individual was there also and had a lot of insight on kind of how these horses travel, what they do, and a lot of background on them. And so it was a good first meeting. I don't know that we came out with a lot of necessarily to-do list or action items, but there's some ideas. I think the biggest challenge, I think, for most people that comment on this issue with the people that live in there is they don't want these horses sent to slaughter. They want, them adopted, potentially have a good home. Most people want them just left alone, but if there is some action, they want to know that they go to good homes. And so, and we're really only talking about 9 head. That's mares and some of the 3 colts, and then the stud, and then there's a little bachelor group of studs that are, I don't know, half a dozen, maybe 3-4 of those. So we did learn that some of the open land that they do run on down there, that's slated for 700 homes in the future. So it's going to even get more difficult, more complicated. And there are a number of challenges with, just human safety, some human health, or vehicle car accidents with them. And so those things are happening. They're going to probably most likely continue to happen. Once again, we just said we're here to assist. So that's a quick rundown of that. And I think, Mr. Chairman, that was about it for me.
Yes.
What were you hear about Headwaters, anything?
The last I heard, they were kind of doing some wrap up on kind of their books for year end, just from a tax purpose standpoint, so they get a better look at kind of financials. And they hadn't really necessarily publicly put it up for sale that I've seen. So it seems like the rumors are still there that there's some interest in maybe having that thing change hands, but we haven't had any direct conversations with them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll bet the people that want the horses don't have them on their front yard every day.
Actually, some of them do.
Actually, some of them do, yes.
It's Missoula.
That's Missoula. So, we have a couple of young ladies that have stuck it out the whole day or something. Well, one all afternoon, one all day, and would like to comment. So, Callie, would you like to? You were here first, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, again, Callie Michaels with Montana Wolverines Association. I visited with Mike a little bit about potential legislation going into the 2027 session. And again, the topic is predator control funding, and it's a bigger issue. I really appreciate you all increasing the voluntary input on that for whether that's 2026 or 2027 that starts. And the second ask that Wilger has asked me to bring is to increase the statutory minimum. So I think it was Mike that talked about how in statute currently it's set at 350,000, and that was set in 2017. So when Dalen was talking about the inflation from 2017 to now, that's the difference. And that 350,000 was not set in statute to adjust for inflation over the years, so it's just stayed flat. And so Wilbur's ask is that that be adjusted up and then the statute be amended to say as adjusted for inflation, so that that keeps pace with where inflation is going from year to year. And just to give you some context, I know there's a lot of concern about livestock producers carrying all of the bills on predator control, especially with the growing cost of, well, wolves have kind of leveled off, right? They have peaked. The cost on that has not been continually going up, but grizzly bear has. And I know there's a lot of concerns about livestock producers having to foot the bill on all of that. I am looking at other sources of funding, trying to get more federal funding input. But just to give you a little bit of context on this, when the opium directives came out earlier this year, which put a hiring freeze on all federal employees and a freeze on all cooperative agreements and a freeze on all work, most of the agencies got shut down, and we worked really hard with federal government to keep wildlife services active during that time. And the reason we were able to get them deemed mission critical and keep them going was because of the cooperative funding. So because, we raised quite a fuss about the fact that livestock producers are paying into this program. We're paying for them to be out there doing their work. You can't withhold that work from us. This isn't the government out there providing us a service and it's going to be shut down to save the government money. We're paying for that. So the amount of money that livestock producers put into this program is really important in keeping it on the ground. And that federal money that we get is a great benefit to the counties that use wildlife services. But the cooperative funding from the producers, livestock producers themselves, is really important to keeping that program active. So I just wanted to make that point because that was the selling point that kept the program going during the government shutdown. I have a lot of numbers on the program if you have any questions, but I'm not going to go into all of that. So the first ask that Wolf Rose wanted to make was that we get that statutory minimum kicked up to where it would be with inflation and then amend the statute to say as adjusted for inflation.
So are you, for numbers, are you just looking to do a look back on inflation up to till today and use that as a figure and then have an adjustment clause from now on?
Yes, so Wilbur's would like to set that minimum at 600,000 going into the 2027 legislative session, and then adjusted for inflation every year after. So you heard Dalen provide some of the numbers, some of the work, or some of the helicopter maintenance. The costs have more than doubled on some of this. Fuel hasn't been quite doubled. I think it's 150% or 140%. So it's a significant increase. And the statutory minimum was already set, lower than what's necessary to just keep this program in the air without even them going out and doing the work, just keeping it active. So yes, we'd be looking for, our ask would be 600,000 and really important that adjusted for inflation afterwards in the statute. And then I've got a couple others that I can bring up, or I can stop on that one. And
well, I don't think that's not a decision we need to make today for sure, because Mike said 9 months from legislation, so I'm looking within the next 3 months or so. We
typically March, April, or May, somewhere in there. April is when we typically look at legislative requests, but that's in the hopper now.
Yeah. So I don't think that we're ready to take action on that today, but
it's just something we wanted the board to know that we're going to be working toward it. Kelly is working very hard on working with any agency or any entity she can for more funding. So by the time we get that April timeframe, she'll have some more opportunities for funding, I'm sure.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, didn't you currently say today where Mike, we're paid $575 current?
Currently $575, yes.
We're supporting it at that level right now until we did what we need to do.
But what Callie is referring to is the statutory appropriation states that we have to provide a minimum of $350,000 per capita per year to the predator control. And we decided to do more. And the change that happened in a previous session was that it used to just say 350,000. And Wilbur's worked to get that changed to the minimum language, which opened the door for us to give more some years ago. And so it has been adjusted previously at other times. And that would give us time, knowing that that's on there. I'll look back at Brian and looking through all the legality, because I don't know what statutory appropriations, if statutory appropriations have to sort of have a number, a fixed number, if they can be fixed for inflation or just the rate of inflation that the legislature uses for the general budget or those types of things. But we can look in and get some answers on those things as well.
I think the inflationary number is, picked every year, and they use it obviously in the Department of Administration. So if you just went with their determination, that would be easy enough to go with.
Well, so we can do some research to see whether it's even possible to end it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See how or if it's something you have to do year to year. But we'll look into all that and have those. The thing I'll applaud Callie and the Wilbur's on is getting these types of ideas to us early so we can do that work and not be hit with it, down the road and not have the answers that we need. So I appreciate getting it early, and I encourage all other organizations to do the same.
So, Mr. Chair, would you like me to go to my next?
You have the floor.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the second idea we're looking at that we'd love to have Department of Livestock support on going into the 2027 session is a predator control trust fund. So a fund where we can take money when it's available from whatever source, put it into that fund, and then have that principal start generating interest. So we can rely on that interest every year rather than having to ask for an appropriation. Similar to the Noxious Weed Trust Fund, where they get, they have $10 million in principal, and then the interest on that is funding the program rather than having to go in and get a general fund appropriation every 2 years. So that's a second mechanism that I would be looking at for the 2027 session to create the fund. Then there would be the funding challenge that would come next. But I would be looking at asking the governor's office to find us an initial lump sum to put into that fund as well. And then hopefully we could build that over time to generate interest for predator control.
Well, you're looking at going to the governor, not the industry for that initial nest egg, basically.
Correct. I would be, to fund the predator control trust fund, I would be hoping for funds from the state as opposed to from livestock producers from per capita fees.
Okay. And that would have to be an agency, also.
No, it could be, but it's not necessarily that it would have to be. I don't know, but we got time to talk about it. That's good.
All right.
And then the other items I had written down are more specific to the livestock loss boards. So, Mike, maybe I'm not sure if I bring those up here or not.
I probably wouldn't.
Okay.
They might get a little. They like to do their own business. So
okay.
I'd save those for when the livestock loss board meets them.
So, and one of them already came up was the question of payout on injured livestock guard dogs. So, if that's the appropriate place for that discussion, I'll hold that one. And that's all I have.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, guys. I just wanted to touch a little bit on.
Introduce yourself, please.
Ellie Breton, Montana Stockgrowers Association.
Thank you.
I just wanted to touch a little bit on what Callie chatted about just a minute ago. We, as stock growers, we want to thank the wool growers for all their work on this. And we definitely agree that there is an opportunity here to take a look at increasing funding for the very valuable work that Wildlife Services does. And we really are wool growers and want to ensure that wildlife services is adequately funded. Our leadership met this past week before and after convention, and we discussed this, and we see a different path forward when looking to increase that funding. We really believe this is a federal appropriations issue. So, as we've talked about thoroughly today, we want to thank you guys for your continued life services above what you're statutorily required to do. We so appreciate that. But we really want to continue to allow you guys to have the flexibility with those funds to do what you see fit. So as I've chatted with some of you guys about looking at things like foreign animal disease outbreak, things like that, leaving funds there for you guys to be able to address those issues if they should arise. Obviously, we hope they don't, but if they should. So we would like you guys to have the flexibility to do that without having to increase per capita costs. So we don't feel that a statutory increase in funding is the right path forward. And again, it's because it's a federal funding issue and a federal funding shortfall. Just as wildlife services is facing inflation and we're all facing inflation, they're not pulling their weight to increase their appropriations on things they're requiring of wildlife services. And so I think it's important that we ask them for that and encourage that. So we are looking forward to continuing this conversation and working with wool growers on making this happen.
Well, that was gonna be my question to Callie, as I assume that the National Association and maybe Montana Wool Growers also are working federally to increase funding.
We put in an ask every year.
And your success rate is?
We get a little bit, not much. So it's very challenging to get it through it without a lot of support, which we have not had a lot of support at the federal level to get this through. So we're pushing hard on it, but other states, it takes more than just Montana, and we don't necessarily have the support level nationally. It's not an issue that every state deals with. I'll put it that way. The eastern states don't deal with the issues we deal with on the western half, and they don't care enough to advocate for it.
But there's some of the southern states definitely have, it's not coyotes, trail hogs, but it's a huge expense to try and handle that problem. So.
But the federal government does fund that.
All right.
Yeah.
And because they have more Congress people than we do, they get their money. There, I said it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's
a arm twisting.
Yeah. So, and I would say we're hopeful that an ask for an increase from federal appropriations is maybe more viable than it has been in the past. I think our Secretary of Ag is more understanding of these issues, and we've talked a little bit today, but when we had the issue earlier this spring with funding and the government shutdown and all of that, and Montana was very vocal and advocating for getting our pilot back in the air. And so I think we're a little more on the map than we have been in the past. And so I'm hopeful, and I feel like we have a more pro-ag Congress than we've had in years as well. So just in general, I think it's a better climate, but that's just my own interpretation.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
Appreciate you guys letting me sit back there.
Appreciate you coming. So, is there any other comments? Is there any public out there on?
No public. We didn't have any public before, but I will make a statement just in case, because the live stream's back up and we might have people that, if anyone's upset, we did lose about 5 minutes there between with the power outage and me realizing that I had an Ethernet cable right here that I could plug in and get the meeting fired back up. But we should be okay now. But anybody we had out there, we would have lost. But we didn't have any public before that happened. So
very good. All right. Is there anything else? Set the date. So we have a calendar here. January, this is the 26th calendar. Look at that. And Alan, will be your meeting. I won't be on.
It'll be a short one.
I'll be on Zoom, but I think it'd be way better for you to be in charge.
More than likely. Hate running them on Zoom, I know that. I did that. I ran meetings on Zoom for legislator and it didn't work very well.
Yeah, I don't want to, not if there's any other option. I'm not hearing a lot of,
January 20th?
20th, 21st, somewhere in there, fine.
The 20th, I have tentatively blocked. That's a economic affairs day. So I don't know if we'll be on their agenda or not, but I did get smart enough to go in and tentatively block those days in case we did end up on their agenda.
I'm thinking 20th is, we have our annual pork producers council in Great Falls,
on the 20th.
20th and 21st.
Oh, and 21st?
What about the 27th?
Wednesdays are better for me, Tuesday sale day in Mouse City, but. I'm considering
28th.
28th, good.
Works for me.
What do you got?
I might be in Reno, but I don't know if I'll go.
You gotta be out of here early enough, cause Wednesdays night I shoot leads, so. I got my gun with me tonight, I gotta shoot on the way home. So, as I get home, the shoot life is good.
Well, if it's like at our house, you ain't doing anything, you're done with the generator.
I got a text from the executive vice president of soccer, who was also reminding me that the 20th and the 21st is the labor summit, so not to schedule anything.
Oh, right, right.
I don't have that on my calendar yet. I'm supposed to be there because we're a sponsor, so but I better put that on my
Like
calendar.
the 28th.
So the 28th, is that kind of is that?
Right.
Okay. Now Jake told me that last time he was not involved in the setting today's date and he's not here. And I said, well, that's what happens, but you better be here next time or I'll tell you the governor that you got a disinterested board member.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
No. So, all right, the 28th. Anything else to come before this?
In Forsyth, right?
We can do it. Man. I got in there. We can do it.
I could have said myself.
I'll leave that up to Alan,
There you go.
because I can attend anyway.
I mean, joking about that, I'll say that before we break up, that, I did have an idea for a while there. We were doing a lot of meetings, traveling, and it was kind of tough on staff, but I do think once or twice a year, if we don't have another reason to, it is good to get away from Helena. And I kind of like the idea of getting, in the neighborhood of where board members are from. And so Great Falls, Miles City, Lewistown are places we haven't done a meeting from yet, and I probably haven't done a meeting from in a long time. So not saying for this January 28th meeting for the winter travel, but sometime when the summer comes around, it might be a good time to
And we
take
should,
one on.
and we should do it where we have auction markets, so.
Plus,
Or prior to-
numerous times we've talked about, touring the egg plant in Great Falls.
They're on board.
Pardon?
They know about it. They're on board whenever we want.
Oh, that would be
But I would definitely think that's more of a spring or summer when the weather is better.
Yeah, that's not driving.
Winter.
They also have a nice meeting room. I looked at it with, there's plenty of room and a good conference room there.
well, there's no more business meetings adjourned. Everybody's on.